Aha. What's up, Brett?
Just trying to beat Bowser at Super Smash Brothers.
Sweet.
Yeah.
That's what's up. So all of my friends are good at Super Smash Brothers, at least they used to be, and I've never been good at it. And I got on there one time with one of my friends who plays online all the time, and I just randomly smashed buttons and beat his ass. It was pretty fun.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. I only did it once, though. I'm sure he would wipe the floor with me if we kept going. After I did that, I was like, yep, never playing you again. That's it.
Yeah. Stay 1-0.
I know the purists out there, they all care about Melee. They don't care about any of the new ones. They just want to play Melee.
Yeah. I don't
And
really.
I've
Yeah.
seen people be like insane good at Melee. Anyway, what?
I don't have a preference, but yeah, some are just very much like, oh, this is the actual game that you play, blah blah, and it's like, no, I just do it to have fun. The newest one, I don't know if you played on Switch, or if you played on Switch when you did, but the newest
No,
one
I
has
played on the last one, whatever the one was before the Switch.
maybe GameCube.
Yes, something like that. I don't know. I don't know much about Nintendo, honestly.
Oh, for sure. Well, on Switch, you can be Ken or Ryu from Street Fighter, and you can also be. Did you ever play Mike Tyson's Punch Out and then Punch Out
Oh
once
yeah.
they got rid of his name?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you can be
Absolutely.
Little Mac the boxer, which is pretty cool, except that he sucks.
Yeah.
Because you got like,
I haven't played a boxing game in a long time, but I do remember Mike Tyson's Punch Out. That shit was great.
yeah,
It was very
getting.
frustrating because I don't know if I ever beat Tyson when I was a
Oh
kid.
no, yeah.
So
You can watch people do it on like YouTube now, which is kind of cool. Because then if you go back, you can be like, all right, you got to do that like one move there, and like if you weren't able to figure it out. Yeah.
Old Mike Tyson.
I wish him nothing but the best. He's had a brutal life.
Yeah, he has. He has had a brutal life. He's a cool dude. I think he loves us, so I'm I'm down with
Yeah.
that. He's a big
Yeah.
marijuana fan. So he's got my vote. Whatever he's. No, I'm just kidding. See, I don't even know if we have it. It's just you and me in here, so we'll just keep bullshitting for a while until
Okay.
people join up.
Cool.
Tonight, I am not going to let the topic slip too far away from what we're talking about.
Cool.
It's okay to like make tangents and stuff as long as they somewhat relate to what we're talking about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I mean, I have to be careful with. Even though Vlad is very respectful and kind, when him and Nivik get together, it's just too much. So I'm gonna have to make one of them a speaker maybe, and then one of them a caller to where we can move them through.
Yeah. I think as like I was trying to convey to Nivik last night, like how people use their tone, stuff like that, and like literally holding on to like the memory of like another night and being like, okay, well, you didn't respect me then, and we're too fundamental in our different beliefs. Like if you don't acknowledge that stuff, then it's kind of just like like you can do all the philosophy you want, but I'm
Well,
not.
you heard him last night. He pretty much. I agree with you, by the way. You heard him last night when we were talking. He pretty much agreed with what I said in terms of respect and being. He always says I'm introspective. I said, well, then introspect a little bit and realize if somebody else is yelling, to trust the host and let them get it under control. Now, if it goes on for like a minute and there's no control, I can understand getting upset at that. But the solution is not to yell back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's never the solution. So.
Yeah, I think that unfortunately, because of the delay on this app and, just because like, it's just the unique thing of people expressing ideas. When you get those people discussing ideas that are very personal to them, they don't like, they're it can get very passionate very quickly. And then people just kind of lose themselves to say like, well, if someone is contradicting all of what I say or whatever, if I already didn't respect them before, there's no like, yeah. So,
Yeah,
but
if the respect isn't there, I don't know why there can be or how there can be communication. You know what I mean?
yeah,
There would
100%.
be nothing in the communication, nothing would happen. It would just be an expression of the or sentiments of each of the people involved, and then that's it. Nothing learned, nothing gained.
Yeah, I think that it's kind of hard, right, to do it's kind of hard to do, number one. Number two, it really depends on, like what you've experienced in life.
Hmm.
If you've seen examples of it with, the adults in your life, or if you've really seen the opposite where, you believe that the best way to get yourself heard in the room is just to be the loudest.
Hmm.
And,
Well, Nivik also
you
doesn't
know,
realize, and I agree with you completely psychologically. Nivik doesn't realize that he is loud, and that in my earphones I can't change the volumes of people. You know what I mean? I can't individually change your volume or Josh's volume or anything. It just comes through naturally, however it's coming through. And Nivik just happens to have a microphone, I think, that is just louder than everybody else's. So when he
yeah.
asserts himself passionately to get his chance in the conversation, he ends up yelling and making a problem. You know what I mean? And I understand it, but it's frustrating for him. It's frustrating for us. But tonight we're gonna really focus on staying on the topic. And as soon as Nivik starts bringing up stuff that isn't related, I'm gonna be like, look, we gotta stay on topic. We gotta hear. And then after a couple of hours, of dissecting this shit out, then we just kind of let it go on tangents. I don't really care.
Yeah, I think that is probably a good call to this. When people are trying to interpret the original topic, they can go on so many tangents. I
Hmm.
think that's kind of where I've seen a few of the shows um, really, siphon away from the original
Well,
point.
I mean, for real, I love tangential conversation. I love it. I mean, we can jump from thing to thing to thing. It doesn't bother me. It's when we're doing these shows and we have, it's fun to really focus and everybody get together and studying and talk about it.
Yeah.
That's fun to me, and I'm hoping to attract other people that like that kind of thing. Instead of just debating politics or religion or something like that, we're really getting deep into an academic subject.
Oh yeah.
So,
The subject has, it
relevance.
doesn't. Yeah, it has relevance, but it doesn't. It's not there for, I don't want to say like an agenda, but it's just
Hmm.
fun to explore it because really the benefit of it is for everyone's, expanding
Yes.
their consciousness. Whereas,
It
yeah,
Well, I was just going to say you're absolutely correct, but the point of logic, the reason why I started with logic and epistemology is because I'm going into science at some point. You know what I mean? And I
hmm,
just wanted to show people our foundations for how we get to mathematics and science and predictions. You know what I mean?
yeah, totally,
Because science is not absolute, nor is logic or epistemology. But so far as I've seen, and as far as the experts are concerned, this is the best we have to work with. Over 2 millennia that we've put all this shit together in epistemology. These questions were asked by SPA, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, and they're being argued today. Especially in terms of just talking about truth, like what we're going to talk about today, dude. Truth is such a crazy deep subject, and there's so many terms. And I think I've found a way to break pretty easily and just talk about it in general terms instead of getting into too much jargon. We still kind of have to remember jargon from my last shows. Like, we have to remember what mental representations are. We have to remember what psychological attitudes are, because I'm going to have to bring up some of those words when talking about truth.
yeah. I actually, unfortunately, I don't. I've studied a little philosophy, but I do actually start to get lost in a lot of the, different terms and
Mm-hmm.
tangents.
Yep.
But that, I don't think. I think as long as it gets to a point where, people uh, they feel comfortable, like asking, like, could you give an example of something to,
Mm-hmm.
to go off of? Um, and that's usually what I'll try to do if I call in, just because um, I don't know. It's weird. There are some philosophical ideas that make total sense, and I'm with it 100%. And then there's others that I literally have to draw out in order to understand like what the fundamental,
well,
premise is.
I don't immediately get all this stuff as soon as I read it either. I have to contemplate it and really think about it for a few days before I have the show. So
Yeah.
I'm right there with you, brother. I mean, I'm no savant. I have to sit here and really study this and contemplate it and introspect on it and really try to intuit what I need from all the information that I've gathered. And it's easy to get lost in the jargon and the terminology, but it's important to understand at least most of it, or at least have heard most of it, so that when somebody in philosophy is talking to you, or you're having a deep conversation with somebody, you can be on the same page, kind of. You know what I mean? That's the biggest thing about learning all the terminology, is so that people can be on the same page. That's why we have a lot of problems with certain people and just people who might come into the Discord or into the call-in someday of having their own languages. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that can become a problem too.
100%.
Mm-hmm. It's not. I don't think I'm gonna do lecture style tonight. I think I'm gonna read stuff and then ask opinions, and then read more stuff and ask opinions. I'm just kind of waiting for more people to show up. I know I invited Perry, but he may not be available just yet. And there is Scotula.
What up?
What up, brother?
Not much, man. Just got myself some shoes today.
Have you bought that cologne yet?
I did.
Oh my God, dude. Tell everybody what you did. Just tell them.
I spent $500 on a bottle of cologne.
I'm going to leave on an unrelated matter. I'll see you guys later.
Josh, are you saying, Josh, that you would not yourself spend $5 on some wonderful cologne?
No, I'm just coveting what he has, and that's $500. Just kidding.
I'm coveting your $500, you bastard.
No, I'm sure it's amazing cologne.
It's supposed to be like the best there is, man. It's from this like French cologne maker that's like a family of people who make colognes for like fucking 500 years or something. Yeah, so I'm pretty stoked about it. It's one of those things, it's like that bottle's got to last me like 5 years,
Yeah, every spray that you do is like worth like $10.
Yeah, that's gonna be a special occasion kind of thing.
What was the Old Spice stuff that we had growing up? What was that called?
You bet like Axe?
No, Axe came out like in the mid like 2005.
The one in the blue like bottle that looked like a spray bottle.
Pre-bod. This is pre-bod. This is like an Old
pre-bod.
Spice. Oh, what is it? Oh man, I couldn't afford it. Obviously, it was like $10 at Target or something. But
real quick, right now we are still waiting.
Dracar Noir. Is that what you're thinking?
Dracar Noir. Just real quick, guys, we're waiting for more speakers to show up because I've invited a few people. I guess I am going to get us back on topic, and we are going to get to truth and talking about criteria of truth. But I'm going to go ahead and take a caller right now and just see. I haven't met Rovi yet. I haven't met you yet, Rovi. How you doing? Rovi.
Rove.
Hopefully I got that name right. Rove. Yeah. Rove, you're muted. Oh, I heard you there for a second. Some technical difficulties going on there. Scott, can you hear him?
I can't. No.
I know what he's saying. He's saying that Josh is his favorite and he loves Jesus. That's what I heard. I don't know if that's what you guys heard, but
that's what I heard.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, by the way, Josh, Jenny came in last night, and I like Jenny, man. I think she's I think she's pretty real. What do you think about her?
Oh, I think she has a genuine faith in the doctrine of the Latter-day Saints and Mormonism. I just think there's some issues there that we could flesh out at a later time, probably with me and her.
I asked her last night. I was like, oh yeah. I asked her last night. I was like, I said, can I get personal real quick? And she's like, yeah, you can ask me anything. And I was like, do you get tired of having to put on that perfect face that the church and the families want you to put up? And she was like, yeah, that's the worst part of it.
Yeah. They're highly legalistic, and that's not saying that we as people don't like laws, but we don't think that following laws justifies us. And there is I mean, I've studied, Mormonism for a while, and it is sad that that's what that does to those people typically, and even she admitted it.
I mean, it seems like it strips away personality in some kind of weird way. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you're forced to live up to something you can never live up to. And that's an ever-changing. It's just crazy.
I mean, the origin story to me is enough for me to kind of be dismissive of it. I mean, I shouldn't be completely dismissive of everything, but it is difficult for me to take that seriously. And I did not want to offend her. I just talked more about the emotional impact that it's had on her life.
Yeah, which that's a good spot to go for them, because that's really going to hit home. We can talk about contradictions in doctrine all day, but the bottom line is, just like me, she believes it with her whole heart. So I mean,
she has suffered to deal with that life. I mean, whether she continues to believe it, so obviously the suffering was worth it. But Rovi, are you here with us now, or Rovi? Am I scaring you away?
What are you wearing?
Yeah, what are you wearing? Let's get real personal.
Unless it's inappropriate, then text me privately.
Yeah, text me privately.
What?
Let me give my number out on call-in, guys. Hang on just a second.
113.
Yep, it's 867-5309.
Nice reference.
That's an old reference. That's for us old heads up here. Kids don't know about that shit. Rovi, are you with us? Rove? I'm gonna let you try. Well, all right. That was a short-lived one.
I mean, he's still there. He just hung up.
Oh, he's down there. Okay. Well, I don't know if it's a he or a she. I don't want to be.
Oh, that's a good point.
I don't want to
tell the picture's so small.
Yeah. Insulting, I guess. Well, we'll wait. They can call back any time and drop out and call in. It's not a big deal.
For sure.
I was waiting on Perry to come here because he really wanted to hear all this stuff and be a part of it. So that's why I've been kind of dragging this out for a little bit and not getting deep into the questions yet. It's because I was waiting on him. Let's see who else. Who else was I waiting on? Somebody else wanted to hear it. Oh yeah, Honenheim, but he's not going to be up yet. He's still asleep. All right, well, Scott's here and Brett's here, so y'all can help me out. We'll just, like I said, I'm not going to do it in a lecture format tonight. I'm just going to kind of go over Ruth real quick, and talk about the theories or / criteria of truth, and we can get into some of the deeper things on the next episode if we have to. But let's see. So I guess I'll just start up by saying thanks everybody for coming. This is the Pangburn Call-In. We want you to subscribe here and also on Travis Pangburn's YouTube channel. The Discord link is on the YouTube channel in the top right, and we invite you to join our Discord community as well. We've been talking about epistemology, and we're going to have quite a few more shows on epistemology because, like I was talking to Brett earlier, we are building up from how to talk to people and argue, and then we went through logic, and then we went through the burden of proof, and then we started epistemology with belief, and then we went through justification, which wasn't a lot, but truth is a lot. It's a lot to cover just in terms of the entire understanding of it, and I don't know. There's so many. So let's just start. Let's just jump into it real quick. The definition of truth most easily is that it is the opposite of falsehood, right? In everyday language, if you were to say, Truth is typically ascribed to things that like want to represent reality or otherwise correspond to it, quote unquote, such as beliefs, propositions, and declarative sentences, things like that. So truth is wanting to map your conceptual reality to actual reality, to objective reality. Or you could say subject object if you want. Subjective reality with objective reality. We're trying to get a one-to-one with it in terms of just talking about truth in general. So the concept of truth is definitely debated in various contexts. I mean, in philosophy, art, theology, all the sciences, everything else. I mean, every human activity depends upon this concept of truth, but the nature as a concept itself is just assumed usually rather than being a subject of discussion, like most of us know. Most of the sciences, law, practicing law, journalism, all kinds of other stuff just accepts truth without getting into the epistemic questions for why it might be truth. They just accept that truth is a thing, correspondence theory, we're going for it, but most philosophers view the concept of truth as like properly basic, or what, metaphysically and ontologically fundamental, foundational, cannot be any other way. So, and like I said, most commonly, I guess we'll read this statistic. No, I'll read that next. Let's say, so like I said a minute ago, most commonly, truth is viewed as the correspondence of language and linguistics and thought to a mind-independent world. So matching that subjective to the objective. And this is, of course, what's called the correspondence theory of truth or criteria of truth, but we will get to that in just a moment. So theories of truth are extremely various. Scholars, philosophers, theologians, all of them are arguing about it in different ways. I guess the main questions that we want to ask in truth are basically the nature of truth, the question of defining it. Is it even possible to give an informational definition of truth? Does it is truth alethic? Can it have alethic modality? Is it bivalent with falsehood, or are there other truth values? Is it not just true and false? Is there a third option or some kind of agnostic, neutral option that we don't understand yet? So pretty much there's I'm sorry, I got sidetracked reading my notes. There's pretty much a big discussion on what truth is in epistemology still, and the way that it's looked at. Happily, though, let's get I was going to cover the definition and the etymology of truth, but there's like 18 billion different languages that have said the word truth, and I've looked at all of them, and they all basically either mean fidelity or factuality in some way, agreement with fact or reality, like the old English word, the old Saxon word, I can't even pronounce this, troe. It meant good faith. So many different reasons why true is what we say now, and where it came from, when it was first conceived of by philosophers in the East and in Greece and all those places a long time ago, antiquity. So let's go around the room real quick. Brett, what do you think about how truth is viewed, and the problems that I brought up, about maybe, what do you think?
That's a really deep question.
Well, I was general on purpose. You can address it in any way you want.
Sure. I think that is, it's a beautiful thing about truth with many definitions, but it's also the challenge, right? Because you're not just literally speaking different languages that people have all across the world, but you're also speaking, different experiences, different truths, different lived truths.
Yeah.
It kind of goes over a little differently when you go to word like the word fact or, you know, factual
Yeah.
evidence. But because so much of this form that we found ourselves in is like, you know, a person's lived truth, that experience, you know, may play us down the road of, like, you know, favoring one over another.
Right.
But as you and everyone else on here does, it's a great thing to like share those ideas with each other, and then kind of, you know, try to, it's almost like you're cutting away, trying to get more at the core of it. So.
Yeah. So I'm trying to be very like natural language about it, very ordinary language about trying to describe these things. There are terms like truth bearers and truth makers and all these different theories, and some of it's unnecessary. I mean, we already know that beliefs are propositional attitudes, or our general attitudes towards a proposition. You know, truth or alethic modality, true or false. So I don't remember where I was going with that, but anyway, thank you, Brett, for that. Josh, do you have anything to say about what I covered there?
I mean, you know, surprise, surprise, I'm the Christian. I think that, you know, truth obviously, you know, when you Google search it, that which comports with reality, I think it's a little bit deeper than that for the Christian, as far as a holistic view and understanding other things that come into play when we talk about other things. So, like, yeah, what is truth? But then, is truth necessary? Right? Why do we want things to be true? How to
That's
use
a good
truth?
question right there.
There's a lot more that goes into just asking, like, what is truth? And I mean, you know, obviously,
why do we seek truth is just as important of a question. Would you say so?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that's a meta truth question. I think that's where it gets weird. Scott, you with us, brother?
Is my mic on? Yep, I'm here. I'm here.
He
Any
smells
comments,
great.
Queries? Yeah, you do smell fucking wonderful. I can smell you from here.
I'm just playing some chess right now.
Hell yeah. You don't have to. I was just asking if you wanted to say anything. I mean, I know your stance on most of this. Didn't know if you wanted to share it with the audience.
I'm sorry. Yeah, like I guess I missed a little bit there. I was focusing on this.
You're off the hot seat. Perry, what Perry, you just joined, my brother. I've been waiting for you. I was telling everybody I was waiting on you.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was attempting a pizza challenge at my local pizza restaurant. So
it couldn't get any cooler. That's the coolest thing I've heard today.
Well, I mean, I couldn't do it, unfortunately, and I threw in the towel, but it was worth it. It was only like $30 or whatever, and if you eat it all, you get a free pizza. So figured I just didn't eat anything today, so I wanted to try it. But
did you get your pizza?
No, I didn't do it. I couldn't do it. It was like 2 pounds of cheese. It was like a 7-pound pizza. It was Sicilian style. If you know what Sicilian style is.
Is that the thick crust stuff, or like a pan pizza or something?
Thick crust, kind of rectangular. Not exactly square, but yes, very thick dough, and even more cheese. But
awesome.
I just hopped in, so I mean, obviously.
Yeah, I know you didn't hear what I said.
Truth can tangent onto, you know, so many different things, but
so many. Did you hear what I was? Did you get to hear the first part, or did you just join?
Yeah, no, Brett was kind of seemed like he was responding to whatever you guys were talking about, so I don't know.
I just have everybody on hot mic because I'm not doing a lecture. I'm just kind of going through my notes and then asking everybody to respond and see what they got to say.
I do love when you do your lectures, so I'm glad that you didn't do it because I would have missed it. But
yeah, I mean, I like lecturing too, but I also like everybody else coming in and talking about it while I'm going through it. So basically, we just covered what truth was.
You said meta truth.
Here. Let me go to this. This is
pretty much.
What's
meta.
That now?
I mean, meta truth. You know?
Yeah, what me and Josh were talking about is that what he brought up. Why do we seek truth? Is kind of like a meta truth question. So, but I think that's as equally as important. I mean, I had a show on it, but we didn't cover it too much. Is why do we seek the truth so much? Why are some of us so obsessed with seeking some form of absolution that it drives us mad. You know
helps
what I mean?
us survive, I feel like.
Yeah,
you know?
It absolutely helps us survive.
And so whatever beings, I mean, I come from thinking we're a biological system from billions of years ago. And however that came about, whether it was abiogenesis or whether there was some divinity in it, I mean, we selected ourselves based upon survival. And so, I mean, it's different nowadays as humans who have consciousness, but even then, the same evolutionary mechanisms can be applied, I feel like. And so, using our concrete truth, because if we don't know that a red light
some
means
people,
stop, we die.
some scientists say that consciousness existed in those entities that had very simple neuroskeletal systems. You know what I mean? Like very simple
there's
neurology.
panpsychists also who think that
there's panpsychists.
You
that everything is consciousness. Yeah. Yep.
I mean, that is an attractive idea to believe, but
it is an attractive idea. I considered it a lot when I was like 18, 19.
Right. So, but
for real.
I mean, truth is often changing, which is a scary thing to think of, and that can be. Well, I mean, it's subjectively through intersubjective space, you know, people talking to each other,
right?
And so that I guess I would want to ask.
Please do.
So let's think of something like gravity, which is 9.81 meters per second.
Meters per second squared, yeah.
So it's 9.81 exactly, or there's like a bunch an infinite amount.
No, it would be a repeating non-terminating decimal. I mean, it can't. I don't see how it could be exactly 9.81 because our mathematics aren't perfect.
Even that, yeah. So, and that's fine. Yeah. But does that ongoing decimal stay the same, or is
I'm not sure.
Decimal.
You broke up a little bit there at the end.
Is that, you know, kind of slightly changing? Is it getting a little bit stronger over time? Is it getting a little bit weaker every microsecond? Or is it just static?
I need to look that up, honestly.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, one, we don't have any of the equipment to actually get that answer. And I don't think we ever will, because we'd have to test it, like I said, to like the quadrillionth decimal place.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, how long would you have to see if that number was 9.81, perfectly 9.81? I mean, how could anyone ever be alive long enough to test to see if it, like, mathematics may change one day and show us that it's 9.81 blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, the more refined our science and math gets, that number of gravity in terms of how it may change. You know what I mean?
I mean, math is a man-made language that we use, so you can even forget about math.
Yes.
It's just, does that force get stronger or weaker over time, or is it just the same?
I don't know.
Yeah, so that's a little food.
Do you remember what we talked about in terms of uniformity? Do you remember? I'm sorry, there's a delay. I keep interrupting you.
Oh, okay.
Do you remember about uniformitarianism?
No. Go ahead and give a brief description.
So uniformitarianism assumes that the physics, the laws of physics, or the physics itself has been the same overall since the Big Bang, and that it will be the same tomorrow onwards.
Right. So that's where my thing of truth comes into play. It's like, well, the truth of, you know, the force is, you know, X, but in a million years it'll be, you know, X plus 0.0001 or whatever, you know?
Oh, real quick, let me interrupt you, Perry. I just looked at my callers list. I'm sorry, Vlad, I haven't been looking at my callers. I am going to bring Vlad in, but I'm just letting the listeners know this is going to be a long show, and there's going to be plenty of time for everybody to call in. But right now, I just mainly want to talk to my speakers and to, you know, just a few people so we can work all this stuff out. And I'm going to keep my lecture notes and stuff, and we're going to go around the room and ask about it. What's that?
Are you going to lecture today?
No, I'm doing kind of like a hot mic thing where, you know, I read a little bit and I get into my notes and stuff, and then I kind of sum everything up and then get get a response from everybody in the room, and I was about to start another round of it before you jumped in. So, but I'm not going to take any other callers right now besides Vlad. Okay.
But it is like OnlyFans. You have to pay if you want to hear his lecture, Perry. So
Yeah. Yes, I require
I think
1
that's how it
cent.
should be.
Absolutely.
1 cent for
This
my
isn't free.
lectures.
Actually,
how's
knowledge
everyone
should be
doing?
free.
How are you, Vlad?
What's up, Vlad?
Doing good. Look at my new profile picture. This is what you guys did to me. I went from a hardcore line to a beautiful baby.
Is that your son
baby.
or grandson or?
No, that's my grandniece, and I'm thankful God she
I'm
survived
sorry,
COVID.
I couldn't tell.
So you took my
she
advice
survived
on
COVID.
the hubris, and you took away the raging lion, and then you put a
The
more...
raging lion to a humble baby,
I love
beautiful
it.
baby girl.
I love it, brother.
So I went to a babysitter. You made me a babysitter. But anyway, it's good to hear you guys, man. I couldn't miss out this part because I knew you said you were going to make part 2. I really
we're going to
wish Josh
definitely. We've been staying on topic tonight, and we're definitely going to continue to do that.
Yes,
but I don't
I
mind
know.
a few tangents. That's okay.
Because yesterday, without Josh being here, I made it into an atheist nightmare, and it kind of got flipped over on me. I don't know if it was part 5 or part 6.
I think just the natural chemistry between you and Nivik is volatile. You know what I mean? Vlad, you're always very, from my perspective, you're always very respectful and kind. You know, you get passionate, but you haven't insulted anybody. You know, you've got good manners, man.
Man, but I sure missed, I'll be honest, I liked all of you guys, but I wish Josh would have been there. We could have used 2 or 3 people, 2 or 3 Christians.
Yeah, I will
Josh,
say that Vlad was...
Come on board.
Vlad was getting dogpiled on pretty bad, Josh.
Dude, I'm sorry, man. I was on another atheist show on Colin, bro. I'm so sorry. I'm just kidding.
We went from epistemology to the atheist nightmare with Vlad.
I don't know if we ever...
And look what happened. They turned me into a baby.
All right, let's
I got turned into a beautiful baby.
No, I was just going to say, I don't even know if we ever got to epistemology. It was just pretty much the atheist nightmare.
Yeah, it really was the atheist nightmare last night. I don't mind. That's okay. I mean, it was fun regardless.
Hey, Thomas, after I was gone, did you guys continue or did you guys end it?
No, we ended it.
Well, we talked
did we end it, Scott?
We talked for like 12 minutes after, and Nivik kind of gave his 2 cents on some things, and then we ended.
I think it literally ended on Nivik like wanting to ask a question or say something. I was like, no, just wait for the Discord, and then we met up later, me and him and Brett.
I know the last words that I heard from Nivik was about the olive branch kind of thing, and I was like, man, I need to get something to eat. I'm so wasted. But it was cool. Like they say, whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger. In my case, I became a baby. But anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Go ahead.
Well, that's okay. I was just going to ask you, what do you think? What is truth to you?
Well,
I mean, I know kind of the answer what you're going to give, but go ahead and elaborate on it.
All right, it's going to be. I don't even know how to call it. It's going to start with God. It's going to start with God always.
Okay.
So it could be said, basically, God is the one that emanates all truth. So anything that comes out of Him, which is everything that exists, because if you look at the Bible, it basically talks about that everything. I think it's in it could be 2 Corinthians, that anything that finds its fullness is sustained from God. He's truth. He's the truth. Because of Him, everything exists. Everything is just part of because He wants it to exist. So everything that is true is true. When you lie, when you deceive, and you do it intentionally, and you know whether even you do it without knowing, you go against the truth.
Okay.
So anything that's true, no matter how shameful, no matter how convicting it is, if you go against that is real, then you live a lie.
Okay.
An example would be in our times, we live horrible times of lies right in our face. And I'll give you an example. If I offend anybody, I don't mean to. The trans issue, for example, the transgender issue, the biggest cock of crap, I'm going to say it like that has been conjured up by the world. And they wanted to buy it and say it's science. That's not science. That's mental health. And if you cannot tell the difference of mental health, then you're just no different than the person who believes that they're a woman when they're born biologically a man, and a woman that kind of like Ellen Page that says she's a man when she has nothing to prove that other than her feelings. So now we
Why do
have
you
people
think,
that are. Go
Vlad?
ahead.
Why do you think so many people that disagree with you think that the opposite is true? You know what I mean? It's
Okay.
not a free. Well, I'm just asking. I'm not trans, so I can't necessarily speak on that. But I am gay, so I can kind of speak halfway into it. Um, it could just be that some of them just want to have a different definition of self, and they're not ignoring the biology. You know what I mean?
Oh, and I could, no, I have no problem living with that. The problem where I have is when you try to institutionalize, legislate, then educate. That means indoctrinate.
Mm,
Okay.
okay.
If you go down that road, then you value no truth, really. All you do is you favored one group. You really didn't prove that they are trans, other than their mere feelings. Whereas in Christianity gave us this country, Western civilization. That's not based on some myth or or a lie, or I don't like what our founder. No, these are the facts. When they tell you you're endowed by your creator, you have unalienable rights. It's not given by government. It's given by our creator. That's
Yeah, we
much
don't
different.
we
We
don't
do
worship
live up to.
we don't worship the Constitution, though. You know what I mean? We just follow
Oh,
it
of course
guidelines.
not. Of
Yeah,
course not. But when
yeah,
somebody says, "Well, my rights were given by the government," that's where you're wrong. That's
yeah.
where I know people are living a lie. Rights and privileges are given by God.
Okay.
They're handed down, and they're invaluable, and you cannot change them. Whether even you change the Constitution, you got those rights because they're God given.
I see what you
Whereas
mean.
with
Well, I wouldn't
making a
say I
go
wouldn't
ahead.
say that the Constitution is absolutely true. You know what I mean? I wouldn't necessarily assign a truth value to it. It's what the founding fathers could come up with in terms of an organizational structure of government that they could at the time based on the new ideas of the Enlightenment. You know, so uh, it's not the Constitution is not the end all be all truth of the world. You know what I mean?
Of course not. It's made by fallible men, and they did at the best they could at their time, and they were extremely flawed. Some were deists, some were not deists, some were right in the
Yeah.
middle. Some were deist Christians, really believed in God. Others had aborted, but they all had that fear of, you know what, there's a higher power. And they were
Okay.
fighting at the same time, without contradiction, the powers that be at the time from England. So we have to take it at face value historically at what they were going on. But now, because of history, does that mean we do not go through any of those things right now? Yeah, we might not be directly at war with Britain or any other country that's over us, trying to threaten our existential way of life.
Mm-hmm.
What it
Yes.
means what it means is that there's other enemies within and out of the country, and that's what's bad.
Okay.
Because the within is no different than what happened to the czars and communists in what became communist Russia, and um, and
I
that
got what
didn't
you
work
mean.
because we
Yeah.
have people that want to destroy our way of life, all because they want to fit their agenda, their socialist, Marxist, or
Ho-
whatever the hell they call themselves,
yeah.
and we got to
Let's hold
deal
up.
with that. And
I understand that we got to deal. Hey, 1 second. We are going to get back on topic in a second. I'm enjoying the conversation, so I'm not getting onto you, Vlad. But let's if Perry or Brett or Josh or Scott wants to respond to Vlad, let's go ahead and do that now. And then after this, we're going to get right back to the criteria of truth. Okay. So Brett, did you want to
Just
say something, or Perry?
Yeah, one, to the Constitution. That's the reason why there's supposed to be amendments that are done over time. We haven't added one in a couple of decades, but that's how that's supposed to be an expanding document. So almost
Mm-hmm.
like an exploration of truth over time.
Yes.
And
Well, that's why we've had to amend it. Like what? 20? How many is it? 26?
27, yeah,
27? Yeah.
is where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second one I would just say is I understand Vlad's perspective on truth, on like us being here and exploring it and finding out what is truth versus what is potentially falsehood.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of the point on indoctrination, I think it's a very big stretch if we automatically assume that when someone wants to say, like, hey, like, this one kid has two moms or two dads, that is like trying to ruin the given society. I can understand like he said, where it's like legislation that does not allow for open discussion about it, and I'm not for that. But like, yeah, I think that what we're seeing right now is people debating over different truths, and can we take a step back to like analyze it, like we were talking about before, Thomas? I think that's an essential skill. I'll just stop there. Yeah.
Yeah, you're good. Scott, did you want to say something? Or Perry? I'm sorry.
So I guess to kind of add on what Brett was saying, that an amendment is, maybe put in one or two amendments over one or kids or whatever. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if it was Montesquieu or Adam Smith who talked about how if you stay rigid and conservative, you're not going to be able to, shit's going to happen. And if you're too liberal or whatever, shit's going to happen. So slow and steady progress over time is the best way to reconcile with those issues. And that's kind of what it sounds like Brett was
that's kind of how it's happening, you know what I mean? Because if you read Steven Pinker's work, Adam Smith, you think?
Yeah, I think, but I could be wrong. If anyone
that's okay. We'll look it up later. We'll fact check it later. I don't remember.
My bad.
Oh, you're good, bro. You're good. So let's jump. Let's real quick. I forgot Josh. Josh, did you want to say something to Vlad or anything else?
I mean, yeah, just kind of on the Constitution, whether or not, we could kind of talk about whatever, are we a Christian nation, where we found on our Christian principles. The important thing to remember is the presuppositional argument for God's existence, and that we would challenge people's understanding and basic epistemological belief of how they know what they know about the Constitution, right? Mm. So that's just for Vlad. And if you get presuppositional apologetics by Greg Bahnsen or Christian apologetics by Van Til, it really goes in depth on that. And it's not a cop-out. It's really just kind of a challenge to non-believers to really justify how they know what they know. But that's why I wouldn't get super into the weeds. I mean, I will with all of you guys because you're awesome. But like with other people that are a little bit more aggressive towards Christianity, I'd probably just stick with the, you can't know anything at all.
Luckily, the law is subjective, is changing. So, in case, since us non-believers don't have, God's divinity at least beknownst to us, then
you guys can respond to each other for a minute. I won't cut you off
in case we make a mistake.
Josh,
we'll get back to truth in just a second. Y'all go. No, it's okay. I was just saying we will get back to truth in just a second, but go ahead.
Josh, I understand the position you're coming from, that you're trying to explain with the presuppositional. But I think it was made very clear by them in the First Amendment that they realized that theocracy just doesn't work, that religion by humans is used in many ways, and unfortunately one of it is for, to obtain power in government. And they saw enough persecution to have the wisdom to realize, even with a suppositional thing of the religion that they mostly came from, they could not have that in, the governmental framework for a real functionality process, because they simply saw too many examples in history where humans, were not really following their religion. They were claiming they were following their religion, but then they were at the same time willing to persecute others. And so as a history teacher, when someone says, Christian nation or whatnot, I don't want to really discuss it, just because, like, I think you could make that claim, but, the First Amendment, the reason why it's such a brilliant piece of legislation for me is because it acknowledges that human well-being is tied into the fact that, multi-religions are able to live in a given area, or people with different opinions are able to express them and not have, one ruling the society, which would, basically silence its opponents. Because they had multiple denominations, obviously, at the, the Convention for the Constitution. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I
went
went on a lot of tangents there, but
no, you're good. Let's let Josh respond, and then I'm going to jump back into my next paragraph I was going to read. Oh, and we also had Honnenheim jump in, and Vlad, I don't want to be rude to you, brother. You're fine to stay in the caller thing, but I am going to get back to truth in just a second, and when I get done, I'll be glad to ask you your opinion too. But go ahead, Josh.
So I think kind of the presuppositional argument would try to get at what is undergirding your initial assertion about what you believe the First Amendment is, right? So, like, how do you even recognize that is the First Amendment, epistemologically speaking? And then why is it right or wrong for you to believe whatever you just said? That's kind of the presuppositional argument. So I have no problem discussing, whether or not we were a Christian nation, are a Christian nation, should be a Christian nation, theonomy, postmillennial eschatology. But the bottom line, I think, for the Christian is, how do you know what you know, right? Mm-hmm. How do you understand the claims that you just made? Why are they important? Are they necessary? Are they absolute? Are they subjective?
That's what these shows I'm doing are about, right?
Yeah.
We're trying to get deeper into this idea of understanding how we know what we know. Yeah. What was I going to say to you? I was going to say something, but I forgot. Let's jump just real quick, guys. Let's jump back into what I was talking about, and let's go for another paragraph or so, and let's see if we can have some good conversation from that. By the way, Josh, we will come back to that after we get done beating this to death for a little while. We'll come back to the Christian nation thing, and we'll talk about it later on in the show. How's that sound? That sounds good. All right. All right. So
I was saying I love you, but I cut out.
Oh, yes, I love you too.
Sure you were. Sure.
Are you sure it wasn't curse words? No. It's
I'm
all
not
good.
allowed to
So
curse.
basically I gave the yeah, you aren't. You better not. So now let's get to so let's make a distinction here, and I told Perry about this yesterday. The theories of truth and criteria of truth are almost identical. So I'm going to usually, if I say theory of truth, it means criteria of truth also. They're 99.999 the same thing. Okay? There really is no reason to even say that they're different. They're basically synonymous. So theory of truth, just assume that I'm saying criteria of truth, okay? So these the question of what is the proper basis for deciding for how, like words, symbols, sentences, ideas, and beliefs and stuff may be properly be considered true, whether by a single person or entire society, is dealt with by these substantive criteria of truth. So how we use symbols, ideas, and beliefs and semiotics and linguistics and stuff to come up with what truth is individually or societally, that's what these criteria represent. So the theories other than the most prevalent ones are things like deflationary or minimalist theories or criteria. And so basically they're the more recently developed deflationary or quote unquote minimalist theories of truth, criteria of truth, have emerged as possible alternatives to the most prevalent substantive theories like correspondence or coherence or any of the ones that we're about to get into. So minimalist reasoning centers around the notion that the application of a term like true does not assert anything significant about it, or anything about its. That's what a minimalist would say. They're trying to make truth, deflationary or minimalist are saying truth is not as important as we say it is. Putting the statement is true at the end of any statement doesn't mean anything, is what they're saying. For some reason, this new idea, the deflationary or minimalist idea, is trivializing truth in a way, in my opinion, and but that's not the standard. So let's read this. According to a survey of professional philosophers and others on their philosophical views, which was carried out in November 2009, taken by 3,226 respondents, including 1,800 philosophy faculty members and or PhDs, and 829 philosophy graduate students. So the results of the study were that 45% of those respondents accepted or leaned towards correspondence theory of truth. Okay? So the correspondence theory of truth is what we've been talking about this whole time, that which maps to reality. that which comports with reality, that which corresponds to reality. That's what the correspondence criteria of truth is. So 45% are correspondence, 21% lean towards the deflationary or minimalist theories that I just read, because that's just one of the new prevailing ideas in the argumentation of truth epistemically. And then 14% said that they fall into the other epistemic theories of truth, and we will cover those as well, such things as like verificationism, other minimalist ideologies. But let's go ahead and read let's read correspondence here, and I've got this in my notes, and it's on Stanford, so I'm going to read a bit between the two of them, and I'm going to try to paraphrase and make it a little bit easier to understand. So when we're talking about correspondence theory of truth, you can also say that's basically synonymous with the scientific method. I mean, we can't have the scientific method without the correspondence theory of truth. So the two also there are very similarly synonymous. So correspondence theories or correspondence criteria emphasize that true beliefs and true propositions correspond to the actual state of affairs in reality. So you have your subjective conceptual reality, and you have your objective phenomenal reality. Okay. This type of theory stresses a relationship between thoughts or propositions on one hand and things or objects on the other. So it's science. It is a traditional model tracing its origins to SPA, Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. These classes of theories hold that the truth or the falsity, the alethic modality of a mental representation, remember that term. So this class of theories holds that the truth or the falsity of a mental representation in your mind is determined in principle entirely by how it relates to things and objects, and by whether it accurately describes those things and objects. So mapping to reality, having the conceptual map to the phenomenal, having the subjective map to the objective. That's the correspondence, I'll give you an example. This is from Stanford. A classic example of correspondence theory is the statement by the 13th century philosopher and theologian Thomas Aquinas. And he said, quote, truth is the truth is the adequation of things and intellect. So when he says things, he's talking about things and objects. And he says intellect, he's talking about inner, abstract, conceptual reality. So Aquinas attributed, which he basically attributed that statement to the 9th century Neoplatonist Isaac Israeli. So Aquinas also restated the theory as truth is a judgment a judgment is said to be true when it conforms to external reality. So yeah, and of course the next sentence is correspondence theory centers heavily around the assumption that truth is a matter of accurately copying what is known as objective reality and then mentally representing it in thoughts, words, and other symbols and semiotics. So let's see. I guess that's pretty much all you really need to know about correspondence. Let me look at my notes and see if there's anything else I wanted to say about this before I go around the room. Okay, we won't get into that right now. So let's go first with Perry. Perry, what do you think?
Is deflation and minimalist the same thing, first of all?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
So deflationary or minimalist is how it's written, so they're synonymous. Let's go. I'll read that real quick. The deflationary criteria of truth. Modern developments in the field of philosophy has resulted in the rise of a new thesis that the term truth does not denote a real property of propositions or sentences. So this thesis is in a part response to the common use of what they call truth predicates, basically saying da 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 is true, or 2 + 2 = 4 is true. That's a truth predicate, just saying is true on the end of it, right? So this thesis in part a response to the common use of truth predicates, which was particularly prevalent in the philosophical discourse on truth in the first half of the 20th century. From this point of view, to assert that 2 + 2 = 4 is true is logically equivalent to asserting that 2 + 2 = 4 and then saying the phrase is true. So what they're saying, what a deflationary minimalist is saying, is that they're basically dispensable in every other context. So that is true part doesn't mean anything to a minimalist or a deflationist.
It's funny because when you search up the definition of truth, it says the quality or state of being true.
Yeah.
So is that kind of like, I mean, the definition is...
They're talking about correspondence. Most any definition you're going to find on the internet is talking about correspondence. All this other stuff is very, very fringe. Like deflationary is only 21% of people in 2009. I don't know how much bigger it's gotten since then.
And correspondence seems to make the most sense. I mean, yes. I haven't heard all of the theories, are those all the theories that you're going to talk about?
No.
Yeah,
all the criterias, there's probably like 20, 25 criterias of truth. But
we also have to presuppose that there is a thing and an object that our mind is representing. So
correct. We have to assume that we're being ontological materialists or physicalists, right? We have to assume that the substance of our ontology, the substance of the universe, is matter. And even though the conceptual in our mind is not necessarily matter, the brain that does whatever that mind is matter. You know what I mean? So in some way, they're inextricably linked.
What happens to a colorblind guy versus a guy who's not? I mean, what's the correspondence theory with?
Oh, God, I don't know. He would have to use correspondence by a different sensory modality. He would have to use correspondence by his ears or by his taste or by his touch. You know, it would have to be tangible to him. Then those would be his correspondence theories of truth.
So there's some
to a blind man, can you prove that red exists?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. How would you even do that? How would you teach a blind person intellectually color? I don't know.
I mean, it would be inappropriate of me to even attempt to try and explain that, because there's obviously theories, we'll call them, that people teach blind people in order. I mean, think of the guy who had to teach Helen Keller.
Oh my God, I think it was a female that taught Helen Keller.
Or the person.
And her name was
she
Annie.
Was deaf.
Annie.
Annie
was
she
name,
deaf, dumb, and blind, Brett?
Mm-hmm.
Helen Keller or Annie?
Yeah,
Helen Keller.
She was blind and deaf, but she definitely was not, quote unquote, what you would say is dumb, because she actually published a couple of books later on in life.
So she could. Well, I mean, by dumb, I mean can't speak, doesn't have the ability to form linguistics.
Yeah, all of their communication was by hand, like literally doing signs on hand, like sign language, learning through her hand.
So her correspondence theory of truth was her touch. That's, or her hearing.
Brett, do you know if Annie used positive and negative reinforcement to try and teach Helen? Because I feel like that would be a useful tool.
Yeah, I don't remember the story as much, but I mean, I think she probably, because she was one of the first to actually get through to her, and she, I'm not positive, but I mean, whatever she did, it worked.
Brett, would you say that that's the most impressive form of pedagogy that's ever existed, is what was done to Helen Keller?
I mean, when you think about it, like, to not have both of those senses, like those are pretty essential for language,
Yeah, so like the teacher had to be extraordinarily flexible and dynamic with her, I imagine.
And patient.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So I was just saying, would you think that that's like the height of teaching would be to teach someone like Helen Keller? You would have to really be, good at what you do, kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, you have to experiment with forms. You have to experiment with, different ways that humans interpret data. And the fact that she did it, I think it was either the late 1800s or early 1900s, whenever Helen Keller was a young child.
Yep.
The fact that she was able to experiment like that and finally get something to click is pretty impressive. I don't know how much data she had, previously, obviously, from other people who had worked with anyone in the deaf or blind community. But to have both of them, I know, it was I think she was pretty limited on her knowledge at the time.
Do you think brain surgery today would have helped her assimilate?
I have no idea.
I don't either. I just thought I'd throw that out there.
They don't have surgery for that, do they? To cure blindness?
I mean, they have brain surgery for like epilepsy and for like Tourette's syndrome and all kinds of things. So I don't even know if they have a way to fix what Helen had a problem with.
That would be my issue. Yeah, go.
Hearing, if you've seen the videos of individuals who have gone on like Oprah and Ellen and other, TV shows, like hearing depends on, the cause of the hearing loss. Because if it's as simple as the, hairs that pick up, sound frequency in your ear tunnel, I don't say ear tunnel, but you know what I mean, all the way to the, where your
ear canal.
The tubular,
ear canal, that's it.
Called.
Yeah, like if it's something as simple as that, then, technology can potentially fix it. But if it's something, I don't know if hearing has anything to do with neurons, that would be a much more complicated,
All of your sensory network is firing neurons every time you're doing anything with your olfactory senses, your tangible senses, your ocular senses, anything.
Yeah.
Your neurons are constantly firing, every one of them all the time.
So then it would be, it would be much more difficult, I think, to have that sense cured. But, here's hoping that, modern science and whatnot can get to that level. I mean, if we can trade, transport, didn't they do a head, what do you call it? A head transplant a couple of years ago.
On what? On what?
I think onto another person. I'm not sure.
Ooh, I don't know, man. Let me look that up.
I don't.
Head transplant.
That could have been a.
No, I'm not doing it to prove you wrong. I don't know. I don't know shit either, brother. It's okay.
I mean, you could just say brain transplant, right?
Maybe it was it.
It's true because it was on me.
First. So there is a Wikipedia page on head transplant. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Did not know that.
Yeah, I don't. Now that I say that, and it almost sounds foolish because of what would have had to occur, but yeah, I'm not positive.
Like the spine is certainly like your peripheral neurons go all the way down your spine.
I'm going to read this. A head transplant is an experimental surgical operation. Yeah, experimental, quite experimental. Surgical operation involving the grafting of one's organism's head onto the body of another. Okay. In many experiments, the recipient's head has not been removed, but in others it has been. Experimentation in animals began in the early 1900s. As of 2022, no successes have been achieved.
They'd have to pay me a bag to experiment.
There you go. I read something false.
That's
online.
okay. I read wrong shit on the internet all the time, so it's all good. But I was thinking for a minute, I was like, how could you connect all of that nervous system together? You know what I mean? Like,
we could be there one day, but yeah.
Oh yeah, I just mean right now, within the last 10 years or so.
Well, I don't even know how you could actually practice it, right? Because whoever did it would have to they'd have to know, hey, most likely this is it.
Yeah,
you're not coming back from this one, buddy. You want to try it?
We will give your family $10 million if you allow us to do a head transplant on you.
I'd do that, maybe. I'd commit suicide for $10 million for my family.
Well,
yeah, I probably would have to as well.
Maybe it's someone who's terminally ill, who's gone into a coma and basically
no, for sure, it's those kinds of people. Yeah,
who literally they say, hey, you know what, it's this, or they're pretty much,
definitely. Why not?
There's a guy with because Thomas said that and I looked it up, and there's a guy with Werding-Hoffman syndrome, where his head is completely normal, but his body is just like, I don't know. His body is just way fucked up.
Yeah.
And I guess in Russia, there's a doctor being like, hey, I'll transplant your head. So I don't know. He might try it.
I mean, if it were to work, you'd just be paralyzed, I feel like, is the next best step. And then
how many nerve connections are in the neck? alone.
The
You know what I
spine,
mean?
just say the whole spine, because it goes all the way down. Your peripheral neurons start in your,
That's
what
right.
is it, cerebellum, whatever the back of your
Yeah,
brain
the
is.
cerebellum. Yep.
All the way down to your vestigial tail. So.
Yes. I don't even know how that. But one day they may have a way to have some kind of nano machines or something get in there and connect all of those neural pathways and all the parts of the brainstem and the spine and everything back together. But I don't really even know how that would work without nanomachines or something like that.
You know what it
I
would
don't
be?
think you could do it with lasers.
It would be
What's
like a
up?
chip that you put in your head, and you sync all of the data from that person, and then you have a whole new body with a whole new brain.
Yeah.
And then I feel like that is more pragmatic than.
I think that's probably going to be something that we won't see, but I'm sure that there's going to be a way to make a brain in some way, and maybe we can program ours to that. I don't even know how that would work, but it's cool as shit to think about. Honnenheim, did you want to say something about correspondence or what we've been talking about, or Helen Keller, or did you have your own thoughts on anything? Honeyheim?
I could respond to what Perry said about the colorblind list. I'd
Please.
say that even with our like really amazing with say eyesight, we're still nowhere near actually seeing what's really
wrong.
there.
Yeah, exactly.
If we were all colorblind, that would be our standard of vision. We're almost colorblind to how bees see, and if we were to experience or meet another life form that could see far better than we would, colorblind to that one. So our senses are extremely limited, and so I wouldn't say it's correspondence theory with our senses. I'd say it's correspondence with each other. So science corresponds.
Well,
with
there is the plural. Real quick, there is the pluralist theory of truth, or the pluralist criteria of truth, where it would say that correspondence is good in this instance, or coherence is good in this instance, or pragmatic is good in this instance, where you have a pluralist view where you can use multiple types.
Yeah, well, it sounds like I'd probably agree with that one.
I'll read this real I'll read this real quick to you, Honnenheim. It says pluralist. Several of the major criteria of truth hold that there is a particular property, the having of which makes a belief or a proposition true. Pluralist theories of truth assert that there may be more than one property that makes propositions true. So it says ethical propositions might be true virtue of coherence, whereas propositions about the physical world might be true by corresponding to the objects and properties that they exude. So I don't know if that's possible, but I mean, science is only focused on correspondence, not coherence.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that seems to be complicating the theory. I'd go with correspondence theory.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. So I don't see how pluralism could work, but it's still something to understand, Josh, I haven't heard from you yet. What you thinking? Joshua?
I am Job. You guys ever seen Mrs. Doubtfire? No, I mean, all the stuff you guys are talking about sounds cool. I mean,
yeah, man. I know it's just a learning experience for you. You've already got your answer.
I really do, but I don't want to be a jerk.
I know you do. I know you do, but we're swimming around in ignorance, you know what I mean? So we're just having fun with our little floaties on our arms.
I love it. I have floaties too.
Play with them.
Scott, what's up? Scott, are you getting your butt whooped in chess?
I am, yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to finish up these couple games here so I can. I'll get a prize.
Yourself.
I'll get a prize or anything. It's I get a rank up. I get a rank up in this chess group thing that I'm in.
And they send you more of that cologne in the mail.
Was it China that the robot broke that kid's finger or something playing chess? Or was that Russia?
I haven't heard that.
That happened a couple weeks ago, I think.
This kid
was playing.
Go ahead.
I think that was Russia.
I'm looking this. Y'all got me wanting to look this up now, real quick.
It might have been China, though. That's probably right.
Or maybe both. They're in cahoots.
chess. I'm just going to type in chess cut off finger, or what should I put in?
No, see, because I thought it was like a Korean kid or a Japanese kid in
Yeah, I think you're right.
Russia or something.
Mhm.
If you look it up, he doesn't get his finger cut off like the chess robot, just like responds
Crushes it.
faster than it should and like breaks the kid's finger.
Damn. I mean, if you got machines ripping off kids' fingers and shit or breaking fingers, we got problems here. Skynet is upon us. The Terminator. Perry, go ahead, bro.
I was just gonna say it's still safer than the head transplant thing. So
Oh. Yeah. Yes. So let's real quick, I'm going to read the history of correspondence theory. So let's look into this real quick because I took notes on this too. Correspondence theory, the traditional model, which goes back to SPA, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, and the ancient Greek ones before them, the correspondence class of theories hold that the truth or the falsity of a mental representation is determined solely by how it relates to reality, just like we were saying. As Aristotle claims in his Metaphysics, to quote, to say that which is not, and that which is not is a falsehood. So that's pretty much tautology, I guess. But so a classic example of correspondence theory is the statement by the medieval philosopher. Oh, we already read that. My bad. Thomas Aquinas quote. Correspondence theory was either explicitly or implicitly embraced by most of the early modern thinkers. And early modern, it's saying is, let's see what year frame it's saying that. Okay, so the modern era was between the 16th and 18th century. Early modern philosophy. So between the 16th and 18th century. So it's saying correspondence theory was either explicitly or implicitly embraced by the most of the early modern thinkers, including René Descartes, Baruch Spinoza, John Locke, Leibniz, David Hume, Immanuel Kant. However, it is to be noted that Spinoza and Kant have also been misrepresented as defenders of coherence theory and not correspondence. That's not true. They were correspondence theories. It says correspondence theory itself has been attributed to Thomas Reid in 1783. So that's cool. I didn't know that. Okay, Thomas Reid, R-E-I-D, Reid, I don't know. In late modern philosophy, Frederick Wilhelm Joseph Schelling espoused the correspondence theory. So Schelling was a psychoanalyst, or what? Hang on one second. Let me look this up. We'll see what Schelling. I know Schelling was an idealist. Yeah, he was a German idealist. Okay, but that's weird. How can you see the coherence theory of truth, the coherence criteria of truth is basically tailor-made for idealists, and correspondence is tailor-made for empiricists. So you've got a rational idea of, a rationalist a priori concept of truth with coherence, and then you've got an a posteriori empirical side with the correspondence theory of truth. Damn, I about lost myself there. But yeah, that's pretty much the history of it. It says in contemporary. Oh, okay. In late modern philosophy, which is 18th to 19th or 18th to 20th or no 18th to 19th century, is Karl Marx also subscribed to a version of correspondence theory. That's interesting. In contemporary continental philosophy, Husserl defended the correspondence theory, even though he was the progenitor of phenomenology, which is very continental and post whatever they called it back then. Not modern, that's a new thing. But so that's interesting. I did not know that Husserl defended correspondence theory. That's something new I learned. Of course, Bertrand Russell and Karl Popper and J.L. Austin all defended correspondence theory. I mean, most people, especially scientists, everybody's saying correspondence. So there's really not much more to read about that. Anybody got any opinions on that, Perry?
Nope.
Let's see what else. Let's see what if anybody doesn't have anything to say, I'll see what else there is to cover, and then we can just go to talking about whatever. I could go it. I guess I could list and quickly name the criteria of truth, just so you guys get the understanding of how many there are and what most of the main ones' names are. So let's read this out of my notes. Epistemologically, criteria of truth, theories of truth, whatever, are standards and rules used to judge the accuracy of statements and claims. So they are tools of verification. As in the problem of the criterion, the reliabilities of these tools is disputed. So of course, all of these different ones are disputed. However, 90-something% are correspondence. Understanding of philosophy's criteria of truth is fundamental to a clear evaluation of that formal system of philosophy. This necessity is driven by the varying and conflicting claims of different philosophies. So, as we all know, the rules of logic themselves have no ability to distinguish truth on their own, not the soundness of the propositions anyway. So an individual must determine what standards distinguish truth from falsehood. Not all criteria are equally valid, and some standards are sufficient while others are questionable. These are some of the main ones. So we'll go in alphabetical order. That's kind of how it is on Stanford's encyclopedia. You've got the authority criteria of truth, which is basically an appeal to authority, right? We all know what that is. The opinions of those with significant or highly trained experience or possessing advanced degrees, you're calling on them to say that that's where your criteria of truth is from. Now, I would say that referencing the consensus of the scientific data with what we have now as a whole is not an appeal to authority or an appeal to consensus. It's an appeal to tentative models of science that can change. So I do not personally think that an appeal to the scientific consensus is the same thing as the fallacy of appeal to consensus, because appeal to consensus really means that everybody is involved in it, whereas in science, it's just the scientific community's consensus which is involved. So you still can't be 100% sure by saying, you have. There's no way to be completely not is unfallacious a word? There's no way to be completely non-fallacious. How's that sound? So you've got the authority, appeal to authority, criteria of truth. Then you have the coherence theory of truth, which is the idealist version of truth. It kind of like coherence theory of justification. The coherence theory of truth is making an a priori rationalist web chain of truth that all come back to each other in some way. The main problem with coherence is that everybody would have a different web of beliefs who was a coherentist. So I'm going to read this because it is important. There's even more to this, but this is just the definition of coherence criteria of truth. So coherence criteria of truth refers to a consistent and overarching explanation for all facts involved in rationalization. So to be coherent, all pertinent facts must be arranged in a consistent web and cohesive fashion as an integral whole. So they're looking for, and I don't even know how the web starts, because this is all, it's not starting with observation and hypothesis like correspondence is. This is assuming that ideas are the ontological substance. So that's why coherence theory is perfect for idealists, is because you start a priori in your mind conceptually rationalizing what the truth is instead of letting external reality tell you what it is by observation and hypothesis. So the coherence theory that most effectively reconciles all facts in this fashion may be considered to be most likely true. Coherence is the most potentially effective test of truth because it most adequately addresses all elements in any situation. However, the main limitation lies not in the standard, but in the human inability to acquire all facts of any experience. So only an omniscient mind or only an omniscient mind could technically be aware of all relevant information or variables in any situation. It's just infinite variables. So a scholar kind of has to accept this limitation and accept as true the most coherent explanation for all available facts. So that's the problem with coherence, is that each person can come up with their own a priori web of beliefs and justifications, but it's arbitrary. Everybody's going to have a different web. So we will cover coherence probably a little bit more in further episodes and try to have some criticisms against it, because really it's between correspondence and coherence. Correspondence is considering that material is the ontology. Coherence is considering that ideas are the ontology. Does anybody want to respond to that?
Yeah, what's the difference between plural, you were saying, correspondence, coherence? Because
I'm sorry, you're cutting out, Perry.
What's I guess I'll get closer. How about now? Am I good?
Yeah.
What's the difference between your pluralist correspondence definition that you were giving and then coherence?
Okay, so the pluralism doesn't inherently mean correspondence. Pluralism just means you're using multiple types of criteria at the same time.
Isn't that what you were saying, like the web of coherence, though? Like the web.
Yeah, the web of coherence makes it impossible for everybody's web to be the exact same. So therefore, truth would be relative. Do you see what I'm saying? This is assuming, coherence theory is assuming what the German idealists are assuming. They're thinking that reality is made up of ideas, not material. That's why they don't start with observation. They start with rationalization in an a priori sense out of their concepts.
And it can't be both, that there's a material world and the ideas that we impose.
Well, an idealist is literally stating all there is ideas. The conceptual, the objective, everything is ideas.
Oh, okay.
Is that, Thomas, is that like, understand this because I'm probably the least philosophically trained here.
Oh, bro, you're fine, dude.
Is that like, is it the thing of like people experience a tree or the wind differently? Or is it
it's a little different. We got to get a little bit more meta about this, right? So these are the theories of truth. They're very meta. So when we say coherence, what we got to think of is why did coherence come about? And it came about by all these German idealists and all these idealist philosophers not wanting to use correspondence theory, because they didn't think that objective reality was objective reality. They think that everything in reality, in our brains, in our minds, is made of ideas. The constituency of reality is ideas. Does that make sense? That's why they had to form this coherence, because they didn't start with an observation and then make a hypothesis and do the scientific method with correspondence. They started randomly in their brain and their mind and formulated their own truth webs, that each of the truths, somehow prove the other truths. And that's why I was saying everybody could have their own webs, because it's arbitrary where you start. Does that make sense?
Yeah. What century were they roughly thinking about this?
Oh, let's see.
Idealism was 18th, 19th century. 17, 18, 19.
17, 18, 19, he's right. Let's see here.
Started with.
And is there a specific reason that triggered this in the specific German thinkers, or is it
I'm not sure what triggered German. I'm not really personally sure what triggered German idealism. I'm sure it had a lot to do with the pushback against the scientific revolution, right? Trying to keep the romanticism in philosophy, whereas science was moving towards analytic philosophy, right?
But they argued that, if I'm understanding this, they argued that the truth really, not that it's situated, that like we said, people can experience phenomena differently, and when they do that, their thoughts then, are just kind of all over the place in their own web.
Because what they're doing is they're not starting with an observation. They're not trying to see if what's in their head maps to reality. They are assuming that reality is the same ideas that's in their head. Okay? They think that the substance of reality is ideas, not material. Does that make sense?
When you say material, like, you know how
Atoms and shit.
Okay.
Yes.
Does that include physical pain, like, getting punched in the face, or
that's more experience and nervous system experience. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
We process that nervous. Well, yeah, we process that nervous system experience differently for each individual and their neurons. But yeah, that's what that is.
You asked Brett, like, kind of how it came about, and if I'm charitable in saying that German idealism more or less started with Kant. Kant spent a decade of his life responding and refuting Hume, who was what seems to be correspondence type, material type person.
Yes, he was a logical positivist who really pushed correspondence theory.
So that's kind of, I'm sure, how it started from there, and then
Kant basically Perry's right. Like, Kant, I think, was one of the first to really let's look at the history here real quick.
Because he was like the end of the Age of Enlightenment, more or less.
Let's search Google. When did idealism begin is what I'm going to ask it. Let's see. When did idealism begin? It says by Christian Wolff in 1747.
I'm seeing that too.
Okay. So I've never heard of Christian Wolff.
I typed in German idealism and it brought up Kant. So that's just German specific.
Go ahead, Hohenheim.
So that's when the...
I'm not looking at my phone.
So that's when the universe began then, according to them.
If it's just a thought?
Technically, because it's all ideas. It's all ideas. Yeah.
Whenever that first idea happened was the origin.
Anybody who is making the claim, I am an idealist and I think idealism is correct, it is making a hell of a claim. You know what I mean? That is something that cannot be... It's all rationalized a priori. It's just you and your brain coming up with whatever. You know what I mean? That is, of course, how Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle had to do it, but they were doing it in rigorous, senses. They weren't trying to be romantic about it like a lot of the idealists were. They wanted to keep the mystery and beauty in philosophy that they saw, and they turned it into something, different. But it's always been an argument between materialism and idealism. What constitutes reality? So,
I wonder if, I know you're saying Hume preceded Kant, and Kant was responding to him, but yes. I wonder if John Locke got in there to Kant, I don't know if you want to say epistemology, but just thinking about the idea that, like, in history they had laws, obviously, and whatnot up until that point, but Locke starting to say, like, life, liberty, and property, ideas that maybe had been around to a certain degree, but then shifting to the thing of, like, no, that's something for everybody, that, like, the king can't take away. I don't know if that's too much of a stretch, history and philosophy, but I wonder.
Are you saying Locke was attempting to be a course, or
was he trying to use ideas to, know what I mean? Like, obviously, like, like, he's not, obviously, Locke was British, so he wasn't an English, or he wasn't a German thinker, but, like, the idea that ideas could be thought up, and he's using one there to, like, fundamentally change the the concept we knew of, like, not private property necessarily, but rights that had been very is the word dubious, or, like, not
auspicious,
not fulfilled, throughout history. But that's probably obviously not,
I'm like, sure Kant was affected by that, and many other types.
So this is what I'm seeing. David Hume wrote a treatise of human nature in 1739, and it looks as if Christian Wolff, made up the term idealism in 1747. So it's looking like Perry's right. It's all in German idealism was to combat the movements of logical positivism and empiricism and shit like that
Age
was
of Enlightenment,
happening.
we could just call
Yeah,
it.
that was, yes, exactly.
God,
I just don't know why people branched off into idealism. You know what I mean? Because that wasn't really a thing until that point.
So was it Wolff that coined the term idealism? Is that what we're hearing?
Looks like that's what it's saying, but
Christian Wolff. Okay.
The term re-entered the English language in this abstract sense in 1796.
There's a picture of Plato right next to it, so I guess we can consider someone like Plato as an idealist also. But
well, he thought that there was the world of forms.
Yeah.
So he thought that we had the mind world, the objective world, and the form world. You know,
I like that idea, honestly. I feel like
that's an ontological.
Useful.
It's called ontological pluralism.
Seems so true, because like a circle, there is no perfect circle except in the
he
realm
said
of
that
forms.
they actually existed, though. That they were in
true.
the realm of forms. They were tangible. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he thought it was nonfiction.
Yeah, exactly. Not a metaphor, but like literal. There was, kindness was a thing that an object or a person could have. Justice,
good,
or the number one, attributed to some object.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't on Wikipedia. It doesn't really have a good. Idealism as a term was several. It comes from the Latin idea. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, it says the term entered English language by 1743, and it was first used in the abstract metaphysical sense. John Wolff in 1747. It's not telling me like if Kant's the first or.
I mean, he was the most popular, definitely at that time. So we could just call.
Yeah,
it
but we know now that he was a correspondence guy. You know what I mean? Because he was putting forth transcendental idealism.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Remember?
Yeah.
Transcendental idealism doesn't ignore the empirical. So it gets real weird with Kant, man. I don't want to blow it. Yeah. I don't want to blow it out of proportion.
Interesting.
There's really not much more we can cover about coherence except to understand that it's the idealist way of recognizing truth and justification in reality, that everything's a big chain, a web that we've rationalized in our minds. And since you can start with any truth that you think and then just add truths to your web that make the other parts of the web seem more true, it's all arbitrary. They're just picking truth out of a priori states. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean, just the word a priori seemed a coherence term.
It's rationalism. It's anything that is induction or inference or intuition.
Another way that go for it.
Does a priori have to be rational?
Yes. So there's two different things. There's a priori, which is rationalism, and there's a posteriori, which is empiricism. I think they are both interconnected and used simultaneously, whereas other people would say, no, I'm an empiricist, or no, I'm a rationalist.
So if let's say a person had a really negative experience when they were really young, right? And could that be considered a priori for why they, spend the rest of their life?
I'm going to find a good definition here. Go ahead with what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's thinking that life is, thus negative, and just like building off of that assumption.
That's rational to him.
To the day that they die. Yeah, that's what I was getting at exactly. Right? Is that
so? That's the colloquial term, rational. Rationalism, in my sense, when I'm talking about it epistemically, is different.
Okay, what is it in your sense, or go to the thing you were looking up, because I don't want you to double work.
So when used in philosophy, it distinguishes types of knowledge justification, an argument. A priori knowledge is independent from current experience. So it is independent from sensory data or phenomenology. It is completely conceptual. So examples include mathematics, logic, right? A posteriori knowledge depends on empirical evidence. So outside. A priori is only in your mind. You start with rationalizations, induction, I'm trying to find a good example here.
Thinking logically is not a perceptual sense. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, here's an example. A priori, consider the proposition: if King George V reigned at least 4 days and then he reigned more than 3 days, this is something that one knows a priori because it expresses a statement that one can derive by reason alone. Because if you say he was there for 4 days, then obviously he was also there for 3. That's a priori. I don't need any empirical evidence to understand that.
Right.
So in a posteriori, consider the proposition: George V reigned from 1910 to 1936. This is something that, if true, one must come to know a posteriori because it expresses an empirical fact unknowable by reason and rationalization alone. Does that make sense, Brett?
It does. It takes me to my limits, so I need to think about the, the
It's okay, man.
there.
Is it just Socratic reason? Is that the standard that we use?
Yeah, Socrates was doing completely a priori. Well, I mean, he was doing correspondence too. He was doing empirical because he was, reading body language and interlocking with people and so. So I mean, he was doing a little bit of empiricism, but he wasn't actually going out there and back in those days they didn't have a way to conduct experiments. Mm-hmm. So it was pretty much all rationalized from their mind. I mean, see how far they got. They came up with logic, Pythagoras and all them started coming up with mathematics, just drawing shit in the sand. You know what I mean?
I thought some of the pre-Socratics did some sort of what we would now call pseudoscience, but weren't they at least attempting something?
Yeah, you could say that. Yes.
And it was pseudo, no doubt. I mean, they all
thought definitely.
Everything was founded on either fire or water or air.
You're right.
Whatever, so
that's right. Aristotle's 4 natures or 4 elements was fire, wind, earth, and something else. Water. Yeah.
Water.
So yeah, that's the weird shit. Is you have such a rational, super a priori intelligent person, and they think that those are the 4 elements of nature.
Wouldn't you have to say that it's a meta a priori that we're saying? Or am I
maybe? Can you give me a bit? Can you elaborate a little bit?
So, are you saying that a priori can't be wrong? That your rationale?
No, yeah, it absolutely can.
Right.
I can try to a priori rationalize why the moon circles the Earth right now, but I'm not going to be able to come to understand how it does that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So then but what a correspondence person would say is, I see it.
They would measure the moon. They would use telescopes and shit, and they would measure the position to understand how it went around the planet.
Okay.
Because that's empirical data that you get from your senses. So a priori just means you're not using any of your senses to derive this knowledge.
Don't you have to, as a coherence, use empirical senses though at some point?
Yeah, that's that's one of the things that Bertrand Russell pointed out to them. So there's a lot of answers back and criticisms of the coherence theory.
That's why I'm thinking that it's both.
Well, I'll go to the coherence theory real quick, and we'll see if I can find a section on rebuttals or criticisms. Coherence theory. I'm having a great time, by the way, guys. I really appreciate all you listening and hanging out with me. This shit's awesome.
Confusing myself.
I do too. Let's see. So criticisms. Perhaps the best known objection to coherence theory is Bertrand Russell. He maintained that since both a belief and its negation will individually cohere with at least one set of beliefs, this means that contradictory beliefs can be shown to be true according to coherence theory. So you could have true contradictions in coherence theory, right? Mm-hmm. Therefore, they cannot work.
Okay.
Everybody's going to have their own arbitrary web of concepts. Basically, they're starting out with these truths, and then they're saying, hey, I see this next truth. Does it fit into my fucking web?
what are correspondence? Because it seems like a skeptical
He's
thought
just.
like that would also.
I don't think he specifically said anything about it. I think he was just a proponent of it.
Would you say he was a fallibilist and would?
Let's go look up and see if he was a fallibilist real quick.
It seems like a skeptic like that would not think that he has infallible.
Bertrand Russell was a British. Yeah, exactly. Was a British mathematician, philosopher, logician, and public intellectual. He had a considerable influence on mathematics, logic, set theory, linguistics, artificial intelligence, cognitive science, and computer science, and is related with various areas of analytic philosophy, especially the philosophy of mathematics and epistemology and metaphysics. So I'm trying to see what he is labeled here. He may have been an infallibilist. He may have been like a logical positivist, and
that would be good to know.
Let's see, biography. Early career. Oh, he was in the First World War. Later life. Political. He was a political guy, apparently. This is a lot to read. I'm sorry. I'm just skimming through it real quick. Perry, are you walking again? You sound tired or like worn out.
Yeah. Well, I'm sighing. I think the sigh was a product of just me thinking and, like I said, being confused. But I am walking, yeah. And
sometimes I think you're like out of breath and you're just like, you know what I mean? Like,
dude,
trying
I'm
to breathe
240 pounds. I just did this pizza challenge that I failed. Like, I'm struggling. I'm a smoker.
Hunterheim, did you have anything to say here, bub? Honeyheim?
It's funny you say that. I used to chat with a couple of Americans, and they just called me Honeyham. Hey, Honeyham, how are you? Anyway, so I was just going to say how these idealists could be. I just give you an example that popped into my head as you were talking about King George, whatever. What was his King George, whatever?
King George
V.
Imagine
there's a group of the wisest people, and they educate the royalty, and they're sitting around a table, and they come to hear of this new king, King George. So they sit down, they deliberate, and they fully understand this person, and they plan out his whole life. And then someone walks in and says, "Oh, sorry, actually, Bob over there just lied to you. This king doesn't exist. So everything you just talked about is complete bullshit because the guy doesn't exist." So this whole idea of idealism, apart from what it. You see what I'm saying there? It's just,
if anybody claims if anybody says I absolutely think that this is idealism, I'm going to laugh at them.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Is that what you were talking about? Maybe I misunderstood what you were commenting about. I apologize. What were you saying?
I was just saying that any kind of deliberations on reality without actually interacting with reality just meaningless, because you don't have any idea until you actually interact.
And that's why I'm saying you have to, as an idealist, be empirical at some point.
Yeah, that's why I think Kant came up with transcendental idealism, because he could not rationalize why we couldn't use the empirical. You know what I mean? He thought that the substance of everything was ideas, but he thought we could still, see and operate with objects. You know what I mean? He thought they were made of ideas, but there was still some objective reality that could be empirically measured. So that's how Kant got around that shit. If you ever get interested, go read about transcendental idealism.
I wonder what each of them or each theory would propose as to the, reasoning on, something like I've tried to mention before about how, for example, like most people love their own kids, or children. Yeah, you hope, right? But children near them, their lives, and like, does a certain branch here or subset, whatever the correct topic is?
Yeah, subset.
Subset does say like, that's because of empirical proof, or right. Like that's something that obviously is hardwired into our biology. Just because I wonder if a topic like that could help. You pick a topic like you did with King George, and then kind of start to decipher what people think.
I mean, you could not sit there and a priori come to the fact that he reigned for 30 years. You couldn't just sit in a room and come up with that. But you could be told that he was at a place for 4 days, and then also be told that he was at a place for 3 days, and you would know there, Harold, I'll just read it again. I don't want to F it up. So consider the proposition. If George V reigned at least 4 days, then obviously he reigned for more than 3 days. This is something that one knows a priori because it expresses a statement that one can derive by reason alone without sensory experience.
That makes sense?
Yeah, so the reason...
Yeah.
So the thought that popped in my head, so someone comes in and says, hey, King George is now the king. And then they sit there and they do this deliberation about the days and all this. And then they... and then they came in and said, actually, I was just fucking with you. He's not the king. You just deliberated something, and it just your whole deliberations mean absolutely nothing. I can understand how about the reigning of the days and the logic there, but in its application to reality, is then made meaningless. If you know what I mean.
I agree with you. How does an idealist wake up and say and live their life if they're an absolute? If they have claimed idealism and they believe it, with some sort of certainty, how can they live? You know what I mean?
You have to be willing to be wrong.
Yeah.
With both correspondence and coherence.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just,
and those are the two prevailing types.
Yeah.
Real quick, let's before we start babbling about other things, let's read a few more of these criteria, and then we can talk about whatever the hell y'all want to.
Yeah, there's 20, right?
Something like that, 20 or 25.
20 plus.
20 plus for sure. Like the epistemic criteria of truth, I'll cover in a later episode. We already covered deflationary and minimalism, and that to me just trivializes the hell out of the word truth. So I don't really pay attention to that much. However, it is new in philosophy. It's kind of gaining popularity, so I still kind of want to understand it. But it's attempting to get rid of the idea of truth completely, is what it seems like to me. But so we talked about coherence. Then there's, of course, the argumentum ad populum, you know what I mean? Your criteria of truth could be like on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, polling the audience. You know what I mean? Does anybody think that that's like the right way to go about it? I mean, you may get the wisdom of the crowd in there, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee that you're going to get the right answer, A, B, C, or D, right?
I mean, I would just repeat myself and say that my ace in the hole is that as long as you admit that you're fallible and you could be wrong, I mean, yeah, that could be a useful way to gain truth, is to take the poll, but you have to, take so many things into consideration. Where are we? Are we in the Middle East? Are they going to be biased about this? Are we in Africa? Whatever.
So just as there is that one, there's also a one where people use emotions as their theory of truth. Some people use instinct or intuition. Here's one, the pragmatic theory of truth, the pragmatic criteria of truth. It's also associated with the scientific method and falsifiability, but let's see. It says, if an idea works, then it must be true to a pragmatist. The consequences of applying a concept reveal its truth value upon examination of the results. So it's a consequentialist ideology. The full meaning of an idea is self-apparent in its application. For example, the therapeutic value and effect of penicillin in relation to infections is proven in its administration. Although pragmatism is considered a valuable criterion of truth, it must be used with caution and reservation due to the potential for false positives, because it's a consequentialist ideology. They don't understand things before. So, for example, a doctor may have prescribed a patient medication for an illness. It could later turn out that placebo effect is equally effective. Thus, untrue concepts could appear to be working contrary to the purpose of the pragmatic test. See what I'm saying? So that's the pragmatic criteria of truth. That's one of the other main ones that's going to be used. But like the example with the placebo, I'll say it again. For example, a doctor may prescribe a patient medication for an illness, but it could later turn out that a placebo is equally effective. So, thus, untrue concepts could appear to be working contrary to the purpose of that pragmatic test.
Would that be a subset of correspondence, it sounds like?
Seems like it. Seems like pragmatism is just like a consequentialist version of correspondence. Correspondence is always going to start with observation and then move to hypothesis, right? We're not going to start with assumptions or a web of truth or any of that bullshit. We're going based on what we see in reality, mapping that to a mental representation in our heads, and then using science to predict future, right?
Yep.
So there's a couple more. We don't really have to cover all of them. I guess that's pretty. Then there's one that says tradition. So there's a traditional criteria of truth. That's assuming. So it's closely related to custom. It's saying that traditions are what are true. I don't know if I agree with that at all.
I feel like one could change or kind of mess with the definition of tradition to say that everything is just a tradition.
That's right. So we've talked about intuition and instinct. That's pretty much self-explanatory. That's allowing your rationalization, your a priori, to just give you the answer. Then there's also what's called mere and strict consistency, but both of those are included in correspondence, basically. So we don't even really have to go over those unless you want me to read them. Do you want me to read them, Perry, or anybody?
I'm good.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and stop babbling and stop reading. So now we're just going to let the conversation free flow for a little while, and let's see what we can get to talking about. So what's on anybody's mind? What do y'all think about all that shit?
I know Vlad has just been holding his tongue this whole time.
Man, what's up, Vlad?
Well, my thing is, I just want to know, for example, because you did ask for empiricism, but you also asked for feelings, right? So let's say we have a mob of people, let's say U.S. Navy men, right?
Okay.
And they all saw the UFO, but their captains and upper, people in rank are saying, you didn't see nothing.
Oh, we lost Vlad. Oh, shit.
Shit.
Vlad!
I think I know where he was going. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, he's back. Oh, wait a minute. My phone's being super slow. Hang on. I got Scott as a moderator, but he's chessing.
I got it.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, Brett.
So basically this mob, it was 20 of them out there, and they all saw the same thing. It's undeniable.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you mean undeniable? Like indelibly undeniable?
There is proof on the computer that there was an unidentified flying object, but they're telling them, so what do you do in a situation like that? So you got eyewitness testimony, but you don't have science to back it up other than mere testimony. What happens?
The only reason I don't trust that shit that they said about the UAPs or UFOs is because things can be faked on video, and also people can be fooled by what they see, even multiple people. So I still think that shit is cool. Is that where you're getting at? Is the most recent release of all the UFO footage and stuff?
Yeah, in part, but I'm also, and not as a gotcha shot, but kind of like what Trump revealed, FBI record in the 60s of the discovery in the 1960s, FBI record, that there was
that stuff he declassified like in 2017 or whatever?
Yeah, yeah. And that they've always tried to just brush under the rug, and there's new evidence, and it's out there already. It might be classified still, areas with marked in black where we won't know, but it's out there.
I have
an example
Thomas,
is, go ahead.
I have to agree with Vlad. I wonder at what point, that I understand that the burden of proof is to say, like, here's the proof that aliens exist. But, like, at what point does, a certain portion of the population decide that, that kind of material will not be public knowledge? And where does our own, like, I don't want to say fallacies, but like our own fallibility play into where we've been told that that's like science fiction. And so we're more prone to say, yeah, they were,
for sure.
They were lying versus whatever. And that's not at you, Thomas. That's just,
I know. If you were to ask me, do aliens exist? I would say, I don't know.
Yeah.
Or do aliens come to the Earth in UAPs? I don't know.
But I think Vlad brings up a good point that it's like, are 20 individuals there, like, did they coordinate to, lie?
Right.
It doesn't look like it. could they have been fooled? Yes, they very
No,
much could have.
they all told the
But,
same stories, so I get it. You know what I mean?
yeah, and if they did it independently, like not in the same room, that like. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that further corroborates the data. But I just there may be unidentified things out there, but even considering aliens as one of the first things is a bit too much of a jump for me.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what about this, Thomas?
Okay.
Same FBI record. Hitler died in 1962 in Colombia. So he didn't die in World War II as we were told.
Oh yeah, you told me about this on one of the first times I met you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So now what? Does we have FBI record that was looking for maybe Nazi hunter kind of thing, and now they found out that he didn't die in Argentina, but he died somewhere in South America.
Yeah, I was going to ask you,
Colombia.
didn't all the Natina, is that where they all ended up, or was it? Because I've heard that before on joking that this guy said, you know, he's been down there in Argentina.
There's an Odessa. There's an Odessa that you know, like what was it? The one that died, Mengele, and then there was the other guy.
Yeah, Mengele, yeah.
And
Himmler,
Heimler,
no,
I think it was.
Heimler, yes.
So they found out. They found out, you know, these people, and I think the one that they tried in Israel, Eichmann. Thank you. So there was proof of those, and there was others because there was probably lesser form of Schuftafel because they found them in Chile. In Chile, they have a big population. In fact, I think it was Chile who was responsible for having the colony, La Colonia, and that was like a sect of Nazis, and the way they brought up people, and it was horrible. But
it's saying on Wikipedia that 5,000 Nazis relocated to Argentina. So
yeah, and Argentina is known this, but the
went to
problem
Brazil.
They were kept in because remember the Perón, Juan Diego, and Evita, they were hardcore Nazis sympathizers, and they blasted open the door for all of them. So the thing is, this is something that Argentinians have to reconcile, which is another topic all in itself historically. But at the same time, because there is those that deny it. If you're a Peronista, you don't like this history, but you have to admit that Evita and Juan Diego were both Nazis. Let's be honest. And then you have to look at the areas of San Carlos de Bariloche, close to the Patagonia area, all that area, and it's heavily German. And a lot of them were hidden in those among the German population. So it's not so far, but the thing that they allow this man, and why do we still believe in history that he died in 1945 when in fact he did not? There's already so much.
Did they ever get a body? Did they ever get Hitler's body?
That is the thing. The only ones that had recovered the body were the Russians, and they loaned it out to be scientifically, like forensically experimented on. But it was the body of a woman, and it wasn't Eva Braun.
Was it a doppelganger or something?
Looking this up now. Was Hitler's body recovered? I'm just seeing what the internet says, Vlad. I'm not trying to prove you wrong.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna let you guys go because I got a visit. Take care, man.
Okay, bud. Take care.
Later.
Okay, on Wikipedia, it says Adolf Hitler, Chancellor and Dictator from 1933 to 45, died by suicide via gunshot on April 30th, 1945. But it doesn't say anything about his body. Wait. Oh, it does have a preceding event to his... Let me read the end of it. Okay, on the afternoon of 29th of April, Hitler learned that his ally Benito Mussolini had been executed by Italian partisans. The bodies of him and his mistress Clara Petacci had been strung up by their heels. Ooh. The corpses were later cut down and thrown into the gutter where they were mocked by Italian dissidents. God dang. These events... He was a terrible person, though, so... Yeah. These events may have... they were justified.
Italy was pretty angry at him by the end because... You know, while he had brought up the economic resurgence, it was World War II was a disaster for them, just like Russia. For Italy.
So there's the end part says,
that's crazy.
The Red Army shelled the area in and around the Reich Chancellery on and off during the afternoon. SS guards brought over additional cans of petrol to further burn the corpses. Although the corpses were being burned in the open, I'm assuming these are the dead Germans. Corpses at approximately 18:30 Lindorf time. Here's the after. Okay. It doesn't say anything about his suicide, though. Where does it say that? At 30, he received permission to attempt to impregnate Hitler, too. I can't find it. Can you find it, Perry?
I'll look, yeah. You just want me to search up Hitler's
Yeah, see if you can find if Hitler's body was recovered in any shape, form, or fashion. Sorry, audience, we're going quiet for a second. We're going to do a little bit of research on this because I just want to know if Hitler's body was recovered even in the slightest sense.
Call in if you guys want to talk about something.
Please do call in. We would love to hear from you. This is the time where we're not preaching. I just feel it on the back of my neck. My hairs are raising. I feel Nivik's presence is going to eventually come in here and give us some stuff to talk about. Josh, what's up,
Josh
bro?
some questions.
Please do.
You there, Josh?
Me and Perry will be looking this up while y'all are doing that. He did say he was on the phone a minute ago, Honenheim, so maybe he's not off the phone yet.
I have to put in very biased keywords to try and get to Hitler's death in 1962, right? Or do you want me to search up the proclaimed 1945?
Yeah, maybe put in after Hitler's suicide, where did the body go? Or something like that. Get really specific, you know?
Yeah.
I'm still reading on Wikipedia to see if I can find that answer. Josh, are you there? Hello, Josh.
Is he even... Oh, yeah, he is on the speakers. Okay.
Let me see. I'm going to text him real quick. Say, are you here? Do you... I
mean, did they have...
Or I'll let you save your questions, Honenheim.
Did they have DNA of his to correlate to make sure that was Hitler? When... that would be something that I feel like...
Okay, Honenheim, Josh said give him 10 minutes. So, Perry, I don't think we're going to find... I mean, it's kind of crazy if they went into the bunker and he killed himself. Whoever went into the bunker first... Was it the Russians that went into the bunker first, or was it the Americans, or French?
And if you'd like me to read from the Smithsonian magazine.
Please do.
On April 30th, 1945, the Allied forces converged on the capital of Nazi Germany. Hitler killed himself inside the Führer bunker. Days later, his remains were captured by the Red Army and were subsequently locked behind the Iron Curtain for decades. This proved fodder, blah, blah. Then it goes on to show that they used his teeth to prove it was him. So, yeah, there we go.
Gotcha.
So Russians got him first, yeah. So I wonder if they still have him, to where we could exhume that. I wonder why that America has not asked to exhume the body and see if it's actually, true based on DNA evidence. I don't even know how they would have DNA from him.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. And they have to go to the German hospital.
There really is no way to know where his body ended up if the Red Army took him.
Yeah, this says that there's several contrary reports about Adolf Hitler's death. So it's not just the 1962 thing that Vlad was saying. I mean, there's initial Soviet surveys on itself. There's several differing ones. The U.S.'s involvement. Different stories being told on how it happened. One says,
So this is from the Smithsonian. Authentic.
Go ahead,
There's
Honenheim.
no possible doubt. So this is from the Smithsonian magazine. It said the teeth are authentic. There is no possible doubt. Then the European Journal of Internal Medicine. We can stop all the conspiracy theories about Hitler. He did not flee to Argentina in a submarine. He is not in a hidden base in Antarctica or on the dark side of the moon.
That's exactly what Vlad said the other day, is that he escaped by submarine. So that's from the Smithsonian, Honenheim?
That's from the Smithsonian magazine, but this is a quote from the European Journal of Internal Medicine. Yeah, so.
How do they know?
Well, I would trust that more so then.
Honenheim. How do they know that was his teeth, though?
More so than Vlad the Impaler, although I love Vlad.
How did they know it was his teeth, though? Does it say that anywhere?
Yeah, they they recovered his body. So I'll have to go back to the start again where they said they recovered his body. The team was examining his skull. They had his body. That's where they got the teeth from. So, yeah.
Wait.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
So they got teeth from his body, and then, but they didn't have DNA evidence back then. But they somehow matched up the teeth to Adolf Hitler's teeth, maybe somehow. Like they had something on file, like maybe some dentistry back then or something. I'm not really sure.
I'd have to read it all more. I'm not.
I mean, DNA didn't come.
And conspiracy theories, so I don't.
I mean, we couldn't like test DNA until what, the 80s or 90s or something?
Yeah,
Wasn't it
was
like
somewhere around the 90s, I believe.
Where like the law started using DNA.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Did the law start?
That's a crazy thing. So the Red Army had his teeth, but obviously somebody told the Americans, hey, we've got the body, we took it. I'm sure that was probably communicated to somebody back in the day. Mm-hmm. But, is it still to where we could exhume it? That's what I would ask. I would want to call my congressman and be like, hey, I know y'all are dealing with a lot of important shit, but call up Russia for me real quick and ask them if they've got the real Hitler.
Why would Russia lie about that, though?
I don't know.
Well, I could read.
Seems pretty confident.
Well, I could read exactly how they use the teeth then, if you like.
Yeah, sure.
Please.
So they didn't find remains of meat in the teeth. It was consistent with his vegetarian. Bluish stains on his false teeth indicate that he had taken cyanide at the end of his life. Researchers did not find any gunpowder residue in the jaw, which suggests he didn't shoot himself. So all of the teeth then corresponded with his death, his life, his suicide, yeah.
Look at you adding correspondence into this.
Ooh. North has some stuff that he's talking about in chat. Let's see what North has got to say. I invited him up to speak. He says Hitler's remains were found in a collapsed bunk of dental records. Okay, so he's saying what Hohenheim said. The Americas, Hitler didn't know how to make rockets. That's true. They put his brain in a Russian war bear. That's good, North.
That's actually what's going to happen if we can figure out how to do head transplants. Is we're going to try it on animals first, and then see if we can go from there.
Make a chimera.
I don't even know what that is.
The lion with the snake as a tail and the.
It's a super cool new metal band from the.
Yeah, I know Chimera. Shut your mouth, there. Don't be coming here talking music at me. I will get you.
I'm still waiting on those videos, man.
I am going to start sending them to you, but you've been a busy bee lately.
It's true.
By the way, Hohenheim has questions to ask you, Josh. And Perry is walking his ass off.
Dude, I was burping. God, I got to mute myself.
Get those steps in.
No, it's okay.
Josh is here. You, Josh?
I'm here. Ahoy.
Hey, buddy. Cool.
Hi.
I got a question, not the old question. I've given up on that. Well, until someone else new comes along. So I have a question I've been asking some people I work with. I'm a bit confused with it. So I do like to open the Bible randomly every now and then, and cool. I opened it on Hebrews 2:9, and I was shocked at what I read. So I had to reread Hebrews 3 or 4 times, and I'm still a bit confused by it. So would you say that God is always God?
Yeah, for sure.
Would you say that Christ is always God?
I would.
Do you have to have all the attributes of God to be God?
What are some of the attributes of God that you think I would think that he has to have?
Almighty power?
Sure. All powerful? Yeah, absolutely.
So then how, Hebrews 2:9, how was Christ less than the angels?
Yeah, so I think that specific passage is actually referencing a psalm. I can't remember which psalm it's referencing, but it's not actually talking about how God is less powerful, right? How Jesus is less powerful, the Holy Spirit's less powerful, the Father's less powerful. It's actually talking about God's choice to enter into his own creation, right, and be a man, right? So that's kind of the crux of it all, right? So God has chosen freely to give up certain attributes at a specific time in order to fulfill his will. So I don't think that makes him less God. You know what I mean?
So God can be God and not have the attributes of God, then?
Well, I mean, I would say, ultimately, I would say yes, if that is what he has chosen to do.
Oh, so he can decide to not be God, and then the definition of God changes?
No, I don't think so. I think that's kind of that's a different interpretation of what I think the Bible says.
That is an interesting question, though, Josh. Could he decide not to be God?
I would say sure. I mean, yeah, absolutely. God
yeah, I
could say,
guess I mean all powerful entails that, I guess, but.
And I think you
So
have.
then
So I don't think that's true,
he's-
but I think you have to answer that way as a Christian if you understand rightly who God is and what He's capable of.
Okay.
Do I think He's going to do that? Absolutely not.
Well, the verse says exactly that he was for a time lower than the angels.
Lower than the angels. Yep, I'm tracking.
Read it. Hebrews 2:9. I read it to
I'm familiar.
my peers, and they were severely triggered, as if I was the devil. And I was like, well, no, I'm trying to understand God here.
No, that's not. Yeah, I'm sure your peers are, super cool people, but I think they just need to understand that when, non-believers read the Bible, they read it in a specific way, and it's good to have these questions. They should welcome those questions. And if they don't have the answers, they should be like, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, man, I don't know that. Who am I thinking of? Who are you? I'm thinking of Peter. That's my bad. You sound the same. It's not my fault.
Peter's Irish.
I don't know that. That's
fucking hell, man.
Peter.
Fucking hell. Come on, man.
Peter.
Yeah, so for those kinds of, I think that believers should welcome those questions, and if they don't have the answers, be like, yeah, I don't have the answer. I don't think there's anything wrong with me. Like, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. There's a pressure, I think, for Christians, especially nominal Christians, to have the answers to everybody for everything. And so, yeah, I think that... You want me to read it?
Possibly the King James version, or because the modern one adds stuff implying, but you can read the New International Version as well. But it does say the same thing, but it adds a little bit, which is
yeah, for sure. Give me 1 second. Hebrews, you said 2:9, right?
I wish Vlad was here because I asked Vlad.
But we see Jesus, who was made a little lower than the angels for the suffering of death, crowned with glory and honor, that he, by the grace of God, should taste death for every man. For it became him, for whom are all things, and by whom are all things, in bringing many sons unto glory, to make the captain of their salvation perfect through sufferings.
Yeah, so there, for a time, by your definition of God, he was no longer God.
Well, I don't think he was no longer God. I think what it says I can't remember what it actually says, but that he gave up certain, godly privileges. I don't think that makes him less God. You know what I mean? Because at a certain point, he did choose to sacrifice himself for our sins. That doesn't make him less God. And I don't know why.
Go back to the
what
first
about
question then, of course.
I'm sorry,
the first question is, how do you define God? Does God have to have these attributes to be God? And you said yes. Now we're shifting the definition of God to mean that he doesn't have to have the attributes. You have to make one of those choices there. It's not my definition. This is.
Yeah, I don't think in the humanly view, right? I'm a created being. God created me. God created you is what I believe. I don't think he has to do anything. I think he's clearly revealed himself. So I would just rephrase the way you said that. I don't think he has to do anything. I think he will do what he says he's going to do, but I'm not putting that on God. You know what I mean?
Well, no, I'm not saying he has to do anything. I'm just asking about your definition. Yeah. This is a view and a definition of God that many Christians hold. Not. Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. You kind of said that I said that God had to have these attributes. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that God has clearly revealed himself to have specific attributes. I'm not saying, God, you have to have these. There's a difference.
Well, no, I asked you a question and you said yes. I did ask you a question. So I'll ask the question again then. Does God have to have... So does God have to have the attribute of being all-powerful to be God? You did say yes. So are you changing your mind now? Or
I'm so sorry. Yeah, if I said that, no. I don't think that I get to dictate to God anything that he has to do. But I do think that God is all
okay,
powerful based on what He's said.
So to be
I'm so
God,
sorry
does
about
He
that,
have to
yeah.
be all? To be God, does He have to be all powerful?
Does God have to be all powerful? Again, I would say that as a created being, I don't get to dictate to God what He has to do. I would say He is all
By your
powerful.
definition
Remember,
of
guys,
God,
there's a bit of
does
a
that
delay.
entail all powerful?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
By your definition of God, does that entail all powerfulness?
Yes, God has revealed Himself to be all powerful. Yes.
Okay, so if He's not all powerful, does that make Him not God then?
I guess my question is, how do you know He's not all powerful? And what do you mean by He?
Because less than the angels is less than angels, less than God, not all
I
powerful
think he means
anymore.
by he Jesus.
Okay, so
Yeah.
So Jesus being what you would say is not all powerful at a specific time in history, I'm okay with that because that's what the Bible says.
Okay, well, yeah, I tried
Like
to say that. Yeah.
he never ceases to be God. He's simply showing a meekness and condescension of God, right? After the incarnation, he was the God-man. He's fully God and fully man, and I'm pretty sure in Philippians or Corinthians it says that he gives up certain godly privileges, right? And I think in Colossians it says that he didn't seek equality with God, meaning God the Father, as something to be like grasp, right? So you have to understand kind of the history of Christianity, and what God's saying is Jesus enters into His own creation and sacrifices Himself for us. So yeah, I don't think that makes Him less God per
Well,
se.
he gives up his godly privileges. Does that make him less than God? It seems like just a simple.
I don't think so. No,
In
not at all.
Well, no, you said that, not me. That he gives up his godly privilege, so he's less
That's
than
what the
God.
Bible says. Well, He's not less than God. The Bible doesn't say He's ever less than God. He's always fully God.
Well, it does. It says he's less than the angels.
Yeah.
The
Again,
Can we let guys real quick? Can we let Perry jump in for a second?
I was just gonna say, if he gives up that power, does he have then the power to obtain that power back, or no, since he gave it up?
Yeah. I think we're thinking kind of in like humanly terms here.
Yeah,
It's not as if.
I mean, I was just trying to think of a question, maybe because I'm biased with Honnenheim, of course, right?
Of course,
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that it's not as if. So God exists in the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, right? So 3 persons, 1 being. So if God, especially God existing as Jesus, gives up a certain privilege, it's not as though he's not trying to get that privilege back. That's a part of His plan in the first place.
Gotcha,
You know
because
what
he's
I mean?
omniscient also, so he knows what he's doing.
Absolutely. So, and again, what do we think about God, Jesus now? Like He's seated at the right hand of the Father, like in the heavens. So, and again, Matthew 28, after He's already been resurrected, He's been given all authority in heaven and on earth, according to Christians. So it's not as if He's less God because He gave up something, I mean, whatever we could say, godly or godlike.
I can see
You know
that.
what I mean?
I mean, I'm not going to say it makes sense, but I mean, it makes sense for the most part. So
Was he less than God, Josh, when he was tempted by Satan? You know, all the lands that you see before you and all that shit?
No, not at all.
Okay, so why would Satan tempt Jesus with shit that's already his?
So that wasn't actually His at that time. Right, so
So
we're talking about Matthew.
Because he had renounced his godliness.
So essentially, and this is getting eschatological, which I love, right?
Yeah,
So the study
yeah,
of last
yeah.
things, end time stuff. So the ruler of the earth, when we're kind of talking about when Jesus was tempted, was who? Who was the ruler of the earth according to the Bible?
Well, God, I thought, right?
It's Satan.
Oh, Satan. Yeah, the earth is Satan's domain.
Satan.
I got you now.
Exactly, right? So that's why Satan is saying like, "Hey, this is mine. I'll give it to you," and Jesus is like, "Dude, you're an idiot.
But
Leave me
Jesus
alone."
could take it anyway. I mean, God or Jesus could take it anyway, right?
He could have, but that wasn't His plan.
I mean, Satan would have known that Jesus was God in the form of a human, and I think, I mean, if If I were Satan in this instance, I'd be like, why am I going to tempt this guy? This is God. What would benefit from this? You know what I mean? I'm just trying to follow the logic here. That's all I'm trying to do.
Yeah, for sure. So I think that when we talk about sin as something that corrupts not only your behaviors, but your heart and your belief, right, about everything. And sin, and that's the kind of the fear with Reformed theology. Like, sin gets into everything, right? So that's what Satan is. Like, he is a sinful being. He's a sinful
Well, but he's not
being.
stupid, though, right?
Well, intelligence has nothing to do with it. If you are allowing sin to corrupt you...
it does. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good.
It does, in my opinion, in this instance, because Satan had to pre-think that, hey, I'm going to go tempt Jesus with all the lands that he sees, even though I know Jesus could have them anyway. That seems dumb to me. Like, I don't. Satan seems like an idiot in this sense, because he knows God's power, obviously, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think the best theologians are demons because they know exactly who Jesus is and what he's capable of.
Okay.
That is how powerful sin is, I believe, as a Christian.
So do you think in that instance Satan was a metaphor, or it was the actual Satan?
I think he's actually a supernatural being.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why didn't he think of this, though? Why did his thought process immediately go to, I'm going to go tempt God/Jesus in his form that he is now, and somehow that's going to get me somewhere? I just don't. Satan would probably know better. I mean, Lucifer was in heaven and knew God's power.
Yeah.
So if later on he were to be like, I'm going to go tempt Jesus, which is God, I just don't get his logic there.
Yeah, I would say that sin makes you illogical.
Oh.
So there's one of two things that could be happening, right? There's one thing that, and again, honestly, you're helping me flesh out things that I haven't really thought about because I'm in my own Christian circle, right? We don't talk about it.
I'm just telling you things that I've had to struggle with in my brain. Like, I'm just trying to understand Satan's logic here, if that actually happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. So what I would say is there's one of two things happening, and I'll literally go research this and then come back to you and be like, I was an idiot. I'm so sorry. I think that God dictated that to happen.
Okay.
Or I think that sin corrupted Satan so that he actually thought he could convince God to change and make a decision.
Hubris. I got you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess that is a knockdown that some atheists think that is. I've just heard that before, and I thought about it, and I was like, I guess the logic of Satan there. But if you're defending it by saying that Satan is illogical because Lucifer became
corrupted.
Sinful, corrupted, or the attribute of stupidity is not one that you would, or hubris and stupidity at the same time. That's not beyond him, right? That's not beyond Satan to be that way.
Yeah.
So he can do that, is what I'm saying, right? He can be an idiot and a full hubris ex-angel at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Honnenheim had some stuff to jump in with.
I was just going to say possibly that there's a bit of a straw man possibly of Satan because according to the Bible, he was the first creation. He was the perfect being, first created by God. He is since like the greatest being ever created by God. I'd say that him making this kind of mistake is right. I'd say I wouldn't say that he could make that kind of mistake, and anyway, I have very different views on what Satan is. I'd say Satan is actually probably Christ. That our understanding of Satan is. I could go into that a bit if you want, but it seems the burden of sin on the shoulders of a one being perfectly describes both Satan and Christ.
Okay. Do you want to flesh that out a little bit, like kind of say where you're coming from, and then because I mean that's a solid accusation against Christianity, which I appreciate.
Yeah. So well, you just think to yourself, who is to blame for all the sin in the world? Satan. No. Who would you blame for all the sin in the world?
I mean, honestly, if I'm thinking honestly, I would blame myself.
So
right?
men?
I would blame man. I would blame me. How do I know that? Based on experience. I could go the atheist route with empiricism. Like I've done some super awful things for absolutely no reason. neglected my family. I mean, we could get into it, probably not on a recorded setting, but the things that I've done, they're bad. So I wouldn't even blame Satan. I blame myself. And I think that's part of the problem with the culture is there's less human responsibility. Hey, God did it, Satan did it, and now we can just do whatever we want. No, not at all, man. So that's kind of what I'd say to that.
I'm still thinking about all this. I'm just trying to muddle it over in my brain here. There's other instances, of course. You know, you say you take a natural reading, so I have to be careful about which things are literal and which things aren't based on interpretation. So I'm just trying to be accurate.
It seems to me, that the majority of Christians would say that Satan brought sin into the world. It came from Satan originally, and then, of course, he and his demons do convince people by whatever strange means they do to commit sin. That seemed like the majority of Christians believe that. And then another instance I would bring in is the Buddhists, and I would then join Buddhism and Christianity together. I feel they are the same. It's just Buddhism is lower down in the tree of understanding of the universe, whereas the top, of course, would be then God, Christ, and this. And there are 3 ways to enlightenment, 3 ways to truth, 3 ways to God, which are known as the king, the boatman, and then the shepherd. And the shepherd would be then Christ. The king goes first, the boatman with people. The shepherd comes in last and comes behind someone. So the last person to go into heaven would be the shepherd, would be Satan, would be Christ. So this wonderful series of Lucifer kind of depicts this idea, whereas he, in the end, he takes on his role that God gave him out of love, to go down to hell and slowly bring people from hell to heaven, which is a beautiful, more loving God, I would say, than the idea of the Adventist destroy forever, or then the modern Christian hell forever. So I would say I'd go with love rather than judgmental hell. So yeah, there's my piece.
Yeah, I guess I would just ask you, what do you think true love is? And how is God under some sort of obligation to send people to hell or send people to heaven? Like, where does that standard come from?
So, I wouldn't know, but I'd say there is a standard that God would have to abide by. Not that God creates the standard, because then that is subjective morality, and God can just decide to do whatever he wants. Like you said, he decides to not be God, decides to change a definition, decides things are good, decides I'm going to kill the whole world and drown babies and shit. So, I'd say he also must abide by some kind of objective rule of law, rule of morality. What that is and how I prove that, fuck knows. But yeah,
it's okay. I like the questions.
Yeah, I mean, again, I would ask by what what is God obligated to do? Is God wrong if he decides to kill everyone? And where does that standard come from?
Ask back then. Can God make?
You know what I mean?
I would ask back then. Can God make a mistake?
Can God make a mistake? Absolutely.
I'm asking you. God cannot make a mistake.
I would say no.
Did he ever make a mistake? Did he ever make a mistake?
No.
Nope. Okay.
Remember, everybody, there's a slight delay seeming to happen, so just reminding you, Josh, there's a delay between you and Honenheim. So I think it's accidentally making us interrupt each other, but it's okay.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt. I never any bad faith. If I seem frustrated, I am pacing back and forth whilst I'm eyeing you.
No, man,
fine,
super
buddy.
good.
I was just letting everybody know that there's these delays that happen in call-in.
In what on my mind, what I am dealing with, if you do seem frustrated, I'm just dealing with the logic and the understanding of it, and the words you say, not you, Josh. I never ever would take anything personally to anyone. I don't hate anyone, including my asshole cunt sister. Sorry if I describe why I say that, you'd understand. But I'd still would love to sit down and have.
Oh, she's listening. She just commented. She's in the comments. She just said something.
Oh yeah.
No, she did. No, she did.
Oh,
I'm just kidding.
I would be fucking fantastic. I would love to talk to her. I'd love to sit down and have dinner with her, but it would start with, "What the fuck have you done, you horrible cunt?" So yeah.
All right. Yeah.
So
cool, man.
But I do love her, and I love everyone. I don't hate anyone on the planet. I'd happily sit down with Hitler and say, "Okay, Hitler, you fucking asshole. Let's find out what you did here, and let's try and fix you because you've gone really wrong here, buddy." So anyway.
You love your sister, but you don't like her. Understood.
No, I wouldn't say.
Not at all. Okay.
No. I wouldn't say I love. I wouldn't say you can love someone and not like them. I think I think it's good to love and respect everybody as much as possible, because basically we don't have any control of our lives. That's why we go back. I do try to live by my understanding of the universe, that we are determined 100%. So no one can be blamed for anything they do. And once you find out why people do what they do, in fact, that is. Well, I won't say it. You'll know who she is then, so I won't. I was almost going to out my poor sister. She is lovely, but she's has many big problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
Mm-hmm. Hey, real quick, Brett, are you still here with us?
He's walking around.
Oh, Perry was walking around. I don't know if...
Oh, Brett wasn't. Oh, it's Perry.
Yeah, I'm here. I just got back from dinner. What's up?
No, nothing. I was just Honnenheim and Josh were talking about, and me. We were talking about Jesus and his triune nature. I mean, excuse me, God and his triune nature and the nature of Jesus and things like that. Is there anything on your mind you want to bring up, or do you want to comment on maybe what they were talking about, or?
I would say that I think the item which is near impossible to improve is, something I'm skeptical on. I'm not skeptical on the messages that he taught and, the practical implications of those, especially something as gold as like the Good Samaritan story. But as soon as it gets into the realm of, like the unseen and simultaneously unprovable, I take the word from someone, describing that as I would, a person of any religious faith, espousing those claims. And I don't say that like trying to be hostile, but I also, like, for me, as I've tried to reiterate before, I think at times, like, when we're making claims about certain, things that seem impossible to know and yet people claim to know, I guess I'm partially skeptical of it. It's not skeptical nature of a deity necessarily, but like the fact that the try is, not something of real substance. So that would be it. I don't want to go on too many tangents there, though.
Oh, you can go on any tangents you want to. This is free. We're in free mode right now. Talk about whatever you want to.
I'd love to respond.
Go ahead.
I'd love to respond to that and give total agreement that this is a problem I have with the majority of Christians, because I love the truth. I love its application in wisdom, and I think, and I can understand then why this is an unforgivable sin in the Bible. God is being misrepresented, which is the unforgivable sin. I think, Josh, you can tell us that verse. Because you will not find the truth when someone says they found it, and then they batter you for trying to show them the actual truth. And that's why it has to be. That's why science is so wonderful. And I think science will. I think if there is a God, he absolutely loves scientists because they are searching for him and trying to understand him. Yeah.
I would hope that that God, if he exists, cares about what happens to humans, and and an all-loving God is going to have to explain. I don't guess he has to explain anything, but I would not be able to deal with that God
if it is the Old Testament God, because there are like 4 to 5 million children that die every day in the world because of lack of food, or it's every year, lack of food or whatever, or natural, some, gunshots or whatever it may be. There's a shitload of children that die every year for no reason whatsoever. And there are things like that, like the problem of evil, that make me. I mean, God gave us. If God exists in the way that Josh is describing, He gave us our ability to reason and doubt and all of that. And if it's a test to believe on no evidence, if the test is you must believe without evidence, I don't know if I can ever do that with anything if I'm being intellectually honest. So why would God predetermine me to be this type of critical skeptic? Why would He not allow me to search for Him in my own way? I mean, why? I would not get upset at someone disbelieving me because they've, not found logical evidence of my existence. I would not be upset with them at that, because I would understand, hey, I've set it up in such a way as to where you can't use evidence to get to me. You have to use faith. And that's just some of the problems I have, but I'm still very open to God, the concept of God or a God existing. I'm open to that very much so, but I disbelieve, and I'm agnostic about the idea of it in general, philosophically. I just thought I would throw my 2 cents out there about a couple of things. I didn't mean to go off on too big of a tangent. Josh, you can respond to that, or we haven't talked Perry in a little bit. And I forgot. Shit, we got Jacob in here too.
Yeah, I was just going to say, to kind of go off what you just said, Thomas, I mean, if there is a God, which I'm obviously not 100% in disbelief of, I just really feel like it's not going to be a God that anyone has already presupposed. It's going to be something that we can't even understand.
Well, I hope, it's like seeking the truth. I hope that there is some ultimate truth. I would hope that there is some ultimate all-loving being that cares about us. I would love all of that, but there's a lot of things that God expects, and these standards that He has, and He's given us His book. I mean, I don't understand. You know what I mean? I'm just very confused as to why He can blame anyone or blame me for being who I am and being intellectually honest and, a loving and an emotional person. I just don't understand how, He could see that and be like, oh, how dare He not believe in me on faith. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that I can't eventually learn how to utilize faith in some way. And I know kind of what that feeling feels like, but to just go based on that, I can't. That would be a lie to me.
Yep.
Hohenheim, go ahead.
I was just going to say, this idea of the all-loving, all-powerful, all-present is just seems completely illogical. It's been said many times. I would like to ask Jacob the same questions. I don't know if he heard those questions I was asking his father. Is Jacob your son? Josh, is it? Yeah, you're the son of.
Yeah.
Hello.
That's the young Josh.
I don't know if you heard the questions I was asking Josh. I promised not to get pacey and heated again. I can't help myself. Sorry, I'm passionate about this stuff. I feel this is the most important stuff to talk about. Sorry, go ahead, Jacob.
Something with walking, when you just get out of breath and you sound like you're heated. Like, it's happened to me plenty of times. I don't know what it is, but...
No, when you sigh, I always think you're like upset with something, you know what I mean? But you're really just thinking. I've learned that about you now. Jacob, did you hear?
Me, Perry,
go ahead, Hohenheim.
So I was going to say, but with me, Perry, I am actually ironing. But when I start talking, I start pacing, and then I get myself out of breath. And
like so... what? Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Jacob.
Yes.
All right. So the question was, can God ever be less than God, and does that mean He is still God? I don't know how to rephrase it.
No, God can't be less than God.
So then, I don't know if you know Hebrews 2 verse 9, where it says God for a time was made less than the angels. Christ was made less than the angels.
1 second. Hebrews 2 what?
I have a little Bible here, but it's... So Hebrews 2:9, for a time, Christ, Jesus, was made less than the angels so he could die.
Talk about when he became man.
Well, it specifically says Christ was made less than the angels so he could die.
So it doesn't say he became man. It just says he became less than the angels, I think is what Honnenheim's getting at here.
I was going to say, what's your interpretation of that passage?
That would be a completely separate discussion. My interpretation and my understanding it would be, you don't want to go down that route. That would be a whole episode. So I just wanted to ask you what because this is not my view. I think the view that many Christians have on this is contradictory and it's not helping the understanding of God.
Okay, well then, how do you know what you know? Like, what's your standard for? Huh?
Well, I'm asking you. This isn't about this. Imagine this is being typed out. I am reading this from a computer. So I'm just asking you.
If I could just jump in real quick, I think what Jacob is trying to do is hold you to some sort of epistemological standard, right? Because Jacob doesn't really know you, Honnenheim. How do you know what you know, right? You're asking these things about what the Bible says. How are you interpreting those, and then why do they matter? I think that's ultimately what he's going to try to get to. And again, he's 16 years old. Give him a little bit of grace, but I think that's what he's trying to push you to. How do you interpret these passages?
Does my understanding of it and my epistemology have anything to do with Josh or your understanding?
No, not at all. But you clearly are interpreting these passages a specific way as to get to a specific conclusion. I'm saying I don't think it has that conclusion because we already talked about it. I think my son is just trying to say, hey, how do you...
Well, I'm just asking you... Well, I'm just asking you and your son what you think it is, because it seems like there's a contradiction there. And if you want to talk about mine, we can do that later. But that's not anything to do with your understanding, I didn't think, is it?
Yeah. Well, I guess
that's identity politics. That's straw man. It just seems strange.
No, I don't think
it's a simple question. It's a simple contradiction.
Yeah. Okay, so then we could do this.
I do.
Are contradictions wrong?
Yeah, contradictory by definition. So, yeah, well, okay, I'll leave it there then. If it seems
I'm happy to have this conversation. Mega dodge. I'm just trying to get down. No, it's not a dodge at all. I'm trying to help you define your key terms here. You just said it seems like
this is not my definitions. Sorry, I was interrupting there.
No, you're good. It's just the delay, man. That's all good.
No, I was interrupted.
Oh, okay. Well, then I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, no, I'm sorry. That's why I'm sorry. I don't want to seem, because yeah.
You honestly never do, man. You're super humble, man. I really appreciate it. I think it's just kind of the application,
No, it's me. I'm not super humble. I can be a jerk and a douchebag. So,
but that's actually humility. Right, you calling yourself a jerk. That's good. You're on the right track.
That's honesty. Maybe that's being whatever. Anyway, so yeah.
Humilitalism?
I think I tried to get the answer. I was asking. Yeah, humility. So then just the question remains is can God be less than God and still be God? That's just a question. If you want to answer a lot, that's fine.
Yeah, I would say no. And then
you want to talk about me?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I was going to say, if you want to talk about my understanding of this, I haven't yet fully understand this because I read this on Friday. I love every now and then when I'm feeling very down, I'll open the book randomly. I understand that knowing the Bible, I understand that knowing the Bible will mean I will know where I'm opening it. And I often open on purpose on Psalms because I know exactly where that is, and it's a very big book. So I can open it on Psalms, on Revelation, on Genesis, on a few of the other books, just as I know where they are in the book. But so I opened it on Hebrews 2:9 and read this, and I was shocked. So I've been reading since and just asking people for their opinions so I can get a better understanding of it. So that's why I was asking yourself and your son, just so I could see what other people's opinions are on it. Then I can come to a better understanding of mine, because I don't want to make an assumption and be wrong.
Yeah. ultimately, I think that when you read those passages isolated from kind of their origins and the entire meta-narrative of the Bible, right? What is the meta-narrative of the Bible, right? So we're talking about creation, fall, redemption, restoration, or consummation. You can't read those passages isolated from the rest of the Bible.
Well, exactly. So that's...
Yeah, so what I would say is that passage is specifically talking about how God has humbled himself, right, in meekness and condescension, right, specifically in him choosing to die for our sins. That doesn't make him less God, just because at a certain point Jesus may or may not be able to do something. God has chosen to do something. You know what I mean? And again, we could kind of get into the presuppositional argument with why does any of this matter at all? You know what I mean? So I think there's two kinds of approaches there as far as Christianity is concerned. But verses like Hebrews 2:9 are not an issue for me in terms of who God is.
So then just to respond to the first point you made, that's why I jumped in, because you were building on a point that I disagree with. And so I did say that I opened randomly, then I reread 2 or 3 times Hebrews. I watched a few videos. I discussed with professors in theology. I've discussed with a few different people. I'm getting some answers and some opinions, so that's why I'm asking other people their opinions. If for your opinion for you to give your opinion depends on my understanding. Mine's not fully formulated yet. But if you want to go down that route, we can do that. And I could do that with your son Jacob if he's still there. I did want to ask him because I got your answer, and
I'm always here.
It's
That's my son. All right.
I can give you a funny story, Jacob, just to make things a bit lighter. There's a song in my students, and there's a song, I don't know if you know it, you may, the song He Never Sleeps. I don't know if you know that song.
That's the Santa one,
I played
right?
that a lot, and the kids... Sorry?
It's easy when you're sleeping.
No, it's Christian.
He never sleeps.
It's a Christian. He never sleeps. I'm not going to sing it, but it's a Christian song.
No, I don't think that. Oh, it's okay.
Have a look. Yeah. But I accidentally typed in "She Never Sleeps," and then to the horror of this whole grade 4 class, the ring was then projected.
Oh my god! Awesome.
Met with screams.
That's good.
So, yeah.
That's super good. Wow. All right.
So anyway, Jacob, I'd love to. If you want to go down that route, we can do that. I can turn off my iron, and because this is going to take time, if that's okay, just Thomas. So.
Yeah, you're fine, but can we let Perry jump? Just hold that thought and keep it in your mind. Perry, I think, has something to say real quick.
I just heard you say, Josh, that he went down and became Jesus, or however you phrased that, to humble himself, right? Or how did you say that?
I would say he humbled himself. I don't think he did it to humble himself, but I think that was something he chose to do.
Does that mean that he wasn't as humble beforehand until he did that?
Sure.
So he wasn't omni-humble or anything?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think I kind of see where you're going about, my question is, like, is God required to humble himself? And by what standard,
Well, I guess where I was going is that he wasn't humble before. And he had to humble himself.
I'm open to correction from any Christians on this, but I don't think so yet.
Gotcha. I was just the way. Yeah. I mean, language is so limited, So like obviously
for sure.
Sometimes it, but that was it. That's all I had to say.
That's good. That's a good question.
Hell yeah! Go ahead, Honenheim.
Hell yeah! Let's go. What?
So if Jacob, if you want to ask the question again, we can go down that hole.
Of course, but I don't think some people don't remember what the question was, but not me.
How does he know
not me.
What he knows? I think is the question that he was talking about.
Oh about his epistemology?
Yeah, I think right, Honenheim.
Oh yes.
Yeah, so I then go back to I'm just learning these new terms, like I'm learning the correspondence theory and learning to apply. I'm loving it, and so I am kind of putting into words what I already believe and what I already understand about my knowledge and understanding of the universe. So I would say I know what I know because it corresponds with reality. Yeah.
Did you hear Jacob a lot on how we were talking about correspondence and coherence? So do you know where he's coming from when he says that?
Sorry, say that again.
Do you know where he's coming from when he says...
Hey, you're a little quiet, Perry.
Oh shit. Do you know where?
I'll put it into
Go for it.
English. I'll rephrase it. So I know what I know because the world agrees with me. So I know that this iron is hot because it's making my shirt nice and flat.
All right. But how do you know it's corresponding with the universe? Because that'd be appealing to an absolute, right? Like a universal standard.
Well, I know because my eyes tell me that the shirt is flat. If I put my hand on the iron, I know that it's hot now because it's going to hurt my hand. So my theory of the iron can be confirmed in the correspondence of it burning my hand.
Oh, so your senses, like your sight, touch, like you can feel that it hurts, and there's a neuron in your brain firing off like, ow, like this is painful. But how do you know your senses aren't lying to you?
Because it would also work if you put your hand on an iron, or if I put a
then
how
do you know that my senses are
we
lying
don't even
to me?
need.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Because we could also use a temperature gauge.
Okay, but how do you know there's a temperature gauge? Can you see the temperature gauge? So you'd still be using your senses.
Yeah. Well, what we could do is record it and then leave it for future possible beings that wouldn't senses that they had some kind of other understanding of the universe. So there is a record there of it having a temperature. So to understand the universe and to function in it, we need to have these kind of understandings, and that's the best we've got right now. And also then having cognitive. So this is the idealism part that does work for some instances, but we do need to have a correspondence with reality to have it function.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't you have to see the record with your eyes? Because it sounds still like we're talking about our senses. And then why is it necessary to have a record?
Well, you don't have to see it for it to. I would say that it exists regardless of our interaction with it. I wouldn't say that things don't exist unless we think or sense them. I think they are there. I think the sensing is an after effect, is just our interaction with it. There is an objective reality behind our understanding of it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have existed before we existed. And it seems like our understanding of reality shows that it did exist before us. Otherwise, we couldn't have existed. And I think you possibly agree with that God existed before man. So then our understanding of God doesn't mean God didn't exist before we existed, if you know what I mean.
But so how do you know we didn't exist before that? It kind of gets back down to the...
We weren't...
go ahead.
We weren't created.
Okay, sorry. How do you believe we were created?
Me, my mum and dad got jiggy.
Okay, I meant but how did before all the parents...
Pixar, it didn't happen. Just kidding. That's messed up.
How did the first human come into existence?
The first ever human, well, I'd say the same thing, but it maybe wasn't a human that got jiggy. Sorry, I've got to get a better word. That's a silly word. Got down.
I actually like it. It's very Will Smith-esque. It's good.
All right, yeah. I love Will Smith. That poor guy.
I love Will Smith.
People do far worse things than slap some guy on a stage, and we do far less things to those people, and their lives aren't completely destroyed, like this poor guy that just had a bit of an anger problem and was created. Anyway, we won't go on to Will Smith. So, yeah. The first very human being was probably created by two... I wouldn't like to guess, possibly half, Homo sapien, almost Homo sapien. I don't know. I'm guessing here. That'd be silly me to guess, but they wouldn't have been human. That may have been some kind of, what is it called? What does Darwin call it when things go fucked up in the cells? Some kind of
mutation.
Help me here.
Yeah, let Scott jump in real quick.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this whole line of reasoning is just a little bit strange to me because we all have the same understanding of why reality exists. It's because we experience it. The only differentiation is you and Josh are saying, "Oh, because God made it." We're just not saying God made it, but we're using the exact same things, right? So like for you, the reason you can say all these things and you say, oh yeah, I did sense it, but God gave us those senses, and that's where it gets to. And literally the only difference being made here is we're saying we don't need to add God to it, right? But we all sense, we all come to the same understanding, the same way through uh, through our senses and through logic and reason.
Okay.
Right, then to
I would
push
say we
you.
don't have the same understanding, and you don't have the stats with God.
But we do.
Like you can't make sense of
Yeah,
anything without
we
him.
do. No, yeah. See, that's the thing. You're just adding on God at the end. Like you have senses, and you go outside and you see the sky is blue. You know the sky is blue the same way that I do. That our eyeballs work the same. Our brains take in the same kind of information. Literally, the only difference is I'm just not saying it's because the result of a God, and you are, right? But we take in information exactly the same across the board.
Sure, I think what he's saying is that because you don't start with God, you can't know anything for certain. So there's no way for you to actually know what you're seeing. You don't know the sky's blue. Ultimately, you don't
Yeah,
know why
yeah,
it's beautiful in the first place, right? So it's a holistic
yeah.
view of worldview. You don't know what you
Um,
know. You can't tell me what's true. You don't know if it's
yeah,
good or bad. There's all of these things that it's not just
yeah,
about you and me saying, hey, we have the same understanding as far as like says memory and reasoning. How do you know your
yeah.
senses memories aren't lying to you? Is it wrong if they're
You
lying
don't.
to you? Is it not?
You don't.
Well, I
Just
do
like
as a
you do it
Christian.
though.
You don't.
No, you don't,
Okay,
because you could
can
be
I?
schizophrenic and you don't know. Like
Could
you
be,
could
but
be
is
in a
that wrong? Is it
situation.
wrong to be schizophrenic? There's
I'm
so
not
many
saying it's
ways we
wrong.
could go down this.
Let's slow down, guys.
Placing a
Let's
right.
slow, let's
I'm
slow
not
down.
placing a right and wrong adjustment to it. I'm just saying everybody's brain has that ability. Everybody's brain has the ability to give them false information. Everybody's
But you don't know
brain,
that for sure.
most
And is false
I don't
information
know that
bad?
for sure. It's that's definitely assumption that I say everybody. There might be some human beings that are slightly different, but I generally take the framework that human beings are pretty similar across the board,
But how do
right?
you know that?
Like
So can I?
because
Can
experience
I?
the same way you do, the same
I
way
can
you
give you.
understand when you interact with a human being. They've got two arms and two legs. It's because you're sensing them, you talk to them, you have conversations with them. It's the exact same thing. We're doing the exact same thing. I'm just not saying there's a God at the beginning,
Sure.
right?
I would just say. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, no, like to me that's just my point. Like I guess that line of questioning, to me it doesn't make much sense because
Hmm.
it sort of changes the direction of the conversation whenever it happens. You know what I mean? Like, and so instead of when somebody asks you a question, instead of being like, okay, well here's what I think about it, here's why I think this way about it, you ask the person, well, what's your standard? And then the question goes back to that person, where the next 30 minutes is them like trying like what Honenheim just did, of like trying to explain and like getting down to nitty gritty. And it's just like, so instead of answering the initial question, Honenheim spent 30 minutes explaining his, but the
Sure.
question never got answered. Like,
So let's
because
dodge.
Honenheim says this all the time. He's like, always ask this question. It never gets answered, but that's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
and
Sure.
because there are a lot of times, like if we're talking about music and stuff, and like me
Hmm.
and you've talked about music, those kind of things never come up. It's like, well, how do you know that music's good? No, it's like we're just talking, having a good time, be like, dude, that fucking band is awesome, you know. So like in the frame of just like how human beings relate, we all do the
Hmm.
same thing. We understand each other through our senses. We understand the world through our senses, right? And your position is just like because God started it, and I'm just saying no, I don't think
Hmm.
that, right? But
Yeah.
but you can assume like the
Mhm.
reason why I know things is the same reason why you know things,
Well, I assume that God
just
is a good
minus God.
God and has created us as beings with human dignity and value, dignity, and worth.
Yeah,
I'm saying that you can't know anything at all without starting with God. That's the premise of the Bible, right? You do know certain things, and you act as though you know certain things, but you actually can't account for something that is transcendent, ultimate, and invariant without
Yeah,
God.
but in your opinion, God is that thing, so it exists and it is that way, whether I believe it or not. So, right?
Sure.
So,
Now,
what is
see,
what does it even matter then at that point?
Well, why does anything matter at all in regards to anything?
Oh, because if you're having a conversation and you want to understand where somebody's coming from, you
What
know,
if I don't?
Oh, Josh.
then
I'm just saying.
we
What if I
I
don't?
know.
yeah
I know.
but then we wouldn't be having this conversation if you didn't.
Yeah, but I do. But that's based on a theological perspective.
Is it?
so can I?
Well, can I real quick? Can Honnenheim say something, and then let's let Brett say something because he's been trying to
So,
jump in for
sorry,
a while.
Josh. I'm not trying to be
Yeah. Not at all.
like abrasive or anything. This is just like, I don't know, like that's just the way that I see it. You know what I mean?
If you weren't passionate, I would have less respect for you. Not that it matters that I have respect for anybody at all, but like the fact that you're passionate, that means a lot. So I appreciate that.
So
I like it.
I just wanted to remind you, John, and then Jacob, you're speaking to a believer here that does not yet have a full understanding of God and that implications, and I do relegate that to the romantic side of my brain because the analytical side needs evidence. So then, Jacob, if I could pose a question in a different way, imagine God has placed on Earth an incredible, sophisticated machine to help you better understand Him, and he posed this machine poses the same question. Could you then answer it?
Sorry, so the machine. What were you saying? You're saying if God
Okay, I'll
replaced like
rephrase
the
again.
Yeah, thank you.
So imagine God wants you to better understand Him. So He has placed on the earth a machine to help question you, to help you better understand Him. And the question is now posed from that machine. Could you now answer that?
So the machine is asking me to believe in God,
No. Sorry. My frustration coming out
and
there
He
on the
already
mic. I
has
wish I
placed
could
us
mute
something
myself.
to help Him better understand. It's the Bible. No problem.
Sorry. So,
I think what Jacob is saying is he wouldn't agree based on position with your situation, with your scenario, because God has already revealed things to us, so we can know things are certain, i.e., the Bible, general revelation, special revelation. Like, so he wouldn't actually form into your thought experiment. That's, I think, what Jacob would say.
so just
Yeah.
refusing then to. Okay, fine then. I'll carry on. I tried.
Not
Can we let Brett in real quick?
absolutely.
Brett, can you?
Yeah, so we were talking about universal, like a universal Anaheim, or Perry was trying to mention that. And I guess the question I could ask Jacob is, assuming that they haven't gone through a series, of violent events or, trauma that the family, and if I'm cutting out, just let me know because I'm driving. Assuming the family hasn't gone through a lot of drama that would be like, really destructive. Jacob, do you think it's a fair statement to say that a majority of parents love and care for their children?
Well, I don't know the statistic, but I would say like, are destructive things bad? And if so, by what standard?
Yes, they are bad. And the standard is, number one, that if it happened to us, we could record the pain, whether it was physiological, physical, emotional, etc. And we can also, in real time, witness the suffering that it causes people based on nothing but solely observation, because we obviously can't, like, if another person, okay, this is kind of a dark topic, but if an adult like hits a kid, I can't feel that child's suffering, but most people get a visceral reaction to that now.
Yes.
To say like, hey, like that's a terrible thing, and I don't care if you're their parent or not. Like that's that needs to stop. And so we empathize with them to some kind of level where the suffering actually occurred. The child potentially does not have their own voice because they're so scared of the situation. And so, the stand
Brett, you're breaking up, brother.
Encounter.
Brett, you may have to repeat that last sentence, brother.
I think I might get what he's saying, though. He's saying like
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, like he's saying if
there's a delay, guys. It's okay.
Yeah, Jake, just give him a second. Let him talk.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry.
Okay, can you?
I think Brett.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, like, yes, I answered yes to both your questions, and those answers can be felt
is it wrong whether
yes, I answered both those questions, and the standard is like objective observation that like I said, 99% of people agree with. Someone who's damaged might say, no, that's just how families interact, how adults are allowed to treat kids. But the rest of the population across religions and different cultures even will say, no, that can't happen. Am I coming through okay? Is my literally like
yeah,
my microphone?
No, we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, that's it. If there's a delay,
yeah.
I'm done.
I'll say, what religions and cultures are you talking about? Like the Satanists? Would they all? Okay. So you're saying like everybody would go to help the kid if he were being hit. And is the kid being slapped by this person, whether the parent or not, wrong?
Are they wrong? Did I hear
think
you
Brett
right?
was more meaning. I think Brett was more meaning like punch or hit in the face, not like spanking. Yeah.
Okay, well, because spanking, that's disciplinary. And that's
sure.
Yeah.
Somebody's getting their butt. They're getting like actually hurt, Jacob.
Okay,
what would we say to that? Yeah.
Well, so we would say that like love your neighbor as yourself. Like so, if someone is as Christians, we would stop the person from hitting the kid. But if Mr. Travis just said something. Oh.
Okay. You cut out there. Sorry. Can you repeat that?
Sorry, did I hear what I said? Yeah. Sorry, I would say is sorry, I'm trying to repeat it. Like also say everybody knows it's wrong. How do you know it's wrong?
Mm-hmm. By what standard do you know that's wrong to beat a kid?
You have to go back to my words, guys. I explained that in depth. It's human spirit. I'm not trying to be aggressive, but like human experience essential that the majority of people would agree with, regardless of religious affiliation. The physical reaction.
Sure, but how do you know that?
Of that occurring?
Yeah.
Josh, I just told you, man. If you're not hearing me, that's one thing. But like, oh, sorry.
I think there's more I hear.
I could call back in a little bit. I don't
want to. No. Real quick, Brett. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Okay. Yes, I can hear you.
Real quick. I understand. It's okay. There's a big delay with Brett, guys. So just be careful. Just try to. Okay. Yeah, there's probably almost a second delay. But what I was going to say is, I understand your frustration, Brett. What he's saying is that no matter what you say, there is no metaphysical foundation. There's no logical foundation for you to have without first starting with God. So that's why he's asking you by what standard. He's saying, what is your foundation, epistemologically or whatever, for you being able to say that something is more moral or not moral if you don't have God as the starting foundation. Am I right about that, Josh?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, can you hear me in the delay?
Yes.
Yeah, we got you now. Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure. Like I said, I can't, at least driving because I have to focus, right? But I believe my standard speaks for itself. Human experience, the threshold of pain that people suffer, whether it's physical scarring from injuries, whether it's psychological trauma that people face. I don't find it a useful questioning on your part to question the fact that I wouldn't be able to have equal morals to you because I don't base it on the deity. I work with kids from many different backgrounds, and that in itself shows me that the experiential of people suffering is real enough that I will act on both, like if it was happening to someone in my family, but also if it was my neighbor, and thus I would take a precept like love your neighbor as yourself, but I'm also going to defend the child. I don't find it.
Hang on, Jacob.
Just sorry. One more thing. Sorry. Sometimes I go on tangents. I'll try to wrap it up. I don't find it convincing for when you say that my action is somehow not as valid because it's not based on a deity's will. Most adults, again, if their child was being attacked, don't need a presupposition of, oh, is this happening? Like what will they'll just act.
I got you, Brett. Real quick, let's let Dan jump in. Is that okay? Don, excuse me.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So I think there's a really interesting point, like with statements like "love your neighbor as yourself." That kind of begs the question of, well, what does it mean to love yourself? What does love mean? What is it good, right? So we're kind of piggybacking back to this arbitrary of where do I get my morals from? And we're kind of faced in a really interesting position because there's many different moral theories out there, and it's definitely the case that many religious conceptions of morality themselves, like I'm sure, like there's many things that people would not agree with, Christians or not. And I think one of the evidence of this is that morals are sentimental. They come from our feelings. They come from our ability to empathize. We're not actually going to find some absolute morals. And if we appeal to a book, then again, we're appealing to some other person's writing, unless we believe it's God or whatever. So to kind of ask that, I think is kind of it feels a bit like dodging the question, because for me, what I hear Brett simply asking is like, well, what do you do with that? Like, now that we agree, like if we agree that harming kids is bad, what's next, right? Like, what's the next point? Like, why are we so stuck up on this, like the origin of these morality? Because some people are going to be convinced, other people are not going to be convinced. No one here is advocating for, like, Satanists don't advocate for, like, the murder of children, and right?
Well, they do.
So
in abortion.
No, not all of them.
Yeah, all of them do.
No, not all of them. That's just wrong. You're not going to be able to say all of them.
I mean, I'm a part of many Satanist Facebook groups. I would beg you to say, hey, what Satanist doesn't
Are you
want
willing
abortion?
to defend the claim that all Satanists believe in abortion?
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you 90% of Satanists that I'm affiliated
so now
with would agree in
90% of
abortion.
Satanists, do you believe that Satanists believe that they're killing humans?
Well, that's beside the point for me.
No, that's not beside the point.
Well, like I said, for me, it's beside the point. For you, maybe not. That's fine. But I would say abortion is murder, hands down. I would say biological science agrees with that. I would say Planned Parenthood agrees with that.
No, biological science doesn't agree with that.
I mean, okay, then prove it.
They don't consider fetuses children.
Well, they consider it life, though. You might.
Sure.
I mean, we could conflate children and life, but they believe them. It's life.
You said it's children. It's not children.
Oh, I believe they're babies, they're fetuses, they're children. But biological science would say conception begins at life.
Don't say it's children, right? That's not how that works, right? You can't just apply categories to things that don't contain those analytic truths within their conception, right?
Why can't I do that?
Because in the concept of bachelor exists the concept of a married man, but bachelor doesn't mean like white person, right?
And how do you know that?
It doesn't consist inside the analytical proposition.
Is there a problem with that not consisting inside that position?
No, there's no problem. It just doesn't mean that it necessarily follows. it doesn't mean that it you're the one claiming that it necessarily follows. So when we ask,
no,
like,
I didn't say that at all. I'm following what you're saying. I'm just asking you questions inside of what your logical train of thought is.
What was my logical train of thought?
Oh, I don't know. You tell me, man. I mean,
You're
it sounds like
you're
advocating for the abortion and the murder of babies.
I wasn't even talking about abortion at all.
Well, I mean, you initially said that Satanists don't.
I didn't even know there were. I said Satanists don't.
Mm-hmm.
Most people, even Satanists, don't agree with the murder of children.
I mean, I would disagree with you on that. I really would.
If you go and ask Satanists, hey, do you guys agree with the murder of children? Right?
Well, they would say no based on their own opinion about what they think murder is.
Correct.
But they are aborting babies, and they push that.
So what now? Right. So now we say, so what now? So that's not because I'm having issues following the conversations. I wanted to chime in.
I can tell. I mean, I think everybody else can too. I'm saying that abortion is murder. I just
jumped in, bro. Are you like okay? There's no need to be hostile.
I'm not hostile at all, man. I'm just following the logical conclusion of your conversation. And like you said, you just jumped in. So you tell me what you want to talk about.
So you asked, you said Satanists. I'm talking about children. I'm not talking about abortion. Right? Abortion is a contested. There's even
as Christians, we believe that fetuses are babies and are.
Hang on, Josh. Let's let Don finish his thought.
Yeah, go for it, man. Yeah, no worries.
There's some Christians who believe in abortion, right?
They're not Christians.
Do you know what the no true Scotsman fallacy is?
I absolutely do. Why is it wrong?
Because they're Christians.
Okay, so why is the no true Scotsman fallacy, according to you, why is that wrong?
Because they're Christians. They self-identify as Christians by all metrics. They are Christians.
What are the metrics of a Christian?
They follow the New Testament.
What do you mean the New Testament? I mean, you're getting into a lot of areas.
Come on, man. Are you actually going to be this pedantic with me? Because I'm just going to stop talking to you.
I mean, you absolutely can do that, man. I'm asking you questions based on what you've said to me. So you're saying these people are Christians based on this. I say, okay, by what standard? And then you go on to get upset about it. And that's fine. And then you say they're New Testament Christians.
I'm getting upset because I think it's very clear what I mean by Christians. Protestant, Catholics.
They're not Catholics aren't
Christians.
Reformed. I mean, man, bro, you're getting to a lot of areas that are crazy.
we can go.
I'm down to talk about it.
This kind of reminds me of conversations I have with, like, let's say my background from Orthodox Judaism, where they go, "Oh, Reformed Jews aren't Jews," and I ask them, "Well, why aren't they Jews?" And they say because they do things the way they want them. Like, well, don't you do? You have interpretations of the Torah, you have interpretations of Scripture, right? And you can argue about the validity of those interpretations, but they're still Jewish, in the same way that they're still Christians.
Yeah, I'm not Jewish, so I wouldn't know what you're talking about. I'm just trying to follow what you're saying. And you're getting upset. You said you're getting upset. There's no reason to get upset. Man. We're just having a conversation.
It seems pedantic rather than it's like instead of just addressing the point, I'm trying to figure like what do we do now that we have them? If we both agree that hurting children is wrong, so is this conversation started with abortion? Like what? And like are we trying to ground abortion in some sort of like absolute logic or some sort of like Archimedean lever, and that Archimedean lever is like the scriptures? Like I'm trying to follow what's happening here.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of started it, but I'll just finish it. So what I'm saying is you say that we can both agree that hurting children is wrong. I would say that fetuses, babies, they are life begins at conception. Those are babies. So, yeah, I would agree that hurting children is wrong and abortion is wrong. So, yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, so we both agree.
Cool. Then no issues, man.
That was deep. For real, I was on the edge of my seat there. Travis is in here. Let's hear. No, for real. Let's hear Travis. Travis, are you there with us, bud?
Check
I think
one.
You're muted.
Am I clear?
Yep, there you go.
Hello.
Yes,
okay,
hello.
Cool. Josh, if I could, when you ask Don, why, you're essentially asking why is logic good, right? When Don points out the no true Scotsman fallacy, he's like, that's a fallacy. And when you say what's wrong with a fallacy, you're essentially getting to why do you value logic? Why should logic be valued, right?
A little bit. I would just like him to explain what the no true Scotsman fallacy is, how it's applied, and why it should be applied, why it's right or wrong, and how does he know it's true.
So you want to know. But
okay.
Not just why it's good.
I would say the no true Scotsman doesn't fall into like a truth claim. It's not a claim about truth.
Yeah, it's not.
Right?
It's a purity test.
It's not even a purity. It's like it's like if I say something along the lines of that's circular, you say, well, why is it true? There's nothing true about circularity or not, right? This is like, I'm not making a truth or falsity statement. It's something that can be verified, right? This is like it's not even an expression. Right? It's a non-cognitive. There's nothing here, right? I'm just saying.
Also, Josh. Oh, okay, sorry.
I'm just describing something, and what I'm describing is the attempt usually, in argumentation, or for example, when we say something along the lines of, X believes Y, and then someone go, well, that's not X, and I go, that is X, and I go, well, it's not X because this is X. So a no true Scotsman in a way saying that it's only X if and only if it's this version of it. But in many respects, we can recognize that Christianity is more than just this hyper-specific version of X in all like forms, social forms, descriptive forms, and empirical forms. So the no true Scotsman fallacy is when we speak about, for example, Islam, and someone goes, "Oh, Wahhabism isn't Islam." Why? Because he's a Sunni. But in every other respects, we will consider that Islam. If you talk about sects of Christianity, we call it Christianity, just like Reformed Judaism is Reformed Judaism. Sure, there's different stipulations of it, just like we have shepherd's pie and we have a pizza pie, but no one's going to sit here and say pizza is not a pie. Well, it's a pizza pie, and we have a shepherd's pie, right? We have a peach pie and all this other things. And there's a difference between a peach cobbler and the peach pie, but they're both peach derivatives. The no true Scotsman would be to say that, oh, it's not a peach pie, it's not peach because it's a cobbler, or something like that, or it's not a pie because it's pizza. It'd be one of these things. It just doesn't follow.
And then Josh, but then Josh was saying, Don, why should the no true Scotsman matter?
Oh, it only matters because it's, like I said, it's kind of pedantic in the argumentation. I'm just saying there's going to be Christians who support abortion. And to say, no, they're not Christian is kind of just like, come on, man, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's fallacious. It's fallacious. So why should...
fallacious.
Yeah. So why should...
It's not even logically fallacious, just informally fallacious.
Yeah.
The argumentation.
Yeah, I understand that. But why would you want to avoid an informal fallacy?
Oh, because it obfuscates rather than clarifies what we're talking about. It
Then
to discourse.
Exactly. Now, Josh is going to say, why does any of that stuff matter fundamentally? Because he says none of this stuff matters fundamentally unless you start with God. So if we continue answering Josh with like, oh, because it's a logical fallacy, and
then I'll have an answer. I don't believe that there's fundamental rights or wrongs.
That's what Josh is getting to here.
It's just never going to happen. I believe that.
So everyone in the room
find that center, that Archimedean lever, right? This is
why don't we all just answer Josh right now? Those who are moral subjectivists in the room, and say you're a moral subjectivist, and your moral sentiments are born of your feelings, so that Josh can stop asking you by what standard. Your standard are your
morals,
feelings.
I'm a moral sentimentalist, intuitionist in many respects, and also it could be coherentist as well.
Right, and does anyone here is anyone else here a moral objectivist? That is to say, you believe you have the is-ought gap in morality solved, besides Josh? Because I think Josh is the only one here. So in order to have Josh stop saying by what standard on this in this repetitive way,
I mean, is Josh a moral objectivist? Like, do you believe that you can bridge the is-ought gap, or do you just appeal to the Bible for morality? Then you'd be
he believes the object of... I won't speak for Josh, but my understanding is he believes that he's got the moral object in God through the Bible, through Scripture. Yeah.
Yes. Josh, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the discussion. Super good.
Okay, Honnenheim, go ahead, bud.
I was going to say I am maybe schizophrenically, though I can't. Romantically, I want to say I have it, and I'm wishing I could have it, but I can't actually say it, so I am on the side of moral subjectivism. Then I want to say, Josh, that just one quick thing, sorry, I won't be long.
No, go ahead.
You said that you're not a Jew, so I'm going to give you the true Scotsman unfallacy or something, and I'd say by my definition of a Jew, you are a Jew, so back at you.
Okay, cool.
The problem is, Josh, is that any standard is going to be normative, or like Travis said, born of our sentimental emotions.
Mm-hmm.
it's just like my moral axioms that I use because I'm a well-beingist and I'm kind of like an intuitionist and a particularist like Don.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think he said particularist. I don't want to put words in his mouth. But,
I like that. That's better than what I meant. I think I said coherentist. I meant particularist. That's
yeah, particularist. Absolutely.
Yes.
And Josh fell out, but we'll get him back in a second. What happened?
Yeah, and I mean, my thing is, I would suggest that my current belief is that this is what Josh is doing too. Josh has come to, I mean, Josh is a pretty fresh new Christian. He has come to Christianity because of how it made him feel.
Right.
Everything I believe about what Josh is thus far tells me that he is a moral subjectivist, just like I am. These moral sentiments have led him to thinking that he's got the right answer in Christianity. And, before that, your moral sentiments were leading you in other directions before you found that, because I would suggest that you were able to make moral deliberations before you found Christianity, although you probably wouldn't claim that they were grounded in some kind of moral object before.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right, Josh?
Yeah, I guess I would say that I'm not a Christian because of the way that it makes me feel. I would say that I'm a Christian by the grace of God, according to Romans 8:28 through 32. Which is the golden chain of redemption, and I would say that passages.
So you read that, and it made you feel a certain way.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, come on!
I would.
How else would it?
Did
I
it
mean, you've
compel
read
you?
so
Did you
many
feel
things.
compelled, like logically compelled, or was it like
you must have?
Right? Is there choice involved? Like, what's going on?
No, not at all. I would say that I'm a Calvinist, right? So I believe that God predestines people to be a part of His elect, right? And that could be any one of you. I have no idea of knowing that. Maybe next year Travis is going to submit to Jesus Christ. I don't know. Maybe not. Who knows? But I would say that as a Christian, I'm not a Christian because I like what I read. Kind of like what Travis was saying. I like what I read. It sounds good, and I'll just latch on to that. I don't think that's what true Christianity is. You know what I mean?
Well, you can say that, but everything we know about like cognitive science would tell us that you at some point you took in these stories, and maybe you didn't read it, maybe someone told it to you.
Sure.
But the allure of these stories pulled you in through your senses.
Maybe.
I mean,
you
could say
also add that sentiments don't necessarily feel good as well. Like,
sure, sure.
Now, sentiments don't even have to feel good. In many ways, we feel compelled to do something. It's the right thing to do. It feels.
It can
right
be out of fear or whatever.
Yeah, it could be out of any.
Yeah.
It could be out of duty. That's still a sentiment.
Yeah.
Right? And that duty is not an objective thing. It's not something that you find in the world. It's something that you find within yourself. Ergo, subjective, not objective.
Yeah, it's anti-real.
And I'm not saying that Josh has to believe that. I'm just being clear with what I believe about Josh's nature and how he has come to Christianity. And when you profess, no, I believe it's by God's good grace, and then you cite a piece of scripture that was born of human authors who claimed or were claimed to be divinely inspired, and you put your faith that this is somehow accurate to the objective truth of the God in reference. And I think this is bad reasoning, because you need to use faith, and faith, by my definition, the way I see people use it, is the excuse people give for believing things absent any other reason to give. Like, there isn't a reason outside of like, well, I got nothing, so I'm going to say faith. I mean, that's my current belief. But like you said, I might accept Jesus as my Lord and Savior. But for me, Josh, for me to be convinced, we got to get over this faith thing, and someone's got to show me how these authors were in fact divinely inspired and didn't just pull that out of their ass to make their religion a better, give their religion a better selling feature.
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to say, and then I'll shut up. I recently had a conversation about this exact topic actually earlier today, and in a sense, I asked someone about what faith means, and faith is kind of like a choice to believe, in a sense, right? I have faith, right? Choose to believe in the things unseen, right? As the Bible, I don't remember exactly which part talks about it, and for me, belief is compelled. Like when I'm running down the street and there's like a stop sign in front of me, I don't choose to believe that it's there. I have no choice but to believe it. When I hear a convincing argument it's in a way traumatic. Like I'm kind of forced to believe it. I don't really choose to believe it or not. And if in any respects there's some sort of choice involved in your belief, then to be fair, you don't actually believe it. You're suggesting it. You're deceiving yourself, in my opinion. Choice and belief don't match, because belief is a compelled thing. It's not a thing you can choose.
I agree.
I'm with you, Josh. Do you have a response?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would just say that as far as Christians are concerned, when we're talking about worldview and basic kind of epistemological beliefs, veritrological, moral beliefs, metaphysical beliefs, God is the only standard for how you can know anything at all. And we've kind of just seen that. You've kind of made a few claims against Christianity, which is totally fine, and I'm in it. Like, I'm paying the $10, Travis. Like, every month I'm paying it. Like, I'm into this.
I appreciate that. It gets me one of those fancy Starbucks large drinks. I used to be able to get two, but the economy, like.
Hey man, you come here.
My mother-in-law. Coffee habit.
My mother-in-law has a coffee shop. I'll give you all the coffee you want, man. You're golden.
Awesome.
Yeah, I guess I'm just not hearing a lot of substantial claims for how you guys know what you know. Right?
Okay,
and that's
I'll
across
give it to
the
you
board.
right now, Josh. I'll give it to you right now.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So you remember the days before you were a Christian, right?
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately,
okay.
I do.
Okay, yeah. So would you sometimes have oranges and apples in the fridge?
Sure. I don't think literally, but yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
We have oranges in the
we couldn't afford those, but yeah.
Yeah, I hear you.
I was raised by a pastor. Go figure, right? You know what I mean?
Well, let's say you were at someone's house and and someone said, "Hey, can you go grab me an orange out of the fridge?" And then you go and grab an orange, and I pop up as some specter beside you, and I say, how do you know that is an orange and not an apple? Yeah. And I would suggest that you have been somewhat led to believe this through correspondence criteria of truth, which is my current epistemological standard of truth, which essentially is, we that is looking at the objects in reality and how they correspond to the claims that we make about them and how we verify that. So that's the scientific method. That's currently our best way in order to look at the objects in reality and see how they correspond, and build models based on that. So I would say you knew at that time that was an orange that you had in your hand. You had knowledge that was an orange in your hand and not an apple. And I would suggest it's okay that it wasn't grounded in anything ultimate, because I would also assume that at that time, that if something changed within the scientific consensus about those fruits, and we started, like, let's say we actually created a model that changed so many things about the way that we look at the universe, that showed us that really an apple and an orange are one in the same, and the reason why they hit our senses in this way. So that would create a new model of knowledge that you would be able to cite to someone in any conversation about oranges and apples. So I would say that you were probably, and I would say, Josh, that in your life right now, sure, it would be one step up above where you presuppose God as your ultimate at the bottom fundamental layer. But one step up from that, I would suggest you're probably rely on correspondence criteria of truth in much of your life. For instance, if you and Jacob were out hiking in British Columbia, Canada, and you found, and you found hanging out with Uncle Trav, and you saw a green tree frog, right? And Jacob's like, "Whoa, Dad, check out this green tree frog. Let's figure out what it is." You might go on to Google, and you'll Google green tree frog hanging out on a cedar tree in British Columbia, and it's going to give you the genus. It's going to give you the entire, what we know about that, right? So I would say your correspondence criteria of truth, you rely on that just like I do, but you would say that I don't have it grounded ultimately, but you do. But for me in my life, pragmatically, it matters not.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, I guess I would just say that things you just said could be true or could not be true. How do we know anything of what you just said about what you believe is true? What's the foundation for you saying what you're saying, right? And then is that necessary? Is it good?
Josh, he's told you, buddy. He's said that it's his sentiments.
Right. Yeah. So how do you know your sentiments are right? How do you know your sentiments are wrong?
What do you mean by
good?
What do you mean by right and wrong? I don't believe that right and wrong can come to an objective answer about or through my sentiments.
But you do believe right and wrong can be subjective.
Yeah.
So
I do think that.
Are we talking about morality or like?
We're kind of talking about everything. I think is what's going on.
Well,
here.
well, I think we're
so
talking
it's
a bit about
sentiments for Travis, right? Because when it comes to like matter, Travis has objective methods.
Yeah, but I would, Josh went into right and wrong, so we stepped back into morality. But yeah, if you're asking why, like what that's grounded in, my morality, it's these, you presuppose God. My two fundamental presuppositions that I am serving are two very basic ones that that I will claim that life is preferential to death, and I have no objective grounding to that. I will claim that health is preferential to sickness. Those two fundamental presuppositions, I want my moral foundation to at least serve those two fundamental presuppositions. And then when I look out into the world, let me finish. And then when I look out into the world and say, what's going to give me my best shot at living instead of dying and being healthy instead of sick, I look to the well-being model, which is essentially focuses on the functionality of the mind and body.
Yeah.
So now, if your fundamental question is why all of that, my answer to you is for the pleasure of doing so. No other reason but that.
So it's more hedonism.
Yeah, it's hedonistic calculus fundamentally. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I believe. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
All right. Yeah.
You might say, oh, I've escaped hedonistic calculus because I have adopted Christianity for the. But my current belief is that you came to Christianity hedonistically and you stay in it hedonistically.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's so interesting. I feel like I've heard you say that before, but didn't hit home until now. Okay. Cool, man.
Yeah, it's
that's
simply
good.
for the pleasure of doing so. All of us. For
interesting.
Me. Yeah.
Yeah,
wow.
When it comes to morality, I'm the same way. When it comes to like objective stuff, I really hold to like Charles Peirce, American pragmatism. As
yes. William James.
Yep. And the reason I do so is because I like to say I've been infected with the Cartesian bug. Right, I think Descartes was onto something. We say, how can I know that the objects of my corporeal experience are in any way like true or real?
Yep.
And I think Descartes pointed out that you just can't. Right, even his idea of "I think, therefore I am," like his supposed Archimedean lever, couldn't get him to like get past like the demon, right? The mind in the machine, God's demon or whatever it is, a deceit. How do we know
it's Cartesian demon.
Cartesian demon. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah. And for that very reason, Don, I would try to sell Josh into fallibilism. At least have have an element of it. I call it almost certainty in the colloquial language. But I would try to sell you on some level of fallibilism so that if you believe God has come calling to you in your dream and you have this
I don't believe that
transcendental experience. Okay, no, I'm just saying in a hypothetical, if you did believe that. Because
but I don't.
Okay, at one point you you didn't believe in Jesus Christ, right? And as your Lord and Savior, but now you do.
Absolutely.
Now you're telling me, but I don't believe in that. But I'm saying if you did one day, just like you did one day become a Christian, I would not want you to think that, Jesus has told you to kill your son Jacob here and you carry that out. I would want you to be fallibilist about that.
So my favorite thing about pragmatism is that pragmatism can take many shapes and forms. Conceptual pragmatism, transcendental pragmatism, right? Empirical pragmatism.
Yes.
And the answer for all of it is in many ways can be summarized by one of my favorite ideas around philosophy. Like, how do I know when a philosophical concept is true? Like, that's a really hard thing to understand, right? When we talk about science or empirical stuff, that has been really easy to figure out, right?
Yeah.
It gives us predictability. It gives us it makes theories and predictions.
Yeah.
But for something in philosophy to be true, I think it has to do something a bit more. And what it needs to do is it has to answer a question, and by virtue of answering that question, create questions that we never knew we could even solve or think about. It gives us a type of conceptual pragmatism by which things not only make sense, but make so much more sense now that we can inquire further. And for philosophy, the goal is to create paradigm shifts. If we meet that angle, we can discover truths about nature, reality, ourselves, our interaction with it in a philosophical way. And for me, that's the criteria, the end goal. So, like, how do we get there, right? Sound logic, sound reasoning. These are tools that have been useful for us. And pragmatism really does think of the way we think about the world, our brains, logic, so as tools to create coherency.
Yeah, pragmatism exactly is like that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's fine. So when we talk about
Perry seems like he has something to say, guys. Let's let him jump in real quick. What you got, Perry?
Well, Travis eventually included it in his answer, and it just seems like a good way to reconcile this infinite regress of asking, how do you know that? Why?
Yeah. The Pyrrhonistic skepticism. Why for infinity?
The difference between, say, Honenheim and Josh is Josh will presuppose in God, as he's said many times, and we will presuppose in whatever. Moral subjectivity, however you want to call it, right? So
it's all Jesus. Just Jesus. Just say it.
Go ahead, Barry.
I'm messing with you. I'm sorry, man. That's my
no.
bad.
Yeah, you're good. So it's all based on, and I mean, I would argue that your use of this subjective language, saying that you're presupposing it in God, is subjective. I mean, it was a bit redundant and circular in how I said that, but
yeah,
I mean, it's subjectivity all the way down. And when you ask for these foundations, that is, it just seems to be the only, I guess I'll say,
defense,
pragmatic,
maybe?
Yeah, pragmatic answer or solution to this issue.
Sure. Okay.
And I mean, I think why Honenheim gets so mad is, or who was saying it?
Everybody gets mad at me. It's fine.
Or Scott was saying how,
Yeah.
And Don was saying it too. What did he say? Pedantic or?
I don't even know what that means, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Right? Yeah, I didn't either. But I think
pedantic just means like in a way, in a very trivial. It's if you were to say something like disorientated, and I were to be like, no, I'm sorry, it's disorient, being pedantic.
Oh.
So I mean, anyway, I
he's
just
wrong.
feel as though
100%.
in order to continue a conversation and not tangent on epistemological infinite regress, it just seems like we should all just say presuppose this and then, I guess, go on with the question, because we've been talking about this for 30
Everybody
minutes.
has presuppositions. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, that's a biblical view. Like, you all have presuppositions. The question is, what's right and what's wrong?
Yeah. So then the question is, what's true? And so, what is our criterion for true? If our criterion for true, as I like to do, like pragmatism from the tradition of Charles Peirce, it has to give me both a type of conceptual utility, pragmatic utility, transcendental, like all of this, all of these pragmatic nature. For me, is how I validate something.
Yeah. The question is, why does it have to do that to you?
Why does it have to do?
That's a theological question. Why and who are theological questions? What and how are positive scientific questions? So if you're going to ask why, I mean, you're asking for a theological and metaphysical answer, essentially.
I'm telling everybody. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bud. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's let Hannah.
I was just going to say, sorry if it seems like I'm getting mad. I'm getting frustrated, definitely. And the reason why I get frustrated is, well, one, it seemed like I did say in the comments, it seemed like a dodge, and then it seemed like, well, it was a definite dismissal, and then a decision not to interact with me at all because I don't share your views, which was a bit sad, I thought. So that was a bit frustrating.
The problem I was going to run into here, guys, is that Josh has the answer. Correct, Josh?
According to me, yeah.
Supposedly.
Okay. So we are fallibilist. Right. We are the fallibilist, and he is the infallibilist. And so it's it's just going to be a difficult thing to talk about it. This is a wall where immovable object meets unstoppable force, kind of.
Heyo.
But
And is that right or wrong, and who cares by what standard? Let's go.
I can give a theological answer to why I think that like that works.
Yeah.
Like when I conceive of like the true nature of reality, right? I tend to be a neutral monist, which means that I believe that I don't believe in a dualistic conception of the world where we have a distinction between mind and matter, and I don't believe in one where there's matter. Like I'm not a physicalist, a materialist, but which all of the things in my perception matter necessitates like all cognitive phenomena. And also, I'm not an idealist. Okay. I'm a neutral monist. I mean, I believe in a third substance. Whatever this third substance is, whatever is the true nature of the things in themselves, my corporeal stuff, and even like my phenomenological like experience, like my qualia of red or of joy or of texture. Yeah. Those are caused by this third substance, and I interact with this third substance. And my way of interacting with it is that which lets me, in a sense, control, orient, predict the movements of both these things, both in an experiential way, right? Like color theory or emotional theories or whatever it is, any type of mind theories or even scientific ones. And they both can be valid, which is why I take a lot of perspectivism approach as well to truth, a type of pragmatic perspectivism. So my theological answer is that there's this third substance that is unknown to us. Very much like a Ein Sof type of a Jewish Kabbalistic view of what God is, or even a Brahmin perspective of, we can use the word God if it's easier, of God as the unknown, uninteractable thing by which the world manifests itself. And interaction with that, knowing that, can be known not through scripture, not just the attempt to do so, but through everything else, in a very Galilean sense, where we can know God not through by study of Scripture, but the study of the world itself and of ourselves. And that's kind of how we get to know this third substance.
Can I ask you something about that? And the rest of these things are just tools to do so. So, are you saying it's like either it's like an interface, or saying that it's... Because what I heard was you say it was like whatever the case is. And then I also heard you say how we can experience the color red, so it made me think of like an interface. So is that kind of how you're explaining that?
Interface theory lines up a little bit, but it's
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Oh yeah, it is. It's like the idea that, like, imagine like if our experience would be like the home screen of your iPod or of your iPhone or your phone, whatever. You can learn how to use that and navigate and do a bunch of cool things, but it doesn't actually tell you anything about the true nature of the ones and zeros of the phone.
The true nature. Gotcha. Right? So whatever is the case is what you're saying.
Whatever it is. It's just, it will always be unknown, right? This is like this is very much like mystical Judaism or Brahmanism is conceived of as God. That's what they use. The word is God. I'll just use the word unknown.
Sure. Yeah, you can define God in different ways.
Yeah. By the way, for the audience, neutral monism is basically an ontology that says neither material nor idealistic. It is material or abstract. It is a third substance in which reality is constituted of.
That just comes down to a thing with our limited linguistic skills, I feel like, because we do our best to create these words to try and describe perhaps this third thing that you're describing. But it is obviously very, and God, I'm so glad I've heard this, neutral monism.
Yep.
That there, whatever is the case, because this is what I think of all the time. I mean, there is something, whatever is the case. And supposedly, I obviously have to presuppose that. But and we use these words like idealism, abstract, physical, empirical to try and describe that, when in reality we're just describing these myths, and it's perhaps myths all the way down when it comes to humans. But yeah, neutral monism, nice.
Yeah, and I think a cool part of it is that we are an extension of whatever it is. So, like in the words of Schopenhauer, we are the noumenal, or the sense of that which is independent of all experience. We are that observing itself in some sort of phenomenal way.
Josh, you got some noise going on here, brother.
So that's my theological grounding.
Not 100%.
It's never the thing itself. It's never it just whatever, just illusions of it or whatever it might be. But that is my metaphysical, my theological.
What is Schopenhauer? Oh, he said nominal or numinal.
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 The thing in itself. Kant also expounded upon this in his Transcendental Idealism.
Okay, these German idealists, man, can't understand.
Yeah, man. It's continental philosophy. It's difficult.
Yeah, that is my theories of truth. That's like my metaphysical grounding. That's my theological perspectives.
The pragmatic criteria of truth, Josh. William James, Charles Sanders Peirce.
What does pragmatic mean
guys.
to you, Josh? Or practical, or
Yeah.
What does it mean to me?
Yeah, like I just feel like that's just a non sequitur kind of word, because in reality, since you're an infallibilist and you have God's divine word, then there is no pragmatic to it. I mean, you know it 100%, right? Or do you have a sense of pragmatic to use in your daily life?
I think it would help if you told me, what do you mean by infallibilist, and then what do you mean by pragmatism? You know what I mean? That would help me. Yeah.
So I'd rather have Don talk about pragmatism, but you said infallibilist. I mean, again, with my acknowledgement that we are linguistically limited, I would say it's synonymous to perfect. I mean, honestly, I might argue with my schizophrenic self that it means omniscient in a sense. But perfect, 100%, 100 out of 100, you know?
Yeah, you just can't be wrong about this thing that you believe.
Can't be wrong.
You're just not. Yeah, you're not.
Yeah, that's infallible.
You're telling
infallible
me
means 100%.
Okay, I got you.
Belief.
Yeah. Okay.
It means absolute belief, Josh.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
pragmatism is essentially, it's not quite the antipode. I mean, perhaps it is the antonym.
Pragmatism is based on. I'm sorry, Perry.
Yeah, no, I'd rather have you. Yeah.
Well, fallibilism. Excuse me. Pragmatism, especially in the ethical pragmatism or epistemological pragmatism, is specifically highlighted by fallibilistic epistemology. So that is a mainstay. That's a paradigm of pragmatism.
Right.
Okay.
So is there any fallibilistic tendencies that you have in your life as an infallibilist? I mean, that's a bit oxymoronic of a question
little bit
to ask, but
can you give me what is an example of a fallibilistic tendency in my life?
I don't know.
What are you thinking I could?
So I guess you were wrong about the time that you had to meet with your cousins or whatever.
Okay.
You know, is that inspired by God and infallible or no?
No. So I think this is a category here. Honestly, man. I would say, yes, I am the man. I'm a leader of my family. I've been married 18 years. I got 4 kids. Jacob's literally in the conversation talking to you guys about this stuff. As a, pragmatist or whatever you want to call it, I don't think that God specifically tells me that I can't be wrong about certain things.
Gotcha.
I think I live my life according to an objective standard that has been provided by him with which to lead my family.
So you can't be wrong.
I can be wrong 100%. Case in point, and Jacob's right here. I get angry at Jacob and I yell at him unjustly. And he says, yes, Dad, no problem. And then later he says, hey, you yelled at me for no reason. And I say, hey, you're 100% right, man. I'm so sorry, man. I should not have done that to you. That was my bad. I was acting in sin. I was angry. I was tired, whatever. I'm like Jacob. I'm so sorry, man. That was my fault, and I'm 100% sorry.
That's why you can repent and be forgiven.
Absolutely, because we have an objective standard with which to look to, which is God.
Gotcha.
And honestly, before that, before I was a Christian, I wouldn't have done that. I'd be like, Jacob, shut up. Like, you're an idiot.
Did you have different Christian beliefs before this moment where they were differing and you were wrong about that?
What do you mean by different? Yeah. What do you mean by different Christian beliefs?
You're a Calvinist right now. Were you?
Sure.
I'm trying to think of a closely related one to Calvinist, but
can I
differing?
Episcopalian.
Can I give you a brief just history of how I was raised? So I was raised evangelical free, which is my dad's still a pastor, right? Nice guy. he had a different view of salvation and God. Right,
Gotcha.
so I was raised differently, and I think that's why I kind of fell away from quote unquote the faith. People fall away from the faith, whatever. At 18, like, yeah, God's stupid, he doesn't, whatever. Right. I think because of that, the way I was brought up, I disregarded Christianity. Yeah. So I think there's different.
So that was stage 2, and then stage 3 or 4, you became a Calvinist or whatever.
What do you mean by what stages? We're talking about stages.
So you said you left Christianity at age 18?
I wouldn't say I left Christianity. I would say I left a false version of Christianity.
But yeah, you left a differing belief of whatever. So stage 2 is what you are right now as a Calvinist? Whatever that next post 18.
Like an anime,
I'm trying to go to your stages. I'm trying to get the stage mentality.
Chronologically.
Yeah, I would say I was raised, quote-unquote, a Christian. I don't think that was true Christianity based on their version of eschatology and soteriology. I think I left that and then was just amazingly, in God's grace, brought to faith in 2016, 2017, and then moved on from there. So I'd say there's really 2 stages, non-believer, believer.
So what logical armamentarium did you bring to the table in order to come to this conclusion?
What do you mean?
What were the events? What were the events that happened? Wait, did you say it already? How you became?
I don't know.
I feel like you said. What did you say?
I say a lot of things, man. I don't know. I'm so sorry. Thomas knows.
No, I don't.
Don't put that on me. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I text you all the time, bro. I'm so sorry, man.
Yeah, I know, it's all good. Here, Perry is jumping in.
You were divinely
You're a little quiet,
inspired. Perry. Oh, jeez, that's weird. You were divinely inspired at some point, right?
Revelation.
I want to answer that. What do you think divinely inspired means?
I mean,
I do want to answer it. I really do.
You're at a point right now where you have clearly been influenced by divinity and God and the Christian God.
Mm-hmm.
What was the preceding point and cause that therefore led you to being one with that divinity, or God, Christian God, we'll call it?
Yeah. So I think, and I'm open to correction from my own church on this. Obviously, I don't speak for my church. I speak for me. I think there's a point in time in which God chooses you to believe in Him. So I think there's a point in time when God says, "Hey, everything you thought, that's dumb. Stop." Right? For lack of a better term. I have a GED, so forgive me. But I think that happened in 2016. I think that I was living my life a certain way, which was really wrong, and I'm happy to get into in a non-recorded avenue. And He changed my life, right? He's like, "Hey, you're an idiot. Let's go." So with that being said, I think there's absolutely a way that God desires for you to live your life. And I think that He will intervene in your life at a certain point. And I think that certain point for me was in
if I were to experience that, like what would I expect? Like if I was like if you could say what that felt like, what is it like? What is the experience of this?
Sure. So I would say it's unfortunately it's coming to know and understand that you were kind of a dirtbag. Like, I'm not saying that about any of you guys. Honestly, I'm not. I think you're all super cool people, but kind of a dirtbag. Like, hey, I'm living my life for myself or for the wrong things. And I think it's God changing your heart, from a heart of stone to a heart of flesh, as the Bible says, to come to know and understand who He is. It's a Romans 1 situation.
But what did that feel like when your heart changed to stone, or whatever you said?
What did that feel like? Confusing, good. No, not traumatic at all. I think it's it's good. And man, I mean, I don't know how to tell you, but I'm living my best life now, dude.
St. Augustine, who heard like a child's voice, and then he turned to a random page in the Bible, and he was like, "Oh, this is just the verse I need to get me out of my sin." Was it something like that, or?
Well, I don't think St. Augustine would ever say he looked at a verse to get him out of his sin. I think that's a slight mischaracterization.
Well, no. Well, I mean, according to the professor that I heard from Princeton, he said that
I would look at what exactly he said, because you can look that up.
Yeah. That's what he goes into St. Augustine's readings. I mean, he doesn't just make this up arbitrarily. He strictly.
I mean, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, he's a Christian, so I don't know.
Professing, I don't know.
Right, true.
I don't know.
He could be going to hell for all we know.
We don't know. I hope not. I hope not.
But if that's the case, if neutrally monistically this is the case where St. Augustine heard this this child is supposedly what he said, and he said a statement, and I forget what the statement was, but it led St. Augustine to open the Bible to a random passage, and boom, that was the verse. So I'm just kind of giving an example of conversion or enlightenment, right? Yeah. He was revealed, revelation. It's because obviously us non-believers don't have that kind of thing.
My ultimate question for non-believers is, why believe anything at all? How do you know what you know? Sure. What's the survival's the key. Why survive? Yeah. Why should we survive?
Because I think I can answer that. But
go for it, Brett. No, I'd love to hear you.
Can you repeat the question, Josh? How do I know anything?
Sure. I mean, which question? I asked several questions.
You said, how do you know that those why are those beliefs right, or something along the lines?
Why do you choose to believe anything at all?
Why do you choose?
So I don't number one, I don't classify myself as a believer or a non-believer. But the reason I know it is because I, on 2 separate occasions, was part of a team that helped 2 separate teenagers not commit suicide.
And that's, praise God, that's great.
It is a great thing, but like, I know that, and I'm not trying to sound this for ego, but I know that my presence there had some kind of even micro influence for them to believe that they were worthy of love. And because they had lost everything else. I have, on similar occasions, like I was trying to say before when I was driving, I have had interactions with several young people who were in very violent situations.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I was able to access the necessary resources and help them access those resources in order to where they were able to then live fully functioning lives later on.
Sure.
And so that, to me, like, I'm not going to lie, for the last 30 minutes, I was pretty heated over our conversation earlier. Now I've calmed down.
Don't get heated, man. Don't get heated. All good.
But like that to me is worthy enough to say, like, that is a cause, and that's not the majority of what I do. The majority of what I do is simple, of helping people try to be able to find the learning, the learning inside of them every single day.
Sure.
In the public school system.
Oh man. Okay.
So that's my answer to that question of, I see that evidence of not being the only reason, but being one reason that helped many people from the brink of destruction, and just wanting, devoting my life to trying to help young people believe in themselves on their own. Like, first showing them an example of what I do, but then also,
Okay.
So that you said, can anyone answer that? And I think I have a reason with the last 15 years of my life that, as flawed as I am, as faulted as I am, I have evidential proof that, it didn't matter whether I was helping a Muslim kid, a Christian kid, a Jewish kid, or a kid that, came from a household of no faith.
Yeah.
The point was, what is it? Isaiah 1:17, seek justice.
Sure.
Plead the case of the, so.
Yeah, I don't think that applies to what you're doing, though. What are you talking about when you apply a Bible verse to what you're doing with Muslims and other people? That doesn't make sense to me.
I don't hold the goodness and the action I do for any particular person. I do it for all. One of the phrases I tell kids in my classroom is, all are welcome at the table. All are welcome into the classroom because all are equally deserving of a high school education.
Okay.
I don't put a like, it's not all, again, like all kids of one faith, race, religion, even language. I have to, get sources for kids that have a first different language. And that to me may not be 100% fallible or infallible. Right?
Gotcha.
But
yes,
as long as you acknowledge that.
Yeah, I can, but it does. I'm not gonna lie. I did take it as an insult when you said like that. You're questioning you were questioning to a degree the validity of it, because I almost saw those on the brink of death, and to me, you can say that didn't exist and that I didn't hold the standard of truth that would be to believe in a deity, but I was there. And
Yeah, I would make it less personal for you in what I'm saying, and I would make it more generic and try to understand the concepts with which I'm giving to you. This is part of being kind of a more mature person and understanding that the things we're talking about, they're not direct attacks on you, and if they are, so be it. Man up and bite back. You know what I mean? Don't be offended by it. This is a basic Christian belief. If you don't give people God, they're not going to thrive, right? So I'm absolutely happy. Like, dude, I am in the military. My friend killed himself 3 weeks ago. Dude, I understand suicide. I understand that. I've had multiple people die in combat. Dude, yeah, absolutely. I understand what you're saying. Like, I'm not devoid of an emotional response to people hurting themselves based on other things. What I'm saying is the only answer you need to give them is Jesus. And the answer you're giving them, if it's not Jesus, it's just a placeholder. It really is. And I think you do a great job. You sound very genuine, and you're a teacher, and I agree with that.
Josh,
but I would
Brett has a very big heart. He is a very strong-hearted person.
Agreed, man. 100%.
And I don't like...
it's really funny. I think that Jesus is the placeholder.
Sure, by what standard?
No.
I mean, what's up? Let's go.
I mean,
you heard me.
I think in the personal salvation or personal worth doesn't come by appealing to Jesus. I think it comes by yourself. It comes through you. It comes through recognition that you're in your hands. There are things outside of your control, and there's many different options in life, and self-worth is very much internal, right? I studied psychology, and that's one of the things that we learn. One of the things that that works. There's constructs and theories around it. In many respects, there's many people who, quote unquote, you would say they haven't actually found Jesus if they, don't feel it. But so that's something like I don't know what would it take to change your mind in a sense.
That's a good question.
Like when you say "let's go," I'm interested. Like
Josh is cleaning his guns at the same time. He's not. Josh, did you hear Don Don?
Yeah, I don't understand what he's saying. So, if you want to dumb it down, talk to me like I'm 5, bro.
Oh, I'm just saying, what would it take for you to? Because you said "let's go," right? Like, oh, I think Jesus is a placeholder. Well, what would it take to make you believe that Jesus is a placeholder? Like, what would you need to, like, in front of you to change that perspective? Because, like, if you told me like, oh, how would you change your perspective that Jesus is the placeholder? I would need like some empirical evidence or some evidence to show that there's some sort of methodology to accepting Jesus into your heart, or
sure,
this alleviates these problems.
That's fair Arminian. I don't believe in
that.
Yeah,
so
no problem.
For me, what I'm asking is, like,
cool.
What would it take for you to believe something else? Like, what is your criteria
to believe
accept
what? What would you like me to believe other than what I believe? That Jesus is Lord?
No, because we're talking about, like, helping people, right? And, like, specifically in response to
Sure.
Brett, the tools.
Why should we help people?
I'm asking you.
I'm asking you. You brought it up. You said it. We should help people. Why should I help somebody? I don't believe anything of what you said. Why should we help people?
That's not what I was saying. I was saying
you just said it. This is recorded.
Okay, I wasn't saying why we should help people. So just like Brett has helped people, he said whatever you told them, I'm sure it helped them. But really, you're giving them a placeholder. What you should have said is take Jesus into your heart, right? Or it's Jesus. You should have told them Jesus. And I think telling people Jesus is a placeholder. And then my question is, what would it take? Why are you convinced that? What would it take you to convince that it's not Jesus? For me, I would need very basic evidence to believe that giving people Jesus in, like, whatever fashion that you believe is the right one. Like, I would have criteria on which I would accept.
Cool.
What would be your thing that you would accept to believe?
Yeah, absolutely. So you literally just said, "Hey, you need evidence. We need evidence." What is evidence?
I have evidence. I have many different forms of evidence.
Sure.
Right?
You said you wanted evidence based on my position. I'm asking you what you think evidence is. I'm trying to help you get down to the fundamentals of what you're saying. I'm helping you define your key terms as a classical version of education.
I was asking you a question. I'm not trying to,
I heard your question.
My question. So why are you not answering my question?
I'm trying to help. I'm trying to be fair, right? In Christianity, we want to be fair, loving, and truthful. I'm trying to help you understand that we need to do that. So when you're talking about,
be fair. So I think a part of being fair is when you ask a question, you answer it. Like, that's the manners when I was a kid. And then after you answer the question,
so I have to answer according to your standard.
No, you can just answer what
you just said.
Criteria do you take? Is there anything that I could say that would make you believe that Jesus isn't the answer?
Yeah, I'm trying to help you understand that when you are educated classically, right? Christian classically, there's different form of kind of discourse. That's not happening right now. I'm trying to help you get to that point. We need to understand. You need to define your key terms, honestly. And I mean, I don't know any scholar that would disagree with me on that.
Can't we just have you use your terms and answer using your terms, and we'll just accept that whatever terms you're using?
Well, I'm not leading the discussion, Perry. Y'all are leading the discussion. I'm just a bystander.
I'm right here, brother.
So
I'm just asking you if there's any criterion that would make you think that Jesus is the placeholder, or what would it? What
do you mean placeholder? Define your key terms and placeholder.
Okay, when I say placeholder, I the way I thought you meant placeholder, that you said, like, you were filling some gap in our hearts, or some truth about the world that simply substitutes that Jesus wholly gives you. Maybe it's partial, maybe it somewhat helps, but it's really not the answer.
What's really not the answer?
Not the answer, like eudaimonia or some type of internal well-being, or catharsis, perpetual catharsis in our heart. That's kind of how I understand.
Hold on, but you Josh used the word placeholder before Don did. So can't we just use? You're asking for his definition of placeholder, but why can't we just use the one that you just used?
Sure. So, sure. What do you think I meant by when I said placeholder?
I just answered that.
Okay, Perry.
I mean, I don't think it matters. My interpretation on how you use placeholder is independent of you being able to answer the question of Jesus being a placeholder. Also, you can just use the same definition that you used, I'll say pragmatically, to be humorous, and you can just use that same placeholder definition for this question about Jesus. Can you not?
Perfect. Let's use that definition. Now what's the question?
What was your question, Don? Like, what criterion would it take to
show you that, that Jesus is a placeholder? Is there anything that could convince you that Jesus is actually the placeholder. And there's something more fundamental about personal salvation, eudaimonia, or one of those whatever you want to call it, right? When you're good with oneself, makes you be a good person, makes you feel right, makes you be responsible, dutiful, and all those different things.
Sure. So what would it take to make me not believe that Jesus is God? That I would say nothing, honestly.
No, you can believe that Jesus is God, but you can still believe that Jesus isn't that which you necessarily need. Or do you think that's like one and
that
the
is
same
what?
thing?
I'm sorry.
That which you necessarily need for your own salvation.
Yeah, I would say 100% I need Jesus for my own salvation.
There's nothing else. There's no even questions about it.
Not at all.
That's it. That was my entire question. Is there something, or there's nothing? That's all I wanted to know.
Sure. Then yeah, no.
Okay. I forgot what it was in relation to, but that's cool.
I mean, you said a lot of stuff. You said a lot of stuff, man. So it was tough to keep up with.
It's all good. I've said a lot of stuff. Josh, you've said a lot of stuff too. It's okay. Like I said, this is very difficult just for everybody because I don't know if anybody in here thinks that they have the ultimate answer, and it's very difficult. They do, and that you know, I know you get that. I know
Absolutely.
you get that, but it's very difficult, because everybody knows why. There's no reason for me to.
I think they do.
Yeah, everybody knows why.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah. I think that act as if they do have the right answer in everyday life. That's what I would say. We live lives as if we know things are true. We live our lives as though we know things are right and wrong. Whether or not that's the case is, remains to be seen, right? If I'm walking down the street and I see a girl getting raped, I, as a Christian, am going to stop him, right? I'm going to stop that from happening. I think Thomas would. Like I've used this example. Thomas is welcome to my house any day. Like I live, 6 hours away from you?
I'm going to come eat all your food.
Dude, my wife cooks some delicious food. Oh, man. I defend for myself tonight. It was the worst. So, anyways, what I'm saying is...
I'd call that, Josh? I'd call that a useful fiction, the fact that we all think that we're acting upon what we believe to be the truth. I think a lot of us ignore... We do what, exactly?
You act as though you think things are true.
Right. And I would call that a useful fiction.
I mean, what is useful? Is it true to be useful? Is it good to be useful? Is it bad to be useful?
Useful in the sense that it progresses my survival.
Sure. So you are the king of your universe. You are the god of the universe. And you think your survival is the best.
No.
But you just said earlier you would give up your life to give millions of dollars to your family.
I never
that doesn't
said
make any sense. That's a controversial. That's a controversial. Yeah.
You said that I'm the king of my universe and that I value only my life. I never said that.
So you just said that. Hey, that's true.
No, he didn't.
I said survival.
But before
survival.
My survival, but my could.
I didn't even say my survival. Survival in general. I mean, if I'm gonna kill myself.
So you shouldn't survive.
If I'm gonna lay myself down on the trolley tracks instead of the 5 people and pull the lever, I would do it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
why would you do it?
Because I have this irrational subjective presupposition that the
don't go on to rationality. Don't do that.
So I'll just say presupposition of subjectivity then.
Great, that's great. Yeah, don't say irrational because that doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Sure. So, I mean, maybe a meta rationality or a meta or something.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
No, just kidding. You can.
Yes.
Josh, from your perspective, by the way, I forgive you for your insult again earlier.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. There was no insult intended, man. It really wasn't.
Well, I consider myself a man, but that's my own standard. I don't want to get into that right now.
How do you know that you're a man, though?
Yeah, can you send me some pictures? Is that weird? Can I give you my number?
Guys, let's let Brett finish.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm sorry.
From your perspective, because I didn't offer Jesus to the students as the way, as a non-placeholder, as the thing, right? If I'm understanding your logic, did I fail in some regard?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm opposed to public education, right? I'm for Christian classical education. I don't think Jesus is a placeholder. I think Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life, John 14:6. So yeah, 100%, bro. And that's not a knock on you personally. That's just what I believe. And I'm happy to talk to you about it more. But yeah, I just want to get that out there. I don't want to like, beat around the bush here.
No, we can now have peace because there's nothing I can say that's going to convince you about what I was involved with.
Sure.
I would just
I'm not doubting your intent. I'm really not. I'm doubting the foundation.
But can you understand why it comes from my perspective that way?
What do you mean?
That it sounds like you're doubting my intent when, like, that it was less than perfect because I, again, didn't, like, I did something that was more human than going with the, religious aspect because...
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say for me, at least for God, it's Jesus or no, right? So, according to Mark, you're with him or you're against him, right? And so again, dude, come to my house, we'll hang out, we'll drink a beer. Like, I'm not mad at you, but this is what the Bible says: you're with Jesus or you're against him. If you're not for him, you're against him. So you're ultimately an enemy of God or you're not. And I think that works itself out very clearly. And I hope, I'm sure you have good intentions. You love your students. Like, I'm not saying you're some evil guy, that's like trying to, do bad things with the kids. But I do think that if you're opposed to God, ultimately it will end up badly. What does that mean? I don't know. I don't know,
I'm not opposed to God. Everything I do is from the creation that gave me, abilities to help others. And they're very finite and they're not,
cool.
I'm flawed like everyone else.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. That's great.
Okay. All right. I just needed to ask that because I'm not going to lie. I needed some circle back to there.
Dude, for sure. I say some controversial things, but they're all from the Bible.
Yeah.
I think that just from a human perspective, I think that dogma is the height of hubris.
Maybe.
Dude, I was just thinking that like 15 minutes ago. Like how...
By what standard?
Isn't thinking that you're infallible like the most hubristic thing possible and the most prideful thing that you can think of?
Yeah, I think it's very prideful.
Is hubris and pride?
Yes, I think it is.
It's satanic.
By what standard? Who says?
Well, again, this professor who somehow got into Princeton, teaching all these kids. I don't know how, if he's not right about that.
So, argument from authority, I don't agree with Princeton at all. So
there's
new authority.
There's this. There is in somewhere in the Bible where,
sure.
God,
say what you think. I'll figure it out.
Just the fact that I heard it in some other language that he was saying leads me to believe that it holds some resonance. Obviously,
What is it? What's the gist of it?
So I'll just go from the teaching. He talked about it in the book of Job, where and he would refer back to Homer a lot. Also, how Achilles or Prometheus, he was very prideful. But it was just kind of a thing that he compared it to Homer. But in the book of Job, saying, because Job never he was never hubristic. He was always had this faith in him. He was always he was God's faithful servant. In other words, right? That's how it's described. Even when God put the blisters on his skin and all of that stuff, he didn't. Essentially, what he said is that he didn't have hubris, and now he talks about hubris a lot in all of these other Christian lectures. But that was who is someone. Obviously, the devil is. He talks about Prometheus a lot. I don't know if you know about Homer at all.
Yeah, Prometheus.
Josh, do you know about the characters? Pretty much all of Homeric characters were hubristic and prideful, and had some fatal flaw because of it. But
can we let Honenheim ask a question too?
Mm-hmm.
You want to let me ask a question? This started all of this madness. I would say, Josh, what is the unforgivable sin in the Bible?
Apostasy.
I would say that I would say they're.
I mean, Josh, isn't that right?
There's one. No. There's one. Apostasy is forgivable. There's one that you will not be forgiven for. Josh, do you know what that is?
I'm going to go on a limb. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was just making a joke. I was making a joke to Hanheim. It's
I never know if I'm supposed to say anything or not. I'm like, oh wait, somebody else is talking. Yeah, I would say there's no unforgivable sin in the Bible.
Oh, well, I'd look it up. It comes straight from Christ. There is one thing that will not be forgiven. I'd look that up, and I would say that you are doing exactly that. So it's straight from the Bible. The standard is the Bible. So
that's a legit accusation. So
wait, what is it? Like, you can't just leave
let's go.
Have a look. I'm
walking around my house. Just you tell me what it is, man.
Okay, then give me a second. I'll go and get the verse for you.
You don't even have it? Come on, man. Let's go, dude.
Do you not know it off the top of your head, Hanheim?
I don't. I think it is. Well, it is.
So unforgivable sins is a very Roman Catholic
summarizing
type of theology.
Summarizing it is misrepresent God and saying you are speaking for God. That is the summary of it. I'll get you the exact verse.
Yeah,
and
please
that's
do.
what you're doing. The standard is
sure.
The standard
According
is
to
exactly
what you're
as
saying,
you and Jacob.
that's what I'm doing.
No,
I would say that's not what we're doing at all. Obviously, we don't think that's right. But cool.
Give Hanenheim a second because there's a delay. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What I do know there is one specific.
Scott, you cut out.
Scott, what is it?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
He's stuck.
Yeah,
we can hear you now.
Okay. In the Bible, it's actually, I think it's supposedly Jesus' words. It says something, truly I say to you, all sins will be forgiven the children of man. And whatever blasphemy, forgive all children in men in whatever blasphemies they utter. But whoever blasphemes against the Holy Spirit never has forgiveness, but is guilty of an eternal sin. Mark 28 through 30. 3:28 through 30. So that's the only one I know of. That's the one. Like once you do that, you're done.
Well,
you're gonna burn.
Question: Hanenheim? Isn't there another one that if you attribute the works of God to Satan, that is unforgivable?
Well, that comes under that.
Yeah,
blasphemy is your. So that is the blasphemy again. You are saying something that is untrue of God. You are misrepresenting God. Basically, blasphemy is misrepresenting God, and I would say that's what Josh. That's what you are doing because I have asked you about a specific Bible verse and the meaning of that, and I would say that you're not actually even answering the question. You're refusing to interact with me because you're saying that my standard doesn't meet your standard. So I'd say you are misrepresenting a few parts there. You're misrepresenting Christians because you should want to interact with people to share the message, and then you're not even actually representing God at all. So that is in
that's absolutely fine for you to say that. I would just say, by what standard are you upset about me not meeting your standard? You know what I mean? We could go down this rabbit hole all day.
I just told you the standard of the Bible. I just told you the standard of the Bible.
You don't actually.
So I
believe
gave
the
you
Bible.
the blasphemy.
You don't believe the Bible.
That's a straw man.
Then you'd believe Hebrews 2:9. And you would understand that it's actually talking about how Jesus is fulfilling the prophecies of Psalm 9. I mean, this isn't news. You're not a Christian
your
at that point.
interpretation. Now I'm not a Christian, so there we go. Now you're also a straw man.
You're clearly not because you're questioning Hebrews several times. I've explained it to you.
Ad hominem.
That's not ad hominem at all.
Let's not. Hang on a second, Josh. Let's not get into ideological repetition. Don had something to say, and then let's let Hanenheim finish his thought, and then I'll let you come back in. Okay? Don, did you have something to say, buddy?
Oh, how do you determine correct interpretation from false interpretation? Like, what's the criterion?
Mechanism you use?
The mechanism you use to determine correct interpretation from wrong interpretation.
Exegesis and eisegesis, Josh.
Is it a question for me?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll get back to Hanenheim.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was trying to stay quiet. I thought I was supposed to stay quiet.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. I think the Bible's meant to be read naturally.
Like Thomas just said, eisegesis versus exegesis. I mean, I don't know what you want from me at this point. The Bible's very clear, man.
So what if someone reads it and they go, no, it's very clear, and they have a different understanding than you?
Sure. In what regard? What do they think? I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. You're super quiet. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to interrupt you.
Am I really quiet? Okay,
you really were. I'm sorry, dude.
Is this better? Is this better?
Better now. Yeah.
Oh, better. Yep. I'm sorry, man. Go ahead.
Put the mic right up against my mouth. No, I know like interpretation is an important part. At least I'm not as familiar with the Christian faith, the Jewish faith for sure. And interpretation from like Rambam and Rashi and stuff like that.
Yeah, I got you.
Judaism kind of has this idea. It has this statement called there are 70 faces to the Torah, meaning that there can be multiple interpretations, yet they're all valid. Because the Torah is a consistently revealed document according to Judaism, where the revelation can consistently happen over time. So the question is, I don't know if you're aware of this idea of like texts themselves we always read into the text certain things. So when we get to these issues of interpretation, how do we choose which interpretation is correct or wrong? Right, so like in Judaism, it's a sin to read the Torah fundamentally with one lens, and there's only one way to understand it. That's considered a sin in Judaism. In Christianity, it seems the way you're speaking, there is one way of seeing it. And my question to you is, what is this one way? What's how do you do it? Like, how do you interpret things correctly?
Man, that's a great question. I would say that anytime I come up against something I don't understand with the Bible, it's best to let Scripture interpret Scripture, right? So when I'm reading like Matthew 24, and it's talking about the sun and the moon and the stars falling from the sky, where am I going to go? Am I going to just assume that literally and figuratively and physically the sun and the moon are going to fall from the sky? Not at all. I'm going to go back to Isaiah. I'm going to go back to Amos. I'm going to go back to Ezekiel and see what the Bible says about that, and what does it mean. So Scripture interprets Scripture, regardless of what I think. Does that make sense?
No.
So when I read Matthew 24, and it talks about the sun and the moon falling from the sky, kind of like the end of the world stuff, what do you think that means?
Oh, I don't know what that means. I haven't really studied it.
So, okay.
It could be metaphorical, but the question is metaphorical about what? But I haven't specifically wrote that stuff like that.
Could be, but is it?
I don't read that, Or I don't know. Like for example,
I'm not talking anything about Revelation. I'm talking about Matthew 24.
So I don't know about that. I haven't really read the New Testament, so I don't know what does it mean by the stars. I don't know because stars. I don't know what the language it was written in. I know translation errors happen, right? Greek versus.
Do they?
Like I know someone who. I mean, yeah, because for example, you could just look at Exodus, right? When God says in English they translate as I am what I am, but in Hebrew it's hayavo, hayavo, which means I shall be, but then it still doesn't translate correctly because the word for was and is and present are all conjugations of God's name in Hebrew. So, right, so the language itself plays such an important role in interpretation that I don't know what they mean by stars. I would have to do more research.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of like the whole Christian crux is like, if you don't start with Christianity, you really can't know anything at all. That's what I would just go back to, man, honestly.
So what's the answer? Like, what's the interpretation method, or is there none?
An interpretation method? Yeah, I would say there's multiple interpretation methods. I would say the only interpretation method is to actually look at the Bible for how it's read naturally. That's what I would say. But you don't do that, so that's fine.
I mean, so if two people read it naturally and conclude two different things, what happens?
Well, what two people are you talking about, and what do they conclude?
I mean, different sects of Christianity, right?
Sure.
Calvinism,
which ones?
Sure. All of them. I'm asking.
I'm trying to help you define your key terms, like I've said before. We're speaking in generalities. It doesn't make any sense.
Hang on, Josh. He asked you if you're a Calvinist. So
I am.
Let's say a Calvinist and Southern Baptist. How's that sound as an example?
Sure. What's the difference between Calvinists and Southern Baptists? Anybody answer me that?
Soteriology.
Not you, Thomas. Damn it.
I mean, but I'm asking you.
Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. Good job. Man, you son of a gun. Sorry, go ahead.
It's okay.
Bring it on. Let's go.
I wanted to warn Don Don that Josh is the Energizer Bunny. So,
I mean, I just wanted an answer. I'm just looking for simple. I'm not looking for some
ask your question.
Convoluted. I did. How do you determine correct interpretation versus wrong interpretation?
So sure. Josh, real quick, he's asking if two people naturally read the Bible, one from Calvinism, one from Southern Baptist. They both read it naturally, and they both come to different conclusions, like completely.
Yeah. So I would. Yeah. So we need to get down to our key terms here. You say Southern Baptist. I think premillennial dispensationalist, right? Like you just said, Arminian in soteriology, right?
Yes.
Not to mention, not family worship integrated. There's so many things that you just said based on those two things. So I would say they are not reading the Bible naturally. I'd say they're taking the Bible and reading it out of context, and they're disobeying. So yeah, I would say absolutely 100%.
So you're saying that every natural reading of the Bible in the way that you mean it is true, and any other interpretation is not true.
I would say the Bible intends itself to be read a certain way. And I would say if you're not reading it that way, yeah, you're wrong. I'm not saying you're not Christian. I'm really not. I'm really not a hater. You say you love Jesus, cool. I'm all about it. I want that. But
well, no, you did say I wasn't a Christian. You said I wasn't a Christian.
If you're questioning Hebrews 2:9 based on you think that the Trinity is less God, then yeah, I would question your Christianity, and I would want you to work through that 100%, man. I really would. And we can have. Dude, I'll give you my personal number. We can talk about it all day, dude. Like, you can come hang at my house. I love you, man. But I don't think that's a proper interpretation of Hebrews 2:9, based on the other scriptures.
I never gave my interpretation of Hebrews 2:9. I was asking your interpretation and your son's.
Your interpretation is that it means that God is not God. So that is not Christian.
No. I never gave my interpretation of Hebrews 2:9. I asked if God didn't have the properties you assigned to God, he would no longer be God, and you said yes, and then your son said, well, you didn't. Well, you changed your mind now, so.
I mean, maybe, but I'm not God, so. And again, what I'm saying to you, man, is like you're trying to hone in on these specific things. It doesn't make any sense, bro. It really doesn't.
Well, no, you never You didn't actually answer the question. You just tried to attack my viewpoint, which has nothing to do with yours.
It wasn't an attack, man. It was a refutation. And what I would say is I'm happy to answer your questions. I mean, ask me whatever you want. Ask me whatever you want. Go ahead.
Well, I did try a couple of times. So
I'm saying go right now.
Again.
Don't be a jerk about it. Let's go.
No, he's not being a jerk. Just let's all slow down for a second.
Can I just
let Honenheim get his thought out?
So what is what is a natural reading? Like, how do we determine what is a natural reading versus a non-natural reading? Is a natural reading simply that which agrees with your reading, or a natural reading is one that...
Jacob, mute yourself, buddy.
Oh, shoot. Sorry.
It's okay. A specific method for it, because to me, I still don't understand where a natural reading is. All I heard was a natural reading is that which would agree with what I believe. So, if I were to open up the Bible right now and I want to do a natural reading, how would I do that?
That's a valid question. Josh, did you hear him?
Yeah, sorry, I was texting my son.
That's okay.
Yeah, I mean, ask it one more time.
If I were to open the Bible right now and I would want to do a natural reading, what should I do?
Are you a Christian?
I don't know yet.
What do you believe about truth?
What I believe about truth?
Mm-hmm.
I already gave you a whole thing about truth. I don't want to repeat myself.
I'm just asking you again. If you don't want to answer, that's fine.
No, I'm just saying I've talked about Jamesian pragmatism. I believe truth is unknowable. Truth isn't necessarily a fixed thing.
So truth is unknowable. Let's start with that. Truth is unknowable.
Yes, truth is...
There's no way you can actually live your life like that. And I would just encourage you to... If truth is unknowable, none of what we said makes any sense.
I don't believe in a capital T truth.
I don't know what that means. What are you talking about?
Ultimate truth, Josh.
Sure. So you can't believe in ultimate truth.
Not that I can't, I just don't. I could.
You don't. So why don't you believe in it, and is it bad that you don't believe in it?
It's neither good or bad. It just is.
It just is. So how do you know that it just is?
Because that's my experience of it. That's how I live my life.
So you're an empiricist.
In some respects.
Well, in all respects, apparently.
No.
Okay, so in what respects are you not an empiricist?
For example, in like the truth around my qualia.
So there's truth now. Okay.
I said
What truth are you
capital T.
talking about?
Okay, can we?
I'm holding you to your standard, bro.
I've explained a bit before, but I'm going to try it again. So,
Dude, go for it.
Just let him get it out, Josh.
I will.
There's capital T truth, which is the ultimate understanding of the things in themselves, reality as it exists truly. And then there's lowercase truth, which is my best approximation for it, or our best approximation. And that could be like, for example, my sensation of colors, my sensation of emotions. For example, red, the essence of red, the qualia of red, my experience of red, I would consider as a true experience, but I don't consider red as the capital T truth, that which is true of the things in themselves, the real essence of reality. If my mind turned off, red would also disappear. My qualia of red, my essence of red, my experience of red. So for me, true, but it's not the capital T truth.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, I agree. So for you, it's not true. How do I know what's objectively true?
I'm sorry, my brother came into my room. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, you said, so you can know things to be true. But how do I know what is 100% true?
I don't think 100% true is even a thing that we can have.
Okay, cool, okay, yeah, I get you.
Yeah, because I don't even consider truth in like degrees. I don't have like degrees of belief or truth.
Okay.
I don't like believe things 90% or 60%, or there's like, right, I just don't.
It's a spectrum.
But you do believe things are true.
Yeah, of course, even true things.
So what's something that's true? What's true?
My speakers are red.
Your speakers are red. How do you know that?
I'm experiencing it right now.
So
whatever red is, that's one way. I have my experience of red.
So you've experienced it through your senses, memory, and reasoning. Your speakers are red. How do I know they're red? How does that constitute to me?
You don't have to know that they're red. It's irrelevant to you, actually.
Oh, I don't have to know they're red. By what standard do I not have to know what you know?
I mean, I'm not really sure where you're getting at, but by what standard do you not have to know what I know? I think it's not even about a standard. It's just I don't see why it's relevant to you, or whether my speakers are actually red or not.
Sure. So your standard is I don't have to know what you know. Okay. How can you enforce that?
How can I enforce? I don't have to enforce anything. I'm not into like enforcing your beliefs.
By what standard do you not have to enforce that?
My standards, brother. My standards.
Your standard. So your personal standard. So if I come in with my own standard that says I do have to know that, and I can take your speakers, is that okay?
Take my speakers? No, I don't want you to take my speakers. You can come and
well, you don't want it, but you said it's okay because that's my own standard.
No, I didn't say it's okay.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, yeah, I misunderstood. Okay.
I'm just talking about, you asked me like what I consider true. I consider my perception true.
Yeah.
Even when it's illusory, it can be true in that moment.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
If I think, for example, I'm dating this girl, I really like her, and I feel that she likes me or she loves me, at that moment it's true. But I find out that really she hasn't, or she doesn't. Right? My illusion at that moment was true. It was as real as anything else to me. It was as real as colors. It was as real as feelings, emotions. Right? It felt real. In all instances, it was real. And then I have other kinds of truth, right? Truths of things I can see. For example, I believe in radio waves.
Okay.
I believe those are that concept is quote unquote true. I also believe in conceptual truth, right? Like I believe in the concept of the noumena and phenomenal distinction. I think it's a true distinction.
Why do you believe that, and why is it true?
Well, that goes back to conceptual pragmatism. I kind of went over all that. Do you want me to go over that again?
Absolutely. You've made a claim, and I want you to explain it.
So again, when I consider things true, there's specific criterion for it, and one of them is American pragmatism, William James, Charles Peirce, a type of perspectivism in the sense where for things to be true, they not only have to inform empirical truth, but these metaphysical things underneath these empirical truths inform us in a way that expands our categories and lets us understand the world more, lets us have more questions, more pragmatic reality to them. So not only do I have evidence, not only do I have models, metaphysics, theology behind it, even secular theology behind it, all of these things to me are necessary for conceptions of pragmatic truth. And numinous phenomenal falls on within these criterions. It makes coherent models for me, right? I'm a what is it? Particularist, Thomas, right? That you said before?
Yeah, moral particularism.
Yeah. So they also have, so it'd be like a pragmatic perspectivist, where different things are true from different perspectives. So, for example, the individual is the most important part when I think of like psychology, right? As a psychologist, in my job, I'm not a psychologist. I'm a social worker, but in that work,
might as well be a psychologist.
I consider the individual of primacy, right? And in that that is true for that moment. That is what I have to conceive things as. But when I do sociology or when I do social work, the individual kind of becomes secondary, and all of a sudden my models start making sense when I no longer put the individual as a center, but rather when I put the society as a center. I can use data points like race and ethnicity to make models and predictions, right? So in that perspective, two things can be true, right? Or a quantum physicist can look at the quantum systems when it's true that, the quantum is that which we can use to like understand objects. But if I'm doing macro mechanics, I just need Newtonian physics. And even though they're in contradiction in many ways, there's a paradox between them, they're both true. So these are like my concepts of truth. Two things that are contradictory can be true from different perspectives as well. If that makes sense at all. It might be a little confusing. I'm sorry if it is. I haven't brushed up on explaining this in a while.
I was just going to say, I know Josh is good faith. He's just very quick sometimes.
Sorry,
Josh, are you still with it?
So I think I'm sorry.
Yeah. Josh, are you getting too tired to continue, buddy? You don't have to stay if you don't want to.
Oh, good to go.
You're all right? Okay.
Yep.
So,
go
again,
ahead.
So just to get back to the question, if I'm going to open up the Bible, like how do I do a natural reading of it, and how can I tell when someone doesn't do a natural reading of it?
Josh?
I'm sorry, what's up?
You were texting, weren't you?
No,
it's all
no,
right.
I wasn't texting.
I'm sorry, I blabbered on, probably got distracted, but
I'm sorry, man. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. It's my bad.
No, it's okay. Listen, I understand. Like things are long.
I'm paying attention.
You don't have to. I understand, but I'm just. So basically, again, if I want to go do a natural reading, how do I do that?
Sure.
How do I do a natural reading?
Yeah, so I would say that ultimately it has to be a supernatural experience with the Holy Spirit in order to help you understand what the Bible says. But as you're reading the Bible, you can comprehend certain things, and the whole Bible, in effect. So you can't just take isolated verses, like we're talking about Hebrews 2:9 with Hohenheim. You can't take isolated verses and then just spin it to what you want it to believe. You have to take the entire Bible as a whole. And I've read the entire Bible as a whole, right? So there's certain things that mean certain things, and that's what it is,
Is any of that based on your preacher's interpretation?
I don't think so. Honestly, Thomas, I would not lie to you at all, my friend. I don't think so.
Bud.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Don.
So so for me to do a natural reading, I just have to kind of sit and read it as a whole. And
Yep.
And if I do that, and let's say, and anyone who does that will always reach the same conclusions, in your opinion, right?
No, not at all.
So let's say I do a natural reading and I have a different interpretation of like a specific, let's say, meta-narrative in the Bible or a specific verse and its meaning in the context. Am I wrong? And why?
Mm-hmm. Is that a question for me? Yeah. I would say if give me an example of what you think is wrong, and I'll help you out. What did you read in the Bible you thought was wrong? And I'll talk to you about it.
No, it's not about being wrong. It's a specific interpretation. Like,
sure.
For example...
What's the specific interpretation? That's what you just said.
When I don't remember exactly what it is, I'm sure what verse it is, but
Yeah,
Hebrew,
no
the
issues.
word alma doesn't mean virgin. It
Sure.
means young woman. So the prophecy about the Messiah being born from a virgin is just not true. It's a bad interpretation.
Yeah, and again, I'm not trying to hold you to a standard. I think I know where this is going. Where does it say that? What are you saying? Are you upset about the difference between Alma and Betula? Or is that what you're upset about? Because
No,
I don't think it matters.
It's a wrong interpretation to say that it's a virgin.
Sure.
Have to necessarily
So
be a
so
virgin
walk.
birth.
So pretend like
Say,
we know
for example.
nothing about what you're talking about. Walk me through the whole thing, and we'll talk about it.
The word alma in Hebrew doesn't
No.
mean virgin?
So I know what you're talking about specifically, but nobody else does. They really don't.
So
Talk to me about why
in Hebrew there's
Betula
the
versus
Alma.
Alma is wrong in that context of whatever verse. And then,
I don't
you know what I
remember
mean?
exactly
I'm not
the
trying to put
verse
you in a
again.
spot.
I don't remember exactly the verse. Maybe you'll be better at
Then don't quote it. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Come on, man.
Don't quote it
Come on,
then.
man.
No, don't come on me, man. Bro, dude, come on,
You're
man.
asking me to
You
give
come
you,
on.
to give it. You asked me to give an example. I'm trying.
You brought it up, and you couldn't back it up. And when I bring it to you, I know exactly what you're talking about, and you're not delivering.
I'm not trying to be aggressive. I'm trying to say.
Josh.
I'm not aggressive at all, man. I'm cool to go. I'm good to go.
I'm not telling you that you're aggressive. I'm telling you that
You brought up
not aggressive.
You brought up Alma versus Betula, which is great, and I love that. But you can't actually back it up. So it leads me to believe you heard it from somebody else,
I'm not
and then you
hearing
couldn't
anything from
deliver.
anybody else. There's specific verses I know.
Dude, I'm tracking
like,
with you.
and just
That's
like,
a common. That's a
just
common
like,
disagreement.
Just like, and
Josh, you're a little hot on the mic, brother. So just let Don get his thought out, and then we'll.
Yeah, go for it, man.
I'm sorry, it's hard. It's hard.
I know that there is a
Mhm.
distinction in Hebrew between Alma and Betula, and there's an area in the Bible, right? This is just it's something that I just simply heard. It's something that I've read. You know, I used to be an Orthodox Jewish, and I used to study the Torah very closely. Talmud, Rashi, Tanya, many things. I speak Hebrew. I grew up in Israel, so we have a distinction between Betula and Alma. There's even phrases in the Torah where they speak about Alma. They say just like an eagle flying through the sky, you can't tell like an Alma, someone has slept with her, which kind of insinuates that Alma isn't necessarily a Betula. So there's some interpretation differences between the idea that the Messiah needs to be born. There's some Christian interpretation that says this is prophecy of Jesus being born from a virgin. There's other interpretation that says no, that it doesn't say he needs to be born. That the Messiah is going to be born from a virgin because you would have to use the word Betula, not the word Alma. So that's what I'm talking about.
Why would they have to use that word? That's what I'm asking you.
Because it's not evidence of prophecy. Because prophecy would mean that,
No. Why?
It doesn't necessarily have to be a German virgin. Why am I using that definition of Alma?
Mm-hmm. So
because that's the one that.
So explain to people the difference between the two words. No. What is the difference? Tell me what that word means, and then the other word means.
Alma means young woman.
Sure. Why can't
virgin,
young woman be
woman.
meant in the capacity that it's meant?
No, I'm just saying some interpretations say Alma means virgin.
No, I'm asking you your interpretation.
I don't care what you that I believe that my interpretation is Alma means young woman.
Sure.
And Betula.
Why
means
is that wrong
virgin.
in that context? You're saying that Alma cannot be used for a chaste young woman. That doesn't make any sense. That's clearly shown in James White debate between him and Lee Barker. That's a that's just a very silly thing to put up
let's just
at this point.
Conceptualize what I'm talking about. I'm talking about
Sure.
How do we determine...
I've conceptualized it. It's wrong.
I'm really trying to be good faith here, and I know that you are too.
Be good faith. Go for it.
I'm really trying to be good faith here, and I really hope to. But for me, this is getting
I don't know why I wouldn't be
uncomfortable. So
don't be uncomfortable. Just
I'm going to
say
ask
your
the question.
thing.
I'm going to ask the question one time. I am not trying to put doubt in any specific phrase. I'm not trying to argue with you Scripture. That's not.
You should argue. You should argue Scripture because we're on opposing entities.
I'm not trying to argue with you Scripture.
You should.
I am not trying to argue with you Scripture. But my goal here is to simply ask, when we interpret Scripture, what is the correct way of interpreting versus the wrong way of interpreting?
Yeah, I guess I would ask: are you a Christian?
So when we went over this before, I don't know. I do not consider
Exactly.
myself a
Then
Christian.
I don't know why you're even asking anything at all, because you don't know. You've given up knowledge at that point.
I have not
And
given
again,
up knowledge. We've spoken about this.
I mean, which I'm actually very impressed with your, your questions about, Greek words for virgin. I love it. I think that's
I mean,
great.
it's not Greek. It's
I
Hebrew.
just think it's not.
That's
I'm
okay.
sorry, Hebrew. I'm so sorry. Hebrew words, right? You don't know what you know. So what are you even doing?
I mean, I do know things.
Okay,
good.
That's good.
I don't want to repeat myself again.
Well, you just said you didn't know, so that's what I'm asking.
What I am saying is that I don't know if I'm a Christian because right, there's many different ways. Like, I don't. You asked me, "Are you a Christian?" I said,
"I am."
I don't know. I
100%.
could be a Christian. I have no idea if to be Christian means to believe in Jesus. Then no.
It does. Yep.
Right. So
then you're not a Christian.
I'm not a Christian. Right.
Okay.
So
that's no problem. Yeah. No worries, man.
So when I ask about interpretation, I'm simply asking a very simple question. Let's say we look at the verses between Allah and we look at Betula. And
Betula,
we know that,
sure.
Right.
Yeah.
We know
Love it.
That the phrase, some people take that prophecy of Allah and mean it that it relates to the virgin birth of Mary, right?
Sure. Can you tell me, just present to everybody what your problem is with the verbiage? What's your problem with the two verbiage?
I am asking, how do I determine the correct interpretation of that word? Does it mean virgin or does it not?
Okay, give me the verse to which you are talking about.
I don't know the verse verbatim, but
then you can't, bro. Come on, man. You can't. You're talking about Isaiah text. I know what you're talking about. I'm asking you.
Okay, how about the verse of?
No, don't go to a different verse. You started with a random verse which you do not know, and tried to conflate two words, bro. Come on, man.
I am asking.
You did it just now. I asked you. That's not my contention. I have no problem with the virgin birth.
This is where it's getting. Sounds like a little bit of bad faith here. I am not making.
No, I don't think it's bad faith at all. I think you just are mistaken.
I am not making. I might be mistaken. I'm not making claims.
Well, you're mistaken because you can't. You're referencing Bible verses with which you don't believe in an attempt to undermine Christianity.
That's crazy. This is not fair, man. I really am not doing that.
Yeah.
What is fair? What are you talking about?
Josh, when I asked you, Josh, about Hebrews 2:9, you didn't remember the verse. So by your reasoning here, you are not a Christian and you shouldn't be talking about that too.
What I'm saying is, I'm not saying that every Christian has to understand every verse. What I'm saying is, he has made an attempt at undermining Christianity based on two separate words.
I'm not trying to undermine Christianity. I'm not making claims. That's not fair, man.
Go ahead, Jake. Let Jake say one thing. Yep.
So I think what he was saying at the beginning is like, how are we supposed to read the Bible? Like, he wants to know how he approaches this. Like, okay, he sees that this word could also mean something else in Greek. He wants to know how he would approach that. He's not trying to say this is a contradiction in your worldview. He's trying to ask whether or not this is how he reads it, or how he if he faces a problem like this, how does he solve it?
100%.
Boys, was that right?
Yeah,
that was good, Jake.
That's
good.
What I'm asking.
That's
what I'm asking. How do I solve? I'm not making any claims. If I come at this problem in the language, how do I solve it? How do I get to the right interpretation? You said through the natural reading, and I want to know what that looks like to me. So if I go and I open up the Bible right now, and which version would you say I should read? Which version of the Bible? Which translation would you say is the best one?
I mean, it's 2022, ESB, NASB 2022. I mean, something for this century. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Fine.
Yeah.
So when I get to these places where there might seem to be vagaries that people might struggle with, like the verses that I brought forward, I'm not making any claims. How do I go about understanding?
Well, you are making a claim. I want to hold you to a standard.
I am not.
You're making claims.
I'm promising you that I'm not making a claim. That's why we can just choose a different verse, because I'm really not trying to make a claim. That's really not my goal here.
I mean, and so again, just respectfully, that's my issue. We are all making claims, man. We are. We're making claims. Stand by it.
I don't know how I make a claim when I'm asking a question. I really am not understanding.
Sure. So do you believe certain things? Do you believe about morality and science, logic? Do you believe certain things?
About this? Sure.
Yeah. Do you have certain things? Then you're making claims. You're continually making claims.
If I ask you the question, like, how do I do 2 plus 3, how do I know that it equals 5? Like, what do I have to do? Like, how do I get there? And you start explaining mathematics to me. I don't think I'm making a specific claim. I'm just asking you a question. I'm really not trying to play gotcha. Not at all. I just want to know what is the methodology.
Sure, but that's clearly that's not what's happening here. That's not what's happening here.
We're
adults.
Happening here.
You're not a ninth grader. You're an adult,
Bro,
right?
I am asking.
You have an opinion. You have a belief system, and you know it to be true. Unless you're completely confused, then okay, then I'll answer.
I don't know what it means to have a natural reading of the Bible. I'm trying to explore what.
Sure, but you know what it means to be knowledgeable. You know what it means to be truthful.
So I am.
You know what it means to be moral, right?
Correct. I believe those.
Exactly. So don't try to like scapegoat me with the Bible stuff.
I don't believe anything when it comes to the interpretation of Betula and Alma.
Sure.
I know that an Alma can be Betula. And a Betula
I feel like, man, that's such a... What's so interesting is that I love that you brought that up, because it's such a silly thing to bring up in Christianity. I know you're confused. You're clearly confused, because that's essentially... Yeah, I'll tell you what. Google James White and Lee Baker. James White, Lee Baker. Watch that. It will answer your entire question.
Why
it really
are you refusing to answer my question? I'm asking.
I answered your question. I think it's a silly interpretation of the Bible. I'm
not trying to make an interpretation. I'm asking you.
How do you make an interpretation?
To a natural reading. What is the interpretation? Like, what is?
I answered you.
Explain this to me. Like I'm an idiot. Can you please?
No, I don't think you're an idiot. I think you're just misguided.
No, I'm just saying. Explain to me. Like, okay, so how?
Yeah, you don't have to get upset.
What is the right understanding?
We're all friends here, man.
I'm not. I don't think you're my friend.
No, I mean, okay, that's fine.
You're speaking to me.
No worries, man. It's all good. You're welcome to my house anytime, though. For real.
Sure, you can walk in my house too. Doesn't mean we're friends.
Oh, well then I would not let people that are not my friends walk in my house, so I would continue on that. But okay,
sure,
I understand. Yeah.
I'm still simply asking, what does it look like to have a natural reading? That's all I want to know.
Yeah. So the Bible is
like this. Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off. My bad.
No, you're good. I thought you were done talking, so that's why I started talking.
Remember, guys, there's a delay. Did you guys want to continue?
I'm just waiting for the answer.
Oh, go ahead, Josh.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I would just say that the natural reading of the Bible is obvious to most people. It's meant to be read naturally, right?
Josh, would you say that natural reading means sometimes it's metaphor, sometimes it's a fable, sometimes it's literal? Is that what you mean?
I would say it's always literal, because literal just means according to liturgy.
Well, I mean reality-wise, like true in reality at a certain point in time. That's what I mean by literal.
Yeah, but again, what I would say is literal just means according to liturgy. So if the liturgy means poetic, it's poetic. If it means figurative, literal, it's literal. Okay. So yeah, I would say absolutely 100%. It's meant to be read naturally, yeah.
Okay. I'm not going to say I 100% understand, but I do get mostly what you mean.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are I'm enjoying the hell out of this conversation, because I like to hear this kind of discourse, but it is coming up on the 5-hour and 10-minute mark. I'm going to keep us going for maybe another 10 or 15 minutes. Just depends on how much more you guys want to talk about it. I'm of course fine that, if everybody wants to throw in their last 2 cents here in the last 10 or 15 minutes. If not, I can go ahead and, shut it down. If everybody's getting tired, we can move to the Discord. It's up to you guys. How do you feel? How are you feeling, Perry?
I mean, I'm fresh. I just jumped on, so I can go for another 3 hours.
Oh, man, let's go, dude. Let's go.
Well, that's what I'm saying is we can go. Yeah, we can go to the Discord. Let's go ahead and real quick, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up here. I'm gonna let Perry say something, and I'll let Honenheim say something for the ending.
No, I'm good.
Yeah. Well, okay. Obviously in the morning.
Okay. Well,
love you, Jacob.
Everybody,
go to bed.
You're all
right. Good
night. Good night, bud.
Thank you for talking.
Thank you so many people for coming and listening to this. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate you sticking with me for the lecture and stuff at the first of it, because that's one of my favorite parts, is getting to dissect all this stuff. And go to Travis Pangvern's
Pangburn Philosophy on YouTube and subscribe there. And please look in the top right corner of that that page on YouTube, and you will find the Discord link. So please come and join us there as well. I've had a really good night. Let's hear from Honenheim, and he can have the last word.
Oh, that's very sweet of you. I would just then.
Hey Perry, mute yourself, brother.
Oh, my bad.
You did really good. You did so good for yourself. I was trying to get your back, but I want to
Yeah, you didn't want to
like I'm your dad, but I wanted to be like I'm your dad.
Hey Josh, mute yourself, brother.
I was kind of making this people see.
All right,
Right,
so I got it. Go ahead, Honenheim. Finish up, and we'll close it down.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna say subscribe to the and hang out until I get there.
What the hell is going on? I'm so confused.
I think it's
I heard
Josh
good,
or
stupid
his
there,
son,
and
Perry. We can hear them through the mic.
Okay,
So,
I've muted him, and we can still hear him. That's crazy. Go ahead, Honenheim.
it's the power there, the power of God coming through Josh. So I would say, I'd just like to appeal to Josh and his son Jacob that if you do want to represent the truth, the way, the lie, God, the Bible, everything, I think it would be more beneficial to you to interact more with other people, to listen to their say, to answer questions rather than attack their positions. I think you'll bring more people to your faith by doing that than the way you're doing it currently. And I just say that I think if you want to represent the truth, love, that'll be a better way to do it, in my opinion. I could be wrong. That's my last say.
All right, that's the last word. We will continue this in Discord. I love every one of you for listening to me, and thank you for coming to my show. This was Torture Time. We'll see you guys in the Discord.
Night, guys.
Night.